Chapter 262. The historians of the various countries in the northern continent all agreed that the fourth epoch was shrouded in a thick fog, preventing people from seeing its true appearance. There were too many gaps and ambiguities in the records of this period of history. There were very few tombs, ancient cities, and documents unearthed, making it impossible to form an effective verification. However, this didn't mean that no one had done the relevant research. It meant that there were still some ruins and information. Klein was originally a fanatic of the history of the fourth epoch. He had read many papers and books, so he still remembered quite a bit of the content. Be it the Solomon Empire, the Tudor dynasty, or the Tluan-Sastal Empire, they all had similar architectural styles. They had architectural styles that defied common sense, were messy, asymmetrical, and loved black. Among them, the most representative ones were the candlesticks that hung from the ceiling and the black walls that had patterns that resembled slashes. It was precisely because of this that when Klein raised the lantern and saw the metal rods that extended down from the dome and the candlesticks embedded at the bottom, his first reaction was that this underground building belonged to the fourth epoch. It belonged to an ancient period that was shrouded in a thick fog, one that many historians and archaeologists found regrettable. A few papers have mentioned that the number of candlesticks in different buildings is different. Although the three empires advocate asymmetrical beauty, they seem to have strict and detailed rules in all aspects. 3 on the left and 2 on the right is the highest standard that ordinary people can enjoy. This is determined from the architectural layout and the remains of the houses. Klein raised his arm and raised the lantern high. As he slowly walked forward, he counted the candlesticks on both sides. The hall was wider than he had expected. He walked at least 100 meters before he saw the platform that was half a meter above the ground. Only then did he see the thick wall that marked the end. There are 41 inverted candlesticks on the left and 40 on the right. This is a little exaggerated. What class does this belong to? A powerful noble? Man, the Antigonus family and the Zeridal family are nobles from the fourth epoch. They are also powerful and terrifying beyond our families. The other powerful nobles shouldn't be too far off. Klein raised the lantern and continued forward. He saw the staircase on the side of the raised platform, and he saw the marks on the black stone bricks that looked like they had been carved by knives and axes. Was it really a relic from the fourth era? As these thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, he relied on his keen eyesight and the light from the lantern to discover that there were 2 iron-black seats on the platform that was half a meter above the ground. They were huge and ancient, and they overlooked the seats below. There were 2 of them. 2. Why were there 2 of them? According to the layout, the seat here should belong to the person with the highest position and the greatest authority here, but there were actually 2 great aristocrats on par with each other? 2 earls, 2 dukes, 2 princes? Klein slowly began to feel that his historical knowledge was starting to lack. He clearly remembered that many papers had mentioned that the 3 empires, Solomon, Tudor, and Tluan-Sastal, had a strict hierarchy. The hierarchy was clear and could not be crossed. Based on this theory, there should not be 2 leaders in a force. Strange, Klein mumbled to himself, as though it was meant for his bodyguard to hear. What's so strange about that? An illusory and ethereal voice suddenly sounded behind him. In the dark, wide, empty, and silent ancient hall, it appeared especially eerie. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he truthfully told her about the characteristics he had observed, the corresponding historical knowledge, and the areas he was puzzled about. At the end, he added, "The ventilation here is very good. I wonder if there are any other entrances." Miss Bodyguard, who was half fused into the darkness, listened silently. She looked deeply at Klein and said, "Why do you know so much?" "Because I'm a university student from the history department." Klein lampooned inwardly as he smiled. "If I hadn't chosen to be a detective, perhaps I would have become a young historian with a conscience." Miss Bodyguard didn't respond, nor did she vanish again. She floated onto the platform. With the lantern in hand, Klein followed closely behind. He discovered that the platform was extremely large. It was nearly 40 meters across and 10 meters vertically. The architectural style is grand and gigantic. It's also one of the characteristics of the fourth epoch. He mentioned it casually and cautiously walked up to the two huge iron-black chairs. He raised the lantern and examined them carefully. It seems to be for a 3 or 4 meter tall giant to sit on. There are badge-like patterns on the back of the chair. On this side is a black crown, and on this side is a hand holding a scepter. I don't know what they symbolize, Klein said to himself, not expecting Miss Bodyguard to answer. However, the lady whose feet were floating off the ground suddenly spoke. This is the emblem of the Tudor family. Huh? Klein looked over in surprise and realized that Miss Bodyguard was pointing at the hand holding the scepter. Tudor family? Is this the relic of the Tudor dynasty of the fourth epoch? Which member of the royal family did this palace belong to? Klein frowned slightly. Do you recognize the other badge? He could actually stand side by side with the members of the Tudor family. Miss Bodyguard shook her head and did not speak. Seeing this, Klein had no choice but to temporarily give up on the idea of studying it. He said, after the Tudor and Hohenzollern families established their respective empires, they maintained the style that originated from the Solomon Empire. For example, the inverted candlesticks, the chopped brand, etc. This doesn't conform to normal knowledge. If I were an emperor, even if I had to inherit many things from the past, I would still make certain changes to mark my uniqueness. Does this mean that the three empires have a hidden and unchanging connection? He guessed that the Solomon, Tudor, and Hohenzollern families all controlled the Black Emperor pathway, which was also the lawyer pathway. Such a style was needed for acting. Miss Bodyguard fell silent for a few seconds before saying a few words. Only an emperor can be called an emperor. Does this confirm my thoughts? Klein didn't ask any further. With a lantern in hand, he circled around the two huge iron-black chairs, but he didn't discover anything else. Let's take a look forward, Klein suggested. Before he could finish his sentence, Miss Bodyguard had already floated to the end of the platform, but the surrounding coldness didn't change. After walking a few meters forward, Klein used the lantern's light to see 7 tall and heavy black stone doors on the wall at the bottom of the hall. They were lined up in order, 2 on the left, 1 in the middle, and 4 on the right. It perfectly matched the fourth epoch's pursuit of asymmetry. Klein handed his cane to the hand holding the lantern, casually tossed a coin, and whispered, "We should start from the left." Clang! The copper penny tumbled down and landed in his palm, the portrait facing up. "Let's go to the left." Klein took the lead. Miss Bodyguard followed silently until she approached the door on the far left. Only then did she say, "It's the same from the right." In other words, it doesn't matter if I can divine it or not. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he raised the lantern and examined the symbols and patterns on the door. It was dark black with resplendent embellishments, clustered around a crimson circle that was half covered. This, Klein's pupils suddenly constricted. This is the dark sacred emblem. This is the symbol of the Evernight goddess. In the fourth epoch, the Church of the Goddess supported the Tudor dynasty. He thoughtfully pressed his hand on the stone door. Creak! Amidst the jerky and heavy grinding sounds, the black stone door slowly opened. As the lantern's light shone in, the scene inside was outlined in Klein's eyes. First was an empty space a few meters long and wide. It was also paved with dark black stone slabs, followed by a platform that was nearly a meter tall. Klein carefully walked forward and raised the lantern, allowing it to illuminate what was on the platform. A few seconds later, the fiery glow outlined a huge statue. It was about 4 to 5 meters long and almost occupied the entire end of the room. It was a lady with a hazy but abnormally beautiful face. She supported her head with her right hand as she lay on the platform. She wore a black classical dress that was layered but not complicated. Beneath her head was a circle that radiated lines. The lady's dress shimmered with specks of light. They were bright and resplendent gemstone fragments. At a glance, it was as though Klein had seen the night and the stars. In such a contrast, the circle under the lady's head was like a full moon. This, Klein's thoughts seemed to freeze, but a guess was crazily charging in, about to burst out. Evernight goddess? Miss Bodyguard's tone carried a rare hint of doubt. Be it in terms of symbolism or actual performance, it seemed to be a statue of a goddess. Klein's guess finally took shape and echoed loudly in his mind. He remembered asking Captain Dunn Smith about one of the differences between evil gods and orthodox gods. The former had an image similar to an intelligent being, while the latter only had a sacred emblem formed from symbols. And today, at this moment, in this ancient, strange underground building, he saw a statue that he suspected to be the Evernight goddess. It was a completely humanoid statue. Just the thought of what this meant made Klein shudder. Could the goddess have once been an evil god? No. Maybe it's another evil god of the Evernight domain. But the dark sacred emblem at the door is no different from the current one. Or could it be that having the image of an intelligent being isn't the standard to distinguish between orthodox gods and evil gods? After all, the captain's level wasn't high enough, and his understanding wasn't accurate enough. It was also possible that the Tudor family had deliberately blasphemed the goddess. Yes, it could also be to use this to set up some strange ritual. Thoughts jumped in Klein's mind, making him puzzled, nervous, and tense. He also felt that there was an indescribable and strange feeling here. Let's go take a look behind the other doors. After looking around and finding nothing else, Klein took a deep breath and took the initiative to speak. I wonder what the remaining 6 doors correspond to. Are they equally evil and strange? He thought solemnly. Miss Bodyguard nodded slowly. Chapter 263. I updated 58 chapters this month, and every chapter was more than 3,000 words long. Other than the rest day after the first novel ended, I didn't miss any chapters or drag any chapters. Every day was on time. Of course, I had to thank my classmates for this. I didn't update in July. First, it was because I was starting a new novel. Everything had to be developed accordingly, and the difficulty of conceptualizing had increased significantly. Second, my body kept having small problems. I finally decided to go swimming 4 times a week. This took up a lot of my time. Unless I didn't rest at all, it would be very difficult to write another 3 chapters. I was already working very hard to maintain 2 chapters without reducing the number of chapters. I had to continue exercising in August, so I probably wouldn't be able to update yet. In September, if I could successfully lose weight and reduce the number of times I went swimming, I would try to update. That was about it. Chapter 264. In the cold hall, Klein suddenly shivered. He retracted his gaze and said to Miss Bodyguard, "Let's go back. Based on Aztec's Copper Whistle's performance, there's likely a terrifying evil spirit in the innermost room. The level of danger is very likely above that of Nimblewright Master Rosago and Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings. It's lingered for hundreds or even thousands of years, and it might already be equivalent to a high-sequence Beyonder. If it wasn't for the fact that it's difficult for its power to seep out of the room, I'd already be a dead man. Even if Miss Bodyguard is one of the cream of the crop among Sequence 5 Beyonders, there's almost no hope of me turning the tables with her. As a person, one must know one's limitations. One mustn't be tempted by the treasures that are suspected to be left behind by Beyonder characteristics and mystical items. Greed often leads to death. Klein silently found a reason to convince himself. Miss Bodyguard turned her head to look at him and asked without any emotion in her eyes. And then, after that, Klein secretly bared his teeth and deliberated over his words. Have Miller Carter call the police. Who knows when the evil spirit will break free? We should get rid of it as soon as possible. No, that won't do. Mr. Carter doesn't know much. If we call the police this way, the police department won't pay enough attention. The first batch of people who come to investigate will suffer heavy casualties. It might even indirectly help the evil spirit break free. Also, if I see such a statue, I might be silenced as a detective. Did you see the white bones and spiritual light in the room? Miss Bodyguard turned her gaze back to the dark tunnel behind the half-open stone door and nodded slightly. Klein's thoughts raced. I'm guessing that those are the corpses of the explorers from before. They were killed by the evil spirit in that room, and the Beyonders among them left behind mystical items. This might be related to the Viscount's family that originally lived in the house outside. I plan on asking them for their surnames, go to the library to search for information, and searching for their descendants to see if I can obtain any useful clues. After the initial confirmation of the situation, I will make a decision based on the severity of the situation. I might use some explosives to destroy the door to prevent others from coming in, or I might send an anonymous letter to the police department describing the existence of the evil spirit in detail. However, I have to think of a way to avoid the risk. This is not too urgent. We can take it slowly. Miss Bodyguard listened quietly, looked straight ahead, and said in a light tone, "Don't you want to organize some people to purify that evil spirit? Even if there aren't any mystical items left behind, just the remnant parts of the evil spirit are precious enough. This is the first time I've seen you talk so much." "Perhaps," Klein replied without hesitation. "The risk is too high. I think my life and health are more important." He organized his words and added, "The most powerful person I know is you, and judging from your performance just now, you don't seem to be a match for that evil spirit. I can't think of any other way to deal with it other than calling the police." Miss Bodyguard turned around, her pale face slightly transparent. "You're still rational," she commented calmly and indifferently. She then floated towards the exit of the ancient hall. Apart from being suspected of being influenced by the true creator, how am I a lunatic? Klein cursed inwardly as he held the lantern and cane and followed closely behind Miss Bodyguard. Throughout the entire process, he felt that he was being watched by the cold gaze in the dark passageway. This feeling only dissipated when he walked out of the stone door that exuded an ancient aura. Klein turned around and closed the door, sealing the inverted candlesticks, the knife-like brand, and the sinister statues of the 6 deities inside, allowing them to continue their slumber in the unchanging darkness and silence that had lasted for thousands of years. Patting the dust off his clothes, he switched the lantern to his other hand and quickly returned to Miller Carter's basement. As for Miss Bodyguard, she had already disappeared into thin air out of habit. Miller Carter was pacing in the basement. When he saw Klein come out, he hurriedly asked, "How is it? What's the situation inside?" Klein had already thought of an excuse as he said with a look of lingering fear, "It's very bad. It's very bad. There are a lot of snakes, and many places have collapsed. I plan to collect some information, gather some manpower, and make preparations for a second exploration. During this time, it's best if you don't send anyone in. Trust me, the number of poisonous snakes is beyond your imagination." The old gentleman, Miller, took a deep breath and asked in slight fear, "Will they swim over? Will they swim over? Do you know any professionals who can deal with snakes?" Klein immediately nodded and said, "I'll find someone to cooperate and do my best to deal with this matter. It's already cold autumn, and the snakes aren't willing to move. As long as you don't send anyone in to disturb them, nothing will happen." "All right, please do it as soon as possible. I'll close this door during this period of time and not let anyone in." Miller relaxed a little when he heard that. Seeing that his employer had been intimidated by his truthful but incomplete words, Klein hurriedly put down the lantern and nudged his gold-rimmed glasses. "Next, I'll gather some information and figure out the layout of the underground building before exploring. This requires you to tell me which Viscount the original owner of this building is." Millet had bought this building precisely because it was a former noble's property, so he immediately replied, "That's right." He immediately replied, "Viscount Pound, what do you know about him and his family?" Klein asked in a professional manner. Miller pondered and said, "I don't know much. All I know is that they obtained the title of Viscount in the Battle of Violated Oaths. They once had an illustrious time, but for some reason, they suddenly declined decades ago. They continuously lost their heirs and could only find collateral relatives to retain the title of Viscount. And the new Viscount Pound is one of them. Haha. In short, he squandered most of his family's assets and was demoted to a baron by the king. He should still be in Bakeland, but he could go bankrupt at any time. Battle of Violated Oaths? The Battle of Violated Oaths that began in 738 of the 5th epoch? Klein, who had successfully graduated from the history department, reflexively recalled the corresponding knowledge. The war that happened more than 600 years ago was a war involving religion. The Potter kingdom in the south originally believed in Mother Earth and the god of knowledge and wisdom at the same time. But under the influence of certain factors, there was a serious opposition between the two churches, and the believers often clashed. Its two neighbors to the north, the kingdom of Ruan and the kingdom of Intis, seized this opportunity to start a war under the pretext of protecting freedom of faith. Later on, the Fasak Empire joined in an attempt to destroy the plans of Ruan and Intis, but they failed to reverse the situation and suffered defeat. The outcome of the war was that Lemberg, Mason, and Seeger, which were located at the borders of Lone and Fenapotter, as well as Intis and Fenapotter, became independent. They mainly believed in the god of knowledge and wisdom, leaving only the Church of Earth Mother in the Fenapotter kingdom. As both sides of the war accused each other of betraying the sacred oath at the end of the Fourth Epic, this conflict that lasted for 5 years was known as the Battle of Violated Oaths. After that, the northern continent had more than 300 years of peace. This didn't mean that there were no conflicts between countries, but there were no more large-scale wars. All of this lasted until Roselle invented the steam engine and improved sailboats and cannons. This is the content recorded in history textbooks. Now that I think about it, since it involves faith, there must be Beyonders from the church involved. There must have been an intense Beyonder war in secret. However, it was said that it was an era where Beyonders were rare, and there weren't many Beyonders. A battle in a small team? Could the sudden decline of the Pound family decades ago, with the successive loss of heirs, have something to do with the discovery of the ancient building underground? Klein asked thoughtfully. Then, do you know where Baronet Pound currently lives? Sorry, I'm not sure. Miller shook his head slightly. Klein asked a few more questions, but seeing that he couldn't get any more information, he bade farewell and returned to 15 Minsk Street. At that moment, it was almost 5:30. The sky was gloomy and dark, as though it was night. Thinking that the public libraries were probably closed, Klein temporarily put aside the matter of the underground building and prepared dinner for himself. He had originally wanted to learn how to make Fenapotter noodles from the recipe in the newspaper, but he ended up making noodles with meat, sauce, and vegetables. It was surprisingly delicious. After eating and drinking his fill, Klein casually tossed a coin to divine if he should call the police and receive an answer that he shouldn't. At night, Bakeland was as quiet as any other city, at least in Sherwood Borough. Klein was sleeping soundly, wandering in different dreams in a blur. Suddenly, he jolted awake and realized that he was dreaming. Someone has invaded my dream? Klein resisted the urge to frown and pretended to look around in a daze. He found himself in a scalding yellow desert. A roar suddenly came from the sky as a huge black monster died, with gold flew over. The monster had a thick, lizard-like body and a pair of wide leather wings on its back. It descended lower and lower, blotting out the sun in the sky. A dragon. A powerful dragon. Klein saw scales the size of a plate, a gigantic mouth that emitted pure light, and 2 dark, golden vertical pupils. Roar. The dragon spat out a beam of light that seemed to cover everything. Large swathes of the desert were obliterated. Amidst the light, a figure jumped into the air. He was 3 to 4 meters tall, but he didn't have the unique vertical eye of a giant. He had a handsome, young face, and he wore black full-body armor that looked like it had been splattered with blood. The gigantic knight brandished his broadsword from the bottom up, and countless bluish-white flames condensed into a spear that shot towards the dragon. It was as though he had an entire army of illusory Beyonders cooperating with him in battle. Amidst the meteor shower, the gigantic knight leaped onto the dragon's head and made a slashing motion. The afterimages he had left behind instantly overlapped, and the sword beams turned into intersecting lightning. Ha! The ground shook violently as the dragon fell to the ground, its blood dark gold. At this moment, the scene suddenly changed, revealing a bloody door. It was the blood-colored door that Klein had seen in the innermost part of the ancient building in the afternoon. With a creak, the bloody door opened a gap, allowing one to vaguely see a black high-back chair. Sitting on the high-back chair was a normal-sized man. His head was lowered, and he was silent and deathly still. As the camera zoomed in, Klein could clearly see the man's attire. He seemed to be the knight who had just killed the dragon. He was still wearing the blood-stained black armor. The only difference was that he was no longer 3 to 4 meters tall. At this moment, the man suddenly raised his head. His young and handsome face was covered in terrifying rotting scars that revealed his bones. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Klein jumped in fright and woke up from his dream. He opened his eyes and saw the crimson moonlight penetrating the curtains. Chapter 265. Under the dim crimson moonlight, Klein lifted the blanket and got up. For a seer, paying attention to dreams was the most basic quality, and the dream just now could not be explained as a simple nightmare. Wearing comfortable clothes, he came to the front of the full-length mirror and said in a low voice, he whispered, "I dreamed of the blood-stained door in that room." Miss Bodyguard's figure slowly outlined itself in the mirror as she replied without any expression, "The influence of the evil spirit's aura. It will gradually weaken until it disappears." "Is that so?" Klein nodded slightly and returned to the bed. He picked up the golden pocket watch and opened it. Seeing that it was still early, he laid down to sleep again. This time, the dream was fragmented and did not have the previous encounter. The next day, which was Sunday morning, Klein felt refreshed as he made himself a soft-boiled egg to go with the butter bread. In the kingdom of Rouen, or rather, in the countries of the northern continent, reading newspapers at breakfast was a must for gentlemen. Klein was no exception. He opened his subscriptions of the Tussock Times, Bakelin Post, and Bakelin Morning Post. The Unified Government Employee Examination Act has been officially passed by the House of Lords. The first round of examinations will be held in early December, and the second round of examinations will be held at the end of January next year. The final interviews will be held in 2 weeks. Within a week, the government will announce the positions and requirements involved in the examination and begin the registration process. The reporter speculates that most of them will be in Bakeland. Klein scanned the contents line by line, picked up his cup, and took a sip of side black tea. He couldn't help but associate it with Banson as he muttered to himself. The bill was passed at the end of September, the positions will be announced in early October, the registration will be completed in early November, and the examination will begin in early December. The schedule is very tight and unreasonable. It's enough to show the urgency of the king and the prime minister. But this is very beneficial to Banson. He's prepared more than 2 months ahead of others. Even if he can't compare to the elites who graduated from universities, he'll definitely be able to beat most others. And the positions that those elites want won't coincide with his. He should be fine. Klein wanted to tap his chest 4 times to draw a crimson moon and say, "May the goddess bless me." However, thinking that Miss Bodyguard was nearby, he resisted the urge. After all, he claimed to believe in the god of steam and machinery. After eating the last mouthful of bread, he continued to read the newspaper. Both the upper and lower houses have approved the establishment of the kingdom's National Atmosphere Pollution Commission, allowing the government to establish this body. The next month will be a crucial period for all parties to compete for the position of committee member. A separate alkali industry prosecutor has been approved, targeting acid and alkali production plants to minimize their level of pollution. There's no advertisement of the Ernst firm purchasing goods on the 5th page. There's no need to consider attending the Beyonder gathering tomorrow night. Tingen City, 2 Narcissa Street. Banson read the news in the newspaper over and over again, completely forgetting about the bread on his plate. The Unified Examination Bill has been passed. Wearing a long black dress, Melissa tilted her head to look at her brother, who was behaving strangely. A few days ago, the newspapers had been reporting that the bill would be passed this time. Banson finally put down the newspaper, wiped his black hair, and slowly exhaled. Yes. At this moment, the two of them suddenly fell into silence. The room was silent. There wasn't even the sound of knives and forks colliding with plates. The indescribable atmosphere was broken by the maid, Bella, who came out of the kitchen. Banson smiled and said, "This is something predictable. This is something that can be predicted. Actually, the most important thing is the previous piece of news." Oh. Melissa's expression was abnormally calm. Banson took a bite of the bread and smiled. News that Bakeland Institute of Technology has been reorganized into a university. It will officially recruit students next year. There will be no tests on grammar or classical literature. Instead, it will focus on technical content. It's very suitable for graduates and current students from various technical schools. Melissa, I think you can give it a try. But, Melissa subconsciously retorted. Benson interrupted her with a smile. Its tuition fees will be half that at universities like Tingen, Perth, Coe, and Backland. It's equivalent to mid-Seashire's Constant University of Technology, and there will be more scholarship opportunities. Melissa, don't you like machinery, steam, and such content? This is the best opportunity for you to come into contact with more advanced and in-depth knowledge. How about giving a try? Don't worry about wasting money. Teach that money might allow us to maintain our current lives without working, but we're still young. We can't define our lives like that. Look, compared to a few months ago, my grammar has improved a lot. A change of environment might be better. I know you can't bear to leave Tingen and this place. Yes, we will eventually return, but not when we're young. Melissa tilted her head to look at the various components on the coffee table as her lips quivered. Her lips quivered a few times as she said, "What about Bella?" After Klein passed away, she originally didn't want to hire a maidservant, but when she thought of Bella's tragic life after losing her job, she gave up on the idea. After all, an additional 5 soli a week was nothing to the Moretti family, whose annual income was at least £300. With regards to this, Banson shook his head and smiled. There's still a few months to go. We can let Bella find a new job ahead of time. Before that, we will continue to pay her and give her a bedroom. Besides, her culinary skills are much better than before. She can totally apply for a job as a home cook. Unfortunately, of course, all of this is on the premise that you can pass the entrance examination of Bakeland University of Technology. He wanted to say that it was a pity that Bella didn't have a long time to learn culinary skills, but when he saw Melissa's gloomy expression, he forcefully changed the topic. Without waiting for Melissa to say anything, Banson smiled and touched his hair. I plan on resigning tomorrow to focus on preparing for the exam. It said that most of the positions are in Bakeland. That's my goal. I hope we can go there together. After a moment of silence, Melissa finally nodded slowly. At the same time, she put down her cutlery and wiped her mouth with a napkin. I'm going to the bathroom. All right. Banson watched as his sister got up and left the dining table. The smile that had been plastered on his face quickly vanished. He took out the silver, vine-patterned pocket watch, looked at it carefully, and sighed very softly. Throughout the entire Sunday, Klein busied himself in the few public libraries in Sherwood Borough, hoping to find information related to Viscount Pound. However, the Viscount's family didn't have any individual biographies, nor did it pique the interest of any historian. Everything about them was scattered in different corners of various historical materials. Without the search function, Klein, who didn't have the search function, felt his head throbbing in pain as he faced the sea of books and theses. He spent 6 hours flipping through a lot of information, but he still didn't obtain any useful information. I have to find someone who has extensive research on the history of nobles for help, or bribe someone from the police department to get Baronet Pound's current address. He's a noble, so the police department definitely has the corresponding records. There aren't many nobles. Klein returned home, stood in front of the mirror, and spoke to the air. The surface of the mirror quickly outlined Miss Bodyguard's Gothic regal dress and the black bonnet on her head. She nodded indiscernibly, as though agreeing with Klein's idea. Then, her ethereal voice was heard. The employment is over. I know it's been 3 days. Klein thought for a moment. If I can obtain any clues regarding the Pound family, would you be willing to know? Miss Bodyguard didn't answer, but she nodded gently. Pass it on through Merrick? Klein asked. After nodding again, Miss Bodyguard bent down, lifted her skirt, and bowed. Her figure quickly disappeared, and everything reflected in the mirror was no longer special. Klein looked around, but he didn't relax. He prepared dinner step by step and filled his stomach. When it was late at night, he returned to his bedroom and drew the curtains. Only then did he take out the iron cigar case and reach out to touch the all-black I left behind by Rosago. Illusory roars immediately swept through his mind, as though they were tearing apart his mind and destroying his thoughts. Klein struggled to resist the pain that made his head feel like it was about to explode. Once again, he saw the thin black lines spreading out from different parts of his body. They were densely packed, illusory, and terrifying as they extended into the infinite distance. Klein looked around and didn't find any other black lines. He finally confirmed that Miss Bodyguard had left. He hurriedly let go and escaped from the negative influence. After dozens of seconds, he completely returned to normal. Phew, I can finally go above the gray fog to verify the inspiration I had previously. Klein silently muttered to himself as he quickly set up a ritual to summon himself and respond to himself. Then, in his spirit body state, he carried Aztec's copper whistle, picked up the iron cigar case, and returned above the gray fog. Klein sat at the end of the long, ancient table and used his fingers to create a spiritual flame, burning the blood-stained documents and other items that he no longer needed in the corner. After doing all of this, he opened the iron cigar case and, unsurprisingly, found that the all-black I had become silent and no longer revealed its madness. However, the influence and corruption were still present inside, just that it was no longer active, as though it was hibernating. Indeed, there's no way to separate it directly, Klein whispered. Then, a man wearing a hooded robe appeared on the chair opposite the long, ancient table. Just like his previous attempt at creating an avatar, the man was dull and stiff. It was obvious that he wasn't a real person and couldn't deceive the members of the tarot. However, Klein already had an idea. He reached out to hold the all-black eye, and his ears fell silent. There were no longer any terrifying roars. With the Beyonder characteristics gathered, he saw that the dummy opposite him also had thin black threads floating outwards. Right on the heels of that, Klein carefully let his spirituality spread out through the all-black eye and touched a few of the illusory threads. Suddenly, he felt like he was holding something. That's because, with a thought, the dummy immediately raised its hand. It really works. I can use the powers of a marionettist to create a fake tarot member. However, it's very draining. I'm unable to maintain a second one. The symbol on the back of the chair won't change accordingly, but it's not like Miss Justice and the rest can't see it. Klein began practicing repeatedly in delight. He even grasped the technique of controlling the dummy's throat and mouth to make it speak. When his spirituality was almost drained, he smiled at the dummy opposite him. "Welcome, new member. Which tarot card would you like to draw?" With that said, he closed his mouth. The dummy opposite him raised its hand to stroke its chin and laughed hoarsely. "World. I choose the card world." Chapter 266. If the Fool was the beginning of tarot cards, then the world was the end. It represented perfection and sublimation. Klein named his Smuff World because he hoped that it would have a beautiful meaning from beginning to end. In the future, many things that I can't say or make requests can be done by the world. This will greatly reduce the possibility of the Fool's image collapsing. A life with an avatar? No, and Smuff is a complete life. Klein praised in his heart in a good mood and waved his hand to make the world disappear. Following that, he spread his spirituality and enveloped himself before falling into the gray fog and returning to the real world. He had left Rosago's all-black eye above the gray fog. After all, he usually couldn't use this item, and he was constantly worried that it would be discovered or lost. After packing up the materials for the summoning ritual, Klein looked up at the curtains that revealed the crimson moonlight. He was filled with anticipation for tomorrow's gathering. In terms of understanding of nobles, he believed that Miss Justice would definitely surpass 99% of the people of Rouen. And with his Smuff account, the world, he could directly ask him about the Pound family. He didn't need to worry about affecting the Fool's image. Of course, this had to be done tactfully. After all, Detective Sherlock Moriarty was also searching for information on the Pound family, and only with enough information could he make a divination above the gray fog. Phew! Klein thought seriously for a while before relaxing and falling asleep. After going above the gray fog, the remnant influence of the evil spirit aura seemed to have completely disappeared. Klein slept until dawn, but he didn't see the sun because there was a thin fog outside. He followed his plan and continued to visit the other public libraries in Bakeland, but he didn't ask the librarians or mention the Pound family. He only flipped through the information that involved the nobles. At 20 minutes past 2 in the afternoon, Klein entered the mysterious space above the gray fog ahead of time. In the magnificent and ancient palace, he sat at the fool's seat and once again faced the fake world at the long, mottled bronze table to familiarize himself with the controls. After a few minutes, Klein took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. He sent a message to the Crimson Star, representing Sun, to prepare for the gathering. While waiting, he played with the all-black eye and equipped it with a silver chain. Then, he wrapped it around his right wrist and covered it with his sleeve. At 3 in the afternoon, beams of light soared into the palace that looked like a giant's residence. Justice, the Hanging Man, and Sun each projected blurry figures that were dyed red. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool, good afternoon." Audrey was about to greet every member of the tarot when her gaze suddenly landed on the figure sitting at the end. It was a stranger in a hooded black robe. He was equally illusory and hazy. "This is—" Audrey looked at Mr. Fool in puzzlement and delight. "Has the tarot expanded again? Is it Furs or Zio? No, the height doesn't match, or someone else." As Audrey was lost in her thoughts, Klein leaned back leisurely. "This is a new member, Mr. World." At the same time, through the gray fog's augmentation of his spirit vision, he discovered that the surface color of Sun's astral projection had become pure, but it hadn't reached the level of a sequence 8. His preliminary judgment was that he had completely digested the Bard potion. "Hello." Audrey politely greeted him and curiously examined the new member. She quickly read the corresponding information from the details revealed in the hazy gray fog. Mr. World is a person with restrained emotions. He rarely moves his body and always keeps a straight face. I wonder where he comes from. Rouen Intis? Or a mysterious place like the City of Silver? Audrey nodded in thought. After the numerous gatherings, she had determined one thing from the fact that Sun's mouth couldn't match his words. It was very likely that he wasn't speaking in Rouen. What they were hearing was likely Mr. Fool's translation. After the Hanging Man Alger and Sun respectively summoned the world, and the new member responded rather coldly, Klein looked at Justice and said, "The 2 candidates you proposed are still being examined. I'll give you a simple mission. Entrust it to them in your name. This is part of the examination. It should be that strict." Not only did Audrey not feel disappointed, she even felt that it was only natural. The members of the tarot had to be strictly selected. Not just anyone could become one. The members of the tarot club had to go through strict selection. Not just anyone could become one. She thought proudly before adding somewhat guiltily, "And for me to be roped in by Mr. Fool from the very beginning, it means that I'm lucky enough. Luck is also one of my traits." Klein reached out his right hand and pressed it on the table, conjuring a drawing that depicted Lenevis's appearance and attire. "Find out about the person in the drawing. He's in Bakeland." Klein made the portrait flash in front of Miss Justice. "Find out about the person in the drawing. He's in Bakeland." Klein made the portrait flash in front of Miss Justice. Audrey focused her gaze and saw a young man with black hair neatly combed back, revealing a full forehead and round-rimmed glasses. It was a colorful oil painting. The pair of brown eyes that were filled with mockery stood out abnormally, and below it was a label with information such as former name Lenevis. A simple mission. This means that the target isn't strong. However, for Mr. Fool to know of his existence, he must have something special about him. Although it's a simple mission, there might be a deeper goal of Mr. Fool hiding behind it. An important figure of his stature likely wouldn't just be an examination. Audrey's thoughts ran wild for a moment. After a few seconds, she said, "That's right." After a few seconds, she said, "I'll entrust it to them." Those 2 ladies seem to have a lot of connections in Bakeland. This will be of great help in finding Lenevis. After confirming that he had decided on his revenge, Klein fell silent and deliberately let his smuff perform. The world surveyed the area and said with a hoarse voice, "That's right. Mr. Fool told me that I can assign missions and gather ingredients here. Right?" "Yes." Audrey nodded elegantly and said, "But you have to wait patiently. What follows next belongs to Mr. Fool's reading time." I completed the mission of assassinating Ambassador of Intis, Bakerland. I didn't even mention at first to take up this period of time. She thought to herself as she raised her chin slightly, "Miss Justice, you sure have the spirit of a master. I'll have to pay a certain amount of knowledge later to truly conclude the mission of assassinating Bakerland." Klein retracted his gaze in amusement and looked at the hanging man. The hanging man, Alger Wilson, didn't speak blindly because there was a new member. He maintained his silence and observed in secret. At this moment, seeing Mr. Fool look over, he hurriedly bowed humbly and said, "It's still 6 pages this time. This time it's still 6 pages. I'll give you the last page next time." "Sure." Klein nodded slightly. The hanging man hurriedly reined in his psyche, recalled the contents, and expressed a strong will. He quickly finished writing the 6 pages and saw them suddenly disappear, appearing in Klein's hands. Klein looked down and scanned the contents of the first page. "On the 9th of February, I had my 3rd child. I named him Benova. My eldest daughter, Bernadette, was lucky. Her mother and I were only low-sequence Beyonders back then. She was free to choose the path she wanted to take. My eldest son, Charles, was the most unfortunate. He only inherited a few Beyonder characteristics, but he had no choice but to repeat my path. Perhaps he could make some changes at Sequence 4, but it's never that easy to achieve a high-sequence Beyonder. My second son, Bornova, was somewhere between Bernadette and Charles. I gave him the characteristics of Sequence 5 Beyonder. This reduced the burden on me, allowing me to digest the potion faster and accelerate my advancement. And the moment he was born, he was already an astromancer who could display all kinds of special abilities. Zeradol secretly congratulated me, praising Bornova as an adorable angel. I asked this fortune teller what achievements Bornova would have in the future, but he only smiled and didn't answer me. I asked him about Charles's future, and he finally spoke. He told me that death was an inevitable outcome, but it might be a good thing. Seriously, the words of a seer are always so vague. It really makes one want to pry open his mouth. Finally, I asked about Bernadette's future, and he suddenly became very serious. He said that she would hate me, loathe me, and abandon me. She would become an important figure in the mysterious world. Sometimes, you really shouldn't ask about the results of a divination. I find it hard to believe that my adorable, kind, loving brother, adoring father, and loving mother would hate me, loathe me, and abandon me. What was the reason for this? Did I do something overboard? Perhaps she had a crush that I wasn't satisfied with, and I killed that punk? No, Zeradol isn't a prophet. The results of a divination might be wrong. Forget this matter, Roselle. I seem to smell a melodramatic family drama. Klein couldn't help but lampoon after reading the first page of the diary. At the same time, Zeradol's description of Bernadette's future naturally surfaced in his mind. An important figure in the mysterious world. Was this referring to the world of extraordinaires? What level can one be considered an important figure? Klein flipped the diary page and thought. May 22nd. The Sauron family's Florent actually wants me to be his subordinate. Do I look like someone who would be a lackey? His attitude is completely unacceptable. I swear that I will definitely make him pay for today's arrogance in the future. However, some of the things he mentioned are very interesting and worth pondering. Chapter 267. Florent said that the Sauron family has a history of more than 2,000 years, longer than the Church of the God of Craftsmanship. They have witnessed all the cooperation and strife, light and darkness in the fourth epoch, and they have survived to this day. Other than the Augustus family of Rouen, the Einhorn family of Faysac, and the Castilla family of Fainapotter, the other powerful families that were on par with them, such as the Antigonus family and the Zeradol family, have either become the dust of history or have become rats in the sewers, hiding and unable to see the light of day. He said that letting me be his subordinate, the subordinate of the ancient and glorious Sauron family, was a gift to me. Back then, I wanted to F***K all his ancestors. However, the fact that the Sauron family has a history of more than 2,000 years is very surprising. The fourth epoch is also known as the Epoch of the Gods. Be it the current orthodox seven deities or death, the primordial demoness, the dark side of the universe, or the true creator, they are still active in the real world. It's said that they often perform miracles. For the Sauron family to survive to this day and hold such a high position, it's definitely not an easy task. Their long history has given them more than just arrogance. They must be hiding many secrets, and perhaps they even have extremely terrifying sealed artifacts. This is truly a behemoth that stands above the land, one that no one dares to look straight at. Upon seeing this, Klein had many thoughts. Roselle was able to overthrow the Sauron family's rule and become their consul and protector. He must have experienced a tragic, terrifying, and soul-stirring battle. Even if the Sauron family doesn't have a Grade 0 sealed artifact, they definitely don't lack Grade 1 sealed artifacts. Furthermore, there might be high-sequence Beyonders. Even if the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery fully supports Roselle, it might not end well. Could it be that the Sauron family was already in decline and weak before this? The Intis turmoil is an external manifestation of this state. What did they experience during that period of time? Did they lose their sealed artifacts? Did a high-sequence Beyonder die? Thus, it attracted the attention of many ambitious people. From this diary, the Augustus family of Rouen is no stranger to Antigonus and Zeradol. They likely have the corresponding records. The Sun once mentioned that the City of Silver has lasted for more than 2,500 years in the Dark Ages. According to my preliminary judgment, this is the number of years since the Cataclysm. The Sauron family claimed to have a history of more than 2,000 years, nearly 200 years ago. I wonder if they have managed to survive until before the Cataclysm. I'll find an opportunity to deliberately mention the Sauron family and see the Sun's reaction. If the Sun is still dumbfounded, it will indirectly mean that the Sauron family rose to power after the Cataclysm. Perhaps they had benefited greatly from the Cataclysm, allowing them to become nobles of the fourth epoch and royalty of the fifth epoch. Even if Sun doesn't know, it's South Sauron. Klein flipped to the third page and discovered that the content recorded on it was written in the early days of Roselle's tenure as consul of the Republic of Intis. From the diary entries on this page, it could be seen that Roselle's formulation and promulgation of a new civil code, encouraging inventions, protecting trade, and incubating the Industrial Revolution wasn't just to satisfy his vile interest in acting as Napoleon and his ambition to change the world. He was using this method to reconcile with the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. The Eternal Blazing Sun was also the god of contracts, the guardian of commerce. A more complete civil code that was more in line with the times and more prosperous trade was in line with the needs of his church. From this diary entry, the relationship between Roselle and the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun was gradually thawing and beginning to improve. More than 10 years later, he brazenly declared himself emperor and called himself Caesar. It was likely because he had the endorsement of both churches. Otherwise, it would be too risky. Then, why was he assassinated? Klein cast his gaze at the fourth page in puzzlement. August 11th. That idiot, Florent, is showing off again. He said that he's the most promising person in this generation of the Sauron family to become a high-sequence Beyonder because he's very similar to his great-great-grandfather. Is there a definite connection? I look up and down, left and right, but I can't tell what talent this guy has. Besides, is talent very important in the field of Beyonders? Well, being good at understanding the essence of acting is considered a core talent, but it's not necessary. As long as one knows the acting method and isn't stupid enough to misunderstand it or do things that easily cause one to lose control, there's a chance of completely digesting the potion. It's just a matter of spending a little more time. It's not impossible to become a high-sequence Beyonder in one's lifetime. The main obstacle to becoming a high-sequence Beyonder is the difficulty of obtaining Beyonder ingredients and the trouble of corresponding rituals. Of course, I have to admit that those born as Beyonders have more time to prepare. Florent's great-great-grandfather is a high-sequence beyonder? Just because he looks like him means that he has talent? I can tell that Roselle was still very inexperienced when he wrote this diary entry. He didn't understand the two laws of beyonder characteristic indestructibility and conservation. Klein nodded indiscernibly. With his current knowledge, he could roughly understand the hidden meaning behind Florence Sauron's words. The beyonder characteristics left behind by a high-sequence beyonder had their own mental imprint. This was also one of the reasons why potions concocted with such ingredients could easily cause people to lose control. And people who resembled the original owner could avoid this negative influence to the greatest extent. Their chances of advancing successfully were much higher than the average person, so they were said to have talent. The holy artifact's acknowledgement of its owner was likely a similar situation. This is similar to the acting method, but it can't be popularized. When the advancement is successful, one still has to act according to the potion's name and completely digest the characteristics. Klein glanced thoughtfully at the two diary entries at the back of this page. He discovered that Roselle the Great was very fond of the liberal customs of Intis, but he was also worried that his future wife would be equally liberal. With a slight rustle, Klein placed the fifth page at the top. April 20th. I once again participated in that ancient organization's secret gathering. Those members still left me shocked. It was hard to believe that they were all members of this organization. This time, I learned of part of the philosophy of this ancient organization. They believe that humans are always losing themselves bit by bit until they fall asleep. Therefore, they have to work hard to observe themselves and remember themselves. They rely on this and all kinds of knowledge to obtain purification, so as to deal with the final apocalypse. They protect and pass down secrets that have been passed down for thousands of years. They believe that dusk is inevitable and that the apocalypse is unavoidable. They believe in the original creator and believe that he isn't truly dead. When dusk comes, when everything ends, he will awaken from his slumber and return everything to himself. He will then create a new world, a new history. All the actions of this organization are based on this philosophy. It can be seen that they are very hostile towards the true creator. They aren't stingy with using all kinds of depraved and evil words to describe him. They control the second blasphemy slate and the 22 paths of the divine, but they stipulate that members can only choose a few of them, with the exception of those who were already beyonders when they joined. Are there any secrets to these few pathways? I'll record them down first and analyze them later. These pathways are Bard, Sailor, Reader, and Spectator. Haha, I'll have to change my habit of calling sequence pathways in the future. This way of calling them seems very lowly in that ancient organization. This is very close to what I've analyzed from the hostile relationship in Mr. A's request. The Bard, Sailor, Reader, and Secret suppliant pathways can be interchanged at Sequence 4. Manipulator is a high-sequence beyonder of the Spectator pathway. Why do so many secret organizations claim that the apocalypse is inevitable, such as the Demonist sect or this ancient organization? And they don't rely on this to preach. Is it a need for brainwashing, or will there really be a so-called dusk? Klein made many connections, but due to the lack of information, he was unable to obtain a definite answer. At the same time, he couldn't help but criticize. Roselle, can't you just write down the name of that organization? Restraining his facial expressions and body movements, Klein flipped over the piece of paper with relatively little content and looked at the last page. January 1st. This is the beginning of a new year. I just happened to complete the creation of my first card of blasphemy. I will hide the ultimate secrets of the 22 pathways of the divine in these different cards of blasphemy and scatter them in various places. If things fail, these will be my children's greatest reliance. Haha, I will destroy all the order you want and spread the mysteries of God. These cards of blasphemy will have anti-divination and anti-prophecy characteristics. Apart from the portion left for my children, they will be obtained by those who are fated. I've always been a person who takes vengeance for vengeance. After I die, who cares if there's a flood? Well, I didn't create this saying. In short, the more chaotic the situation in the mysterious world, the better. I have to consider how to name this set of cards of blasphemy. There are 22 pathways of the divine, and the main cards of the tarot cards also have 22 cards. They correspond perfectly. However, some of the names don't meet the requirements. I have to make some changes to match the original potion names. That ancient organization is my last and biggest support. I don't know if they will support me, and in what way. I still remember the shock I felt when I first saw the blasphemy slate. So the Beyonder pathways are really the pathways of the divine. So the blasphemy slate is really blaspheming the deities. Above every pathway's sequence 1, there's a sequence 0. There's also the corresponding potion formula and ritual. Every pathway can only have one sequence 0, and sequence 0 is the sequence of a true god. For example, sequence 0, Sun, chapter 268. Sequence 0? There's a sequence 0 above sequence 1. Sequence 0 is equivalent to a true god. Each pathway can only have one sequence 0. Is this the true meaning of the pathway of the divine? As long as one consumes the corresponding potion, holds a ritual, and grasps the acting method to digest the Beyonder characteristic, an ordinary person can also become a god step by step. This is really blasphemy. Could it be that in the end, the main ingredients of the potion will be the godhood, divine blood, and body of the eternal blazing sun? The diary entry on the last page contained too much information. It shocked Klein so much that he almost couldn't think straight. He nearly made additional body movements. 22 pathways of the divine correspond to 22 sequence zeros. Sequence 0, Sun, sounds very powerful. Perhaps there's another sequence 0, Death? I wonder what the corresponding sequence 0 names of the goddess and the Lord of Storms are. According to Roselle the Great's description, some of them are the same as the main cards of tarot cards, but some are different. The cards of blasphemy he created are based on the name of the potion. This can no longer be called a potion, right? The Emperor regrets not choosing the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathways because their corresponding sequence zeros haven't been produced. Then why did the symbolic deity, the hidden sage, suddenly personify? What's Roselle plotting at the end? It gives me the feeling that I'm the enemy of the entire world, as though I can only rely on that mysterious and ancient organization. Primordial Demonis is the sequence 0 title of the Demonis pathway. Klein gradually regained his train of thought and restrained the raging winds and waves in his heart. He knew that he couldn't immerse himself in this matter. He had to return to normal as soon as possible. Otherwise, Justice and the Hanging Man and the other members would discover a problem and find it odd. Mr. Fool has been looking at that diary page for too long. I really want to obtain a card of blasphemy created by Roselle the Great. I want to see what else is in it other than the potion formula for becoming a god and the corresponding ritual. Klein suppressed his shock and puzzlement and made Roselle's diary disappear from his palm. He wrapped the edge of the long bronze table and looked to the side. Miss Justice, you did well. You finished off Bakerland in less than a week. According to the agreement, what kind of payment do you want? Bakerland is dead? So fast. The Hanging Man Alger had been away from the island for the past few days and hadn't received the corresponding information. He was momentarily surprised, which made Audrey, who was secretly observing, feel relieved. Even if Alger was in the capital of the Rorstad archipelago, the city of generosity, Biome, he might not be able to learn of it in time. This was because the information that could be transmitted by cable telegrams was limited. If it wasn't particularly urgent or important, it would always be delayed by a few days. Sometimes, the colonists of the Rorstad archipelago would even take a month or two to learn of the latest situation in the northern continent. Reining in his thoughts, the Hanging Man looked at Mr. Fool in the thick gray fog and said respectfully, with a hint of humility, "I'm very sorry. I just contacted some people and couldn't help. This is a request, not a favor. Don't mind it." Klein chuckled and cast his gaze at Miss Justice again, waiting for her to name the payment she wanted. May the goddess bless me. Miss Justice's request won't be too difficult. It's best if it can be repaid with knowledge. I learned a lot of impressive things from Roselle's diary. Klein silently prayed to the goddess. Of course, he knew very well that with the gray fog's isolation, the Evernight goddess definitely wouldn't be able to hear his prayers. Audrey rolled her eyes and deliberated for a few seconds. One must be honest and not greedy. Audrey, you must stick to your principles. She smiled faintly. No, it should be that I still owe you. No, I owe your adorer a reward. Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings's bounty is a total of 30,000 pounds. I should give your adorer 15,000 pounds. Of that, the assassination of Bakerland cost 10,000 pounds, so I still need to pay an additional 5,000 pounds. However, due to the matter with Bakerland, my financial situation hasn't been too good recently. This reward will need to wait for a few months. Mr. Fool, is that all right? After saying that, Audrey secretly exhaled, feeling that the small stone weighing down on her heart had finally been lifted. Although it's not appropriate to discuss money and calculate rewards in front of Mr. Fool, I can't hide the harvest of his adorer. Audrey sighed silently. As for the large plantation worth more than 8,000 pounds, it was a personal gift from the Duke of Negan in gratitude for her warning. It wasn't considered a bounty. 5,000 pounds? I can still get 5,000 pounds? Zillings's total bounty is 30,000 pounds. Klein was taken aback when he heard that. Immediately after, he fell into an intense mental struggle. Logically speaking, I should give the reward to Mr. Aztec, but I won't be able to contact him for a long period of time. It's a waste to just leave the money there. I might as well use this money to improve myself as much as possible. When the time comes, I'll provide help to offset it. Klein made a decision 3 seconds later. He nodded at Miss Justice and said, sure. Upon hearing Mr. Fool's answer, Audrey's elegant sitting posture didn't change, but her heart completely relaxed. At this moment, Klein, who was leaning back in his chair, didn't say anything else. He secretly controlled his smuff with a condescending attitude. The world coughed lightly. Can I speak now? Audrey looked at Mr. Fool. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she nodded slightly. Sure. At the same time, she read the information again and made a judgment on the new member, Mr. World. When I mentioned that the assassination of Ambassador Bakerland stemmed from the commission I accepted, he didn't show any surprise. He either doesn't know the importance of this matter or doesn't understand the weight of an ambassador, or he's very composed and good at hiding his emotions and body movements. The shape of his mouth doesn't match the words he says. It should have been translated by Mr. Fool. This makes it impossible for me to obtain information about his original speech habits, and it's difficult for me to know what language he uses daily. Thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind, accompanied by Mr. World's hoarse voice. I wish to obtain the true root of the mistrant, at least 60 milliliters of the corresponding juice, as well as the marrow crystals of the spring of the elves, and all the spinal fluid of a dark-patterned Black Panther. Who can provide it or have the corresponding clues? What do you want me to exchange for it? Klein added the Beyonder ingredients needed by the apothecary to his commission, so as to prevent the members of Tarot from guessing the main formula. Before Justice and the Hanging Man could react, the Silent Sun said, I know where the mistrant is, and I can help you obtain the ingredients. I know where the bewildering mistants are, and I can help you obtain the materials. However, I have to wait until I complete my advancement and have enough strength to join the corresponding patrol team. He had been accumulating merit points and rewards recently, working hard to exchange for the main ingredients of a light supplement from the City of Silver's officials and the private market. At present, he was still lacking quite a bit. As expected of the City of Silver, with many monsters and a treacherous environment, Klein praised inwardly and made World ask, Then what do you wish to obtain? Sun answered without hesitation, A weapon that suits me and can enhance my combat abilities. He didn't mention the corresponding ingredients for a light supplement because the City of Silver had them, and he could obtain them through his own efforts. Upon hearing such a request, Klein instantly thought of the runic steel sword that had appeared at the Beyonder gathering organized by Eye of Wisdom. It was sharp enough and had the effects of exorcism and purification. It could be used for 3 years, and it was worth 500 pounds. It perfectly matched Sun's description. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's already been bought. Klein stared at the members in silence, while World nodded. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's already been bought by someone. Klein silently looked at the members as the World nodded and said, yes. I will find a weapon that meets your requirements as soon as possible. This transaction will be witnessed by Mr. Fool. At this moment, Justice Audrey looked at Sun and reminded him. Apart from the Miss Trent sap, the ingredients that Mr. World requested are all Beyonders corresponding to Sequence 7. They are worth between 500 to 700 pounds. At this moment, she felt that Sun was naive and was worried that he would be fooled by the unfathomable Mr. World with a weapon that wasn't worth much. Although Mr. Fool is fair and advocates equivalent exchange, it's not his place to stop both parties if they agree. After all, some items aren't worth much, but there are people who are in urgent need of them. It's normal to pay a premium. Audrey thought to herself, although Mr. Fool is fair and advocates equivalent exchange, it's not his place to stop both parties if they agree. After all, some items aren't worth much, but there are people who are in urgent need of them. It's normal to pay a premium. Audrey thought to herself. The formula for Sequence 7 is about 800 pounds, the hanging man Alger added. He had an instinctive aversion towards new members. Klein struggled to translate because he didn't know what the currency unit of pounds corresponded to in the City of Silver. He could only use a Sequence 9 potion formula as an analogy. Got it. Sun nodded slightly before adding softly. Thank you. The World maintained his gloomy style and didn't comment on what had just happened. He turned to look at Justice and the hanging man, waiting for their answer. Audrey pondered for a few seconds. The psychiatrist's potion formula and the corresponding Beyonder ingredients. This is Sequence 7 of the Spectator Pathway. You can search for information first. You don't have to rush to buy them. Wait until I have clues about the Dark Pattern Black Panther and the Elven Spring Marrow Crystal. If you're willing to exchange them for gold pounds, you can buy them anytime. Although I don't have any money recently, if I really need it, I can still raise quite a bit. Audrey comforted herself in her heart. The hanging man, Alger pondered. The potion formula for Sequence 6 Wind Blessed of the Sailor Pathway. It's more expensive than all the Beyonder ingredients you need combined. If you can find it, you can think about what the extra compensation will be. I can't guarantee that I'll definitely be able to help you gather those materials. Even if it's just one of them, you don't need to spend anything on it in advance. Mr. the Hanging Man should have a close relationship with the Church of the Lord of Storms. He should be able to obtain the formula of Wind Blessed through normal means, right? Is he trying to hide the fact that he's about to digest the Seafarer potion? Klein was taken aback. Chapter 269. The World surveyed the area and said, I hope to get the information of all the fallen nobles in the Kingdom of Rouen, including their current addresses. The more detailed, the better. He didn't directly mention Baronet Pound because Detective Sherlock Moriarty was taking over an underground building investigation involving the Pound family. Klein didn't wish for justice to figure out the World's identity through this. Not a single detail could be overlooked. He repeated it to himself. Audrey was taken aback when she heard that. She scrutinized the member at the end of the long bronze table again and probed. What do you want? The World laughed hoarsely and said, You don't have to worry. I'm only searching for something. I won't cause them any harm. I can swear that Mr. Fool will bear witness to this. Mr. World is really good at controlling his body language. Is his profession the nemesis of spectator and telepathist? Audrey nodded thoughtfully. I know some information about the declining nobles, but it's not detailed, specific, or comprehensive enough. I need some time to perfect it. About 3 or 4 days. Is that okay? As a noble, it was a compulsory course to understand people of the same level. When she attended various balls, banquets, and salons, Audrey could always hear interesting stories. However, they were all fragmented and difficult to form a whole. After all, she was not an expert in this field. She still needed to read books, inquire, and search for information to fill in the details and not miss any declining noble. No problem, the World said with a deep laugh. Then, what do you wish for in return? I can immediately pay you some of the secret history of the fourth epoch, knowledge regarding certain Beyonder pathways, and a few formulas. But frankly speaking, I don't think the matters of those fallen nobles can be compared to the sequence 8 or 7 potion formulas. If you raise any other requests, I'll try to fulfill them. It's not equivalent to the potion formulas of sequence 8 and sequence 7. In other words, I can't make the corresponding request for a psychiatrist. Audrey began to think seriously. During this process, she secretly glanced at Mr. Fool, who was seated at the end of the long, ancient table, hoping to get a hint. In the end, she discovered that Mr. Fool was shrouded in gray fog and didn't react at all, as though he was a deity watching the land. All right, Audrey finally made a decision and smiled faintly. I want to hear about certain beyonder pathways, but the premise is that I don't know about them. Honorable Mr. Fool, can you be the judge? Sure, Klein replied calmly. Then let's talk in private. Audrey looked at the world. At that moment, Klein tapped the table lightly, cutting off the vision and hearing of the sun and the hanging man. He purposely nodded at the smuff, indicating that they were now in a private conversation. The world looked at Miss Justice and said in his usual hoarse voice, "What do you know about the Demonist sect?" Audrey recalled the information she had spent £1,000 to buy from the hangman Alger. She gave a short and cautious reply. She replied warily, "I know what they believe in, which era they originated from, what beyonder pathways they control, as well as the inclinations of the upper echelons." The world laughed hoarsely and said, "I understand. I understand now. You don't know much. The Demonist sect controls the assassin pathway, and sequence 8 is instigator." "I know that," Audrey said, half reminding and half anticipating. The world raised his hand and stroked his chin. "Then, do you know what the corresponding sequence 7 is?" Audrey shook her head slightly and said, "I'll be happy to listen to you." Sequence 7 of the assassin pathway is called Witch, the world said succinctly. Witch? Audrey jumped in fright when she heard the word, and she naturally made the corresponding connection in her mind. If a man were to consume this potion, how would he act? Wear a beautiful dress, apply exquisite makeup, and imitate a lady's every move? She muttered inwardly, feeling a little disgusted yet amused. No, Miss Justice, when a man consumes this potion, he can no longer be called a man. He has already become a true lady. Klein resisted the urge to click his tongue as he controlled the world to answer. "Goddess, the witch potion can change a person's gender." Audrey blurted out, This is really unimaginable." Mr. Fool didn't deny it, which means that it's true. This is a miracle. This is the mysterious and extraordinary world, the world filled with all sorts of incredible things. This is the world I yearn for. Why am I a little excited? After calming down a little, Audrey quickly and guiltily glanced at Mr. Fool, feeling a little remorseful for chanting the Evernight goddess's name in front of him. The world said in a hoarse voice, "Yes, but it can only turn men into women. Women will correspondingly increase their charm. Whether it's their appearance or the condition of their skin, they will become significantly better. This is why the higher-ups of the witch sect are all women." "What's its weakness?" Audrey was suddenly tempted. The world replied unhurriedly, "That's right. The requirement for acting is to become the evil that brings disaster, disease, and pain." Audrey let out a small sigh, feeling a little disappointed. Her thoughts turned quickly, and she immediately had a new doubt. If, and I'm saying if, an animal consumes the witch potion and doesn't die or lose control, does the increase in charm refer to becoming a human, or to increasing the attractiveness of its own species? For example, a female cat that all male cats and cat lovers crazily adore? The world was momentarily at a loss for an answer. After a few seconds, he said, "I've never studied such matters." Without waiting for Audrey to ask again, he added, "Witch's corresponding sequence 6 is pleasure, also known as a demoness of pleasure." Witch's corresponding sequence 6 is pleasure, also known as a demoness of pleasure. The requirement of acting is to bring pleasure to men and women, mainly in that aspect, so as to control or influence them. The demoness of this sequence is very good at using strange spider silk. Audrey gaped her beautiful mouth before silently closing it tightly. She deeply regretted her yearning. With this knowledge, you will be able to effectively distinguish between demonesses in the future. Haha, are you satisfied with this reward? The world asked. Audrey nodded slightly and said, "This is very helpful to me. This will be very helpful to me. We have a deal. I'll help you gather information on the declining nobles as soon as possible. I'll give it to you at the next gathering." The world pondered for a moment. "Can you hurry up? Then I'll offer it to Mr. Fool after I'm done collecting it." "Mr. Fool, can he bestow it to you?" Audrey turned her head and asked. In the thick gray fog, Klein nodded in agreement. At the same time, he busily controlled the world and whispered, "That's right. He." This is due to the difference in personal pronouns. Sensing world surprise, Audrey's lips curled up slightly. She rolled her eyes and deliberately didn't explain. Klein knocked on a long bronze table, signaling the end of the private conversation. Following that, he controlled the world again and said, "I have another question. As expected, newcomers have accumulated a lot of needs." Audrey looked over unsurprised. The hangman Alger and Derek also had their own body language that indicated that they were listening. The world said hoarsely, "I want to know if the Sauron family with Intis has any other high-sequence Beyonders." As World spoke, Klein glanced at Sun from the corner of his eye and realized that the youth didn't have any additional reactions. From the looks of it, there's a high chance that the City of Silver doesn't have any records of the Sauron family. This family likely rose to prominence after the Cataclysm. Klein looked around in thought and discovered that Justice and the Hanging Man looked at each other, clearly unsure of the answer. As for Sun, he was undoubtedly at a loss and silent. Thus, he tapped the table again. "I will answer this question. What can you pay me?" Before he could finish his sentence, Klein hurriedly controlled World to speak again. "A formula, a Sequence 7 formula." "Sure deal." Klein created a private conversation and looked at his Smuff account for a few seconds. The blocked Justice Audrey and the hanging man Alger once again felt how unfathomable Mr. Fool was. They were somewhat curious about the answer, but they also felt that it wasn't of much use to them. It wasn't worth using something of the same value as a Sequence 7 potion formula to exchange for it. After the private conversation ended, Klein deliberately made World bow and said hoarsely, "Honorable Mr. Fool, thank you for your answer. Honorable Mr. Fool, thank you for your answer. It's very helpful to me." After that, the free conversation lasted for less than 10 minutes before he announced that the tarot was over. Then, he severed the connection with the Crimson Stars. After Justice, the Hanging Man, and the sun turned into streams of light and dissipated, Klein looked at the world and chuckled. After the figures of Justice, the Hanging Man, and the sun turned into streams of light and dissipated, Klein looked at the world and chuckled. With a Smuff account, many things have indeed become much more convenient. However, the all-black eye can't be used outside the gray fog. What a pity. As he spoke, he controlled the world to stand up and bow before letting it melt into the majestic palace. As he had to divert his attention to control the Smuff account, Klein's spirituality was greatly drained. He didn't continue staying in this space. He removed the all-black eye, placed it on the surface of the long bronze table, and immediately returned to the real world. At that moment, there was sunlight that was rare in Bakelin during autumn and winter outside the tightly shut curtains. Klein didn't admire it. He slept for half an hour and recovered some of his energy. After waking up, due to Miss Justice's promise and the fact that the matter wasn't urgent, he didn't plan on going to the library to search for information. He decided to head to one of the many cemeteries in the outskirts of Bakelin before the sky turned dark. Klein wanted to test the effects of Aztec's copper whistle and figure out its range and limitations. Chapter 270. After taking the steam metro to the south bank of the Tussock River, Klein hired a rental carriage and headed for Aston Cemetery in the outskirts of the South Borough. It was managed by the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. In the darkness of the evening, the trees around the cemetery bared their fangs and claws, blocking out the light, as though there were monsters lurking in the night. After the carriage driver accepted Klein's payment of 4 soli, He glanced at the cemetery and mumbled, "Do I need to wait for you here?" "No, there's no need. I'm here to visit a friend." "No, there's no need. I'm here to visit a friend." Klein casually came up with an excuse, but he immediately realized that the carriage driver's expression had suddenly changed. "This is a cemetery. I'm here to visit a friend. It's already dark." The carriage driver heard his heart pounding. Only then did Klein snap out of his daze and add with a smile. He smiled and added, "He's the gravekeeper here." The carriage driver immediately heaved a sigh of relief, but he didn't dare stay any longer. He hurriedly drove the horses and quickly left. As for Klein, he circled around the cemetery until night truly fell. After the sky turned dark, the amount of smoke and dust emitted decreased significantly. Coupled with the biting cold winds, the fog in the air thinned significantly. Although he still couldn't see many stars, the crimson moon was faintly peeking out, covering the ground with a veil-like glow. Klein tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion, drawing the crimson moon. Then, he put on his gloves, pushed himself over the metal fence, and entered the cemetery. He looked around warily, found a secluded corner, took out Isaac's copper whistle, and held it in his palm. Not far in front of him was a tombstone. The photo on it was already dirty, and the epitaph appeared very blurry under the moonlight. Klein carefully read it for a few seconds before he could figure out what was written. "Friend passing by, please give me a hand." "Thank you. A very humorous gentleman. You're the one." Klein stopped in his tracks and leaned against the nearby trees that shielded the tomb from sunlight and rain. He waited patiently in the cold night. He tossed Aztec's copper whistle high and caught it firmly. He tossed it high again and caught it again. Just like that, he passed the time until 20 minutes later. There's no sign of zombification. Klein closed his pocket watch and examined his surroundings to confirm the results. "I'll come back here in 2 days to see if there are any additional changes. If there are none, it means that Mr. Aztec's copper whistle can't affect the bodies that have received the priest's requiem ceremony." Klein mumbled to himself and put the ancient and delicate copper whistle back into his pocket. In the kingdom of Rouen, there were generally 3 types of burials. The first type had a coffin and a corpse, which was suitable for the middle and upper classes who lived a relatively comfortable life. The second type didn't have a corpse and was directly cremated and buried in an urn. This was the choice of the lower middle class and skilled workers who could afford the cremation fees, but felt that a coffin was too wasteful. However, there were times when there were religious and governmental factors. For example, the believers of the eternal blazing sun would have most of their corpses cremated. For example, the poor who received help from the government would all be cremated for a small fee. The third type belonged to the poor. They couldn't afford a coffin and didn't want to be cremated, so they wrapped themselves in something and buried them. From the shape of the tombstone and tomb, Klein had already determined that the subject of his experiment had a coffin and a corpse. If Aztec's copper whistle could really turn the target into a zombie, it wouldn't be completely unresponsive even if the target had already decomposed into bones. Even if it couldn't open the coffin lid that was covered in thick soil and stone slabs, it could at least make a dull thud. Striding toward the fence, Klein suddenly thought of a careless part of the experiment. "Well, I have to classify it. This is a corpse that has been buried for a long time. I have to find a target that has just been buried. That's the only way to make the most accurate judgment." After that, Klein and the tomb keeper caught the treasure and found a grave where the burial ceremony had just been completed during the day. This time, he waited for half an hour and still didn't find any abnormalities. "Phew, I can basically determine that Mr. Aztec's copper whistle can affect the corpses that have been put to rest. That's a bit weak. No, that's not right. This copper whistle isn't used to make zombies. Its function is to summon messengers. Affecting corpses is a negative effect." Klein tightened his double-breasted coat and walked toward the fence. He planned to go home and change his clothes before carrying out the second set of experiments. The second set of targets were corpses that hadn't been put to rest for long and had not been dead for long. Such targets often existed in hospital morgues. Climbing over the fence, Klein returned to the south side step by step in the gloomy night. The surroundings were dead and peaceful. Only the evergreen trees covered in dust swayed gently. This reminded him of the night he came back to life. At that time, he also walked from the cemetery to the city. Sigh. Klein sighed and suddenly began to run, as if he wanted to get rid of the melancholy far away. Half an hour later, he hired a rental carriage in the south side. His destination was the nearest steam subway station. There was still about an hour before the steam subway stopped. This could save him a lot of money. In the wee hours of the morning, Klein changed into a grayish-blue worker's uniform and wore a cap. He went to St. Eston Hospital in the Bakelin Bridge area. This was a charity hospital that belonged to the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Many poor people at the bottom of the social ladder died of illness here, and there was no place to place their corpses at home. They could only be stored in the hospital's morgue, waiting for the government to cremate them or donate them to the medical school. This phenomenon was especially common in the summer, but it was rare in the autumn and winter after the weather cooled down. However, in an era without air conditioning or low-temperature equipment, the hospital's morgue wouldn't leave the corpses for too long. Those who were willing to donate would be embalmed quickly, and those who were to be buried would be cleaned up the next day. Of course, this was the rule in the summer. It was relatively more relaxed in the autumn and winter. Therefore, during this period of time, there were still many corpses in the morgue every night. St. Eston Hospital's morgue was located in the basement. It was rather cool even in the summer, and it was even colder in the autumn and winter. Klein used the knowledge he had learned from the Nighthawks and relied on the agility and balance of a clown to sneak in. He avoided the doctors and nurses on duty and entered the basement. Before he even got close to the morgue, he felt that the surroundings were cold and gloomy. Quickly flashing past the janitor's room, Klein took out a wire and deftly opened the morgue's door lock. This was one of the techniques of infiltration and tracking. He slowly and silently pushed open the morgue's door with his black-gloved right hand. At the same time, he spread his spirituality and enveloped Aztec's copper whistle, hoping to confirm if this method could eliminate the negative effects. The temperature in the morgue seemed to be lower than the corridor. Most of the dead here were in body bags and placed in different metal cabinets. Only a small number were placed on a long table in the middle of the empty space, as if they were waiting to be examined. As a Sequence 8 clown, Klein wasn't afraid of such a scene, but he instinctively felt uncomfortable. He remained cautious, carefully closed the door, and circled around the long tables. After more than 10 minutes, Klein exhaled a cold breath and confirmed that the corpses hadn't changed. It's about time. He took out his golden pocket watch and opened it to take a look. After making his preparations, Klein retracted his spirituality and stopped wrapping Aztec's copper whistle with it. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but he inexplicably felt that his surroundings had become even more silent. As a seer, he fully believed in his consciousness. He stopped pacing back and forth and retreated near the door. Seconds turned into minutes, and Klein believed that it had been about 2 minutes. At that moment, a corpse on the long table suddenly sat up. Bang! 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 The surrounding metal cabinets immediately emitted a series of banging sounds, as if something was about to hatch. Bang! 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 As Klein listened to the commotion and looked at the corpses that were sitting up, he suddenly said in a deep voice, "Crimson." Following that, he injected his spirituality into the Requiem charm and threw it out. Icy blue flames burned silently as a peaceful and gentle black spread out. The corpses lay down again, and the banging sounds from the metal cabinets came to an abrupt stop. Klein, who had experienced a similar scene, didn't relax. He used another Requiem charm. As there were many corpses here, he used a third charm just to be safe, using up all the stock he had. Not bad. As expected, it only affects corpses that haven't undergone the Requiem ritual and have just died, including zombies. Covering them with spirituality can block this effect, Klein thought with a smile. Seeing that the corpses didn't react abnormally, he prepared to open the door and leave. At that moment, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from outside and saw a faint light seeping in. The elder guarding the door was attracted by the banging sounds in the morgue. With a lantern in hand, he approached. Klein looked around and pressed his hand on the door. He nimbly jumped and climbed up, stopping at the gap between the door and the ceiling. His fingers dug into the protrusions and gaps, and he maintained a very good balance. Creak! The elder opened the door with a key and entered the morgue. He took a few steps forward, raised the lantern high, and examined the metal cabinets and the long table, as well as the corpses. And behind him, Klein nimbly leaped down and landed silently. Seizing the opportunity, Klein quickly escaped the morgue. He first hid in the gatekeeper's small room for a few seconds before carefully returning upstairs. The gatekeeper checked and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. He was a little afraid of the corpses, so he quickly left, locked the door, and didn't stay any longer. Returning to the guardroom, he wrapped himself in a thin blanket. It took him a few minutes to calm his racing heartbeat. He mocked himself in a low voice. He muttered to himself in a low voice, "Those old guys always tell me about the abnormalities that happened in the morgue to scare me. That strange sound just now probably counts. It's nothing much, and those corpses didn't come back to life. Hooey, how can it be zombies and wraiths?" At the same time, Klein was walking comfortably on the quiet and deep street, happy that he had gotten rid of a latent danger. He looked at the elegant gas street lamps on both sides, looking forward to the beyonder gathering that was to come. As long as he could obtain a weapon with a special effect, he could obtain one of the main ingredients of magicians. Chapter 271. In the outskirts of Empress Borough, in a racetrack that occupied a large area but had no spectators, Audrey Hall led a maroon filly to a corner and pretended to discuss something with Viscount Glaint. She wore white trousers and knee-high black boots. Her upper body was in a simple lady's blouse, paired with a black jacket-style riding jacket and a protective helmet of the same color. She looked exceptionally valiant and beautiful, unlike her usual self. The golden retriever, Susie, was obediently squatting by her feet. She seemed to be carrying a small leather bag. Zio, who was disguised as Viscount Glaint's attendant, glanced enviously at Audrey's long and straight legs and subconsciously tiptoed. Glaint sized up Audrey and said half-jokingly, "Horsemanship alone is meaningless. Only when it's combined with hunting will it have life. Of course, I'm talking about male horsemanship. No matter what a beautiful lady does on a horse, it'll be a sight to behold." Audrey replied with a faint smile. There are still a few months before the next hunt. Every year from June to the new year, the nobles of the Kingdom of Rouen would follow tradition and come to Bakelin to participate in all sorts of banquets, balls, and salons. This was a very important event to them, and many things would be settled in the next few months. As the years passed, this tradition gradually gained a fixed name. It was called the Bakelin Social Season, and after the new year, the nobles would return to their fiefdoms one after another. They would return to their luxurious castles, country manors, and large plantations to spend a leisurely and wonderful time. During such times, the most popular game was hunting. The nobles would invite guests of equal status to enjoy the fun of running on horseback and chasing prey. As long as their financial situation allowed it, they would not be stingy with the purchase of hunting dogs. The most famous of the hunting dogs was the foxhound. I already miss the kind of life. Bakelin is a place that makes people feel restrained. Its air is indescribably terrible. Of course, I still like its prosperity and extravagance. Viscount Glaint put on his gloves and took a step back so that Audrey could converse with Zio and Furs. "Honorable Miss Audrey, why have you summoned us here?" Zio retracted her gaze and took the initiative to ask. Most of her recent income came from Audrey. Audrey was honest and generous. She was a rare good employer. I seem to smell the scent of ink from banknotes again. I hope it's not a difficult mission. Miss Audrey is perfect in every aspect, except for one thing. Every mission is surprising and extremely dangerous. Zio thought with anticipation and trepidation. She couldn't help but turn her head to glance at Furs and realized that her companion, who was disguised as a maidservant, was looking at her. The expressions reflected in their eyes were so similar. Audrey held her gloves and smiled in a reserved and elegant manner. "It's a simple commission this time." As she spoke, she gestured with her eyes for Zio and Furs to open Susie's leather bag. Zio, who had always been known for her mobility, immediately took 2 steps forward, bent down, and reached out with her hand. During this short process, She had wanted to stroke Susie's head to express her goodwill, but just as she extended her right palm, Susie had already turned her head and body halfway, sending the leather bag to her. I'm usually very popular with animals. For example, mosquitoes. Zio maintained her expression as she unzipped the bag and took out a stack of paper from the leather bag. She stood up straight and opened it to take a look. She realized that it depicted a young man with an ordinary face, but his neatly combed hair, round glasses, and brown eyes that contained a mocking smile made him look abnormally familiar. I've definitely seen him somewhere before. Zio looked down and saw the corresponding text. Former name, Lenevis. Wanted swindler. I know where I've seen him. Zio immediately came to a realization and nearly slapped her forehead in an inelegant manner. Before she met Audrey, one of her main sources of income was flipping through newspapers and researching wanted posters. With the help of her connections in the East Boroughs gangs, she would be able to find valuable criminals. I once thought of looking for this Lenevis. His bounty is 100 pounds, and he took away more than 10,000 pounds in cash. However, I was busy with Miss Audrey's commission and forgot about this matter. Zio and Furs looked at each other and frankly said, "How much was the commission? How much was the commission? How much was the commission?" Audrey was taken aback. She had completely forgotten about the payment, because from her point of view, this was a test from Mr. Fool. How could a test give money to the other party? 100 pounds? Audrey deliberated and gave a number. Deal. Zio and Furs replied in unison. If they could capture Lenevis, not only would they receive Miss Audrey's 100 pounds, but they would also receive a bounty of the same amount. What a good mission. Zio's eyes lit up as she casually asked, "Why are you looking for this swindler? Did he cheat you of your money? I don't even know who he is." It's indeed a simple commission, and it's done for 100 pounds. There's no need to tell Mr. Fool about this. It's only 100 pounds. With a polite smile, Audrey ignored Zio's question and mentioned, "I received news that he's in Bakeland." I received news that he's in Bakeland. Yes, there are more than a dozen portraits here, different portraits. I considered that Lenevis would definitely disguise himself, so I gave him a portrait of him without glasses, a beard, and a changed hairstyle. I guessed it. I'm also very good at sketching and oil painting. Audrey raised her chin slightly. Zio immediately forgot her doubts and said in pleasant surprise, "That's really good news." She could almost see the 200 pounds bounty waving at her. The mysterious person she had met at Mr. A's gathering had yet to establish contact with her, so she could only continue her business of earning money. Audrey nodded indiscernibly and pondered. Are there any clues about psychological alchemy? Furs combed her long curly hair and glanced at Viscount Glaint, who was listening by the side. I recently joined a new Beyonder gathering. It said that the Spectator and Telepathist potion formulas appeared there. I suspect that there are people from that gathering who specialize in psychological alchemy. When there's another gathering, I'll make an application to bring you along. All right. Audrey deliberately didn't hide her joy. She had just read Zio and Furs's true state of mind from their aura, body language, and subtle expressions. From there, she determined their enthusiasm for the mission, and they hadn't lied about psychological alchemy. Viscount Glaint mumbled, "Audrey's matter is about to succeed. Audrey's matter is about to succeed. Where's my apothecary formula?" There really aren't any clues for now. The apothecary pathway is mostly in the south, in the Phaenopotter Kingdom. Furs made a gesture of deep regret. All right, I'm still young. I'm only in my early 20s. I still have time to wait. Glaint replied humorously. All right, thank you for your help. See you next time. Audrey bowed gracefully, put on her gloves, mounted her horse, and rode along the track. Susie followed behind happily, as if she had found a way to play. As he had stayed up all night doing experiments, it was already 9:34 on Tuesday morning when Klein woke up. He ate a piece of bread with butter in his mouth, put on his coat and hat, and hurried out the door. He wrote on the guest book hanging beside the bell's drawstring, "Master is out and will be back after 5 in the afternoon." Actually, he didn't have anything to do. It was purely to guard against Mr. Miller Carter's sudden visit. If the other party were to discover that the detective hired for a total of 50 pounds wasn't busy searching for information, organizing manpower, or confirming the layout of the building, but was instead leisurely drinking tea at home and reading newspapers and novels, he would definitely revoke the commission and not pay the remaining 40 pounds. I really don't have anything to do. I'll just wait for Miss Justice's information. Klein stood at the end of the street, looking at the haze in the sky as he muttered to himself helplessly. He had already decided last night where he would spend the day. In the morning, he would go to the Quelag Club to practice shooting, read the newspapers, and get a free lunch. In the afternoon, he would take a nap and train his body through squash and other sports. When the Braveheart Bar opened, he would take a bus there and see if he could learn more about Beyonder gatherings from Casper's. Klein didn't plan on looking for Merrick. Although he definitely had more than one Beyonder circle, he was afraid that Miss Bodyguard belonged to one of those circles. It wouldn't be convenient for him to sell the potion formula, as it would arouse a high degree of suspicion. Since the true creator gave me the ability to divine and a strong body, would he also give me a potion formula that I can't use? It's impossible just thinking about it. Klein filled in the blanks with his imagination as he boarded the public carriage to Hillstonborough. More than half an hour later, he entered the Quelag Club and saw an acquaintance. It was the equestrian teacher, Talum Dumont, who had recommended him to the club. He was a good friend of Mary Gale. Talum, who was wearing a black woolen coat and had short, curly brown hair, came over. He sized up Klein and said with a strange smile, "Good morning. Mary and Duragu are in the midst of a divorce. Is he suspecting why I joined the club?" Relying on his clown powers, Klein easily made a surprised expression. "Is that so? That's really surprising." Talum gave him a deep, suspicious look and suddenly smiled. "I have a friend who has been troubled by something recently. I want to know how good your marksmanship and combat skills are." "A commission? It's only asking about marksmanship and combat skills, and there's no mention of reasoning. This is a commission that involves violence." Klein smiled. "I happen to be planning on going to the shooting range to practice my marksmanship. You can follow me and take a look, but combat requires an opponent to see my level." Chapter 272. Bang, bang, bang. Klein held the revolver he had rented from the Quelag Club with one hand and continuously pulled the trigger, accurately hitting the target. The worst was at least 8 rings. After being fed with many bullets, coupled with the control he had over his body after becoming a clown, his marksmanship was quite good. If I continue practicing like this for a few more months, I can be called a sharpshooter. Klein opened the cylinder in satisfaction and shook out the shell. As the shells clattered to the ground, he turned his head to look at Talum Dumont and asked with a smile, "Are you satisfied?" "Very good." The equestrian teacher, Talum, had already taken off his black tweed coat and light gray sweater. He assumed a boxing stance and said, "Come on, let me get to know your fighting standards. I can honestly tell you that I've been training as a trainee knight since I was young, and I've never neglected it. As a Beyonder, if I can't even defeat an ordinary man who has only received training, then I'm not human anymore." Klein lampooned. Without taking off his double-breasted frock coat, he put away his revolver, took 2 steps to the side, and gestured to Talum that he could begin. Initially, he wanted to beckon with his finger to spice up the atmosphere, but when he thought of the other party's strength, he couldn't be bothered to waste his energy. Talum was a little excited about this. He jumped a few times on the spot, took a few quick steps forward, and threw a right punch. Klein blocked and grabbed with his left hand. He bent down and twisted his waist, stretched out his right palm, and smoothly performed a back throw. Thump! Talum flew out and landed on his back. In the end, Klein didn't exert any strength. He only used inertia to throw Talum off his body. Amazing! Talum quickly stood up and gave a thumbs up. As expected of a famous detective, "Your marksmanship and combat skills are excellent. I only defeated a weakling like you. How can you tell that my fighting level is very high?" Klein cursed inwardly and asked with a smile, "Now that we understand, can you tell me what commission your friend wants to do?" "Hee. He'll be at the club soon. You guys chat amongst yourselves." Talum rubbed his back. "I don't know what the commission is exactly. By the way, he's a reporter, Mike Joseph of the Daily Observer. He probably wants short-term protection." All right. Klein didn't ask any more questions. He continued to practice with his gun, but not only with the revolver, but also with the hunting rifle, the single-shot rifle, and the repeating rifle. He hoped that he would be able to quickly master all the firearms around him in the future. When it was almost 12 o'clock, he returned to the first floor and entered the cafeteria. He took a roast chicken and a fried steak, as well as the club's limited supply of cream cheese lobster. After putting these things away, Klein took out fena potter paella, fruit salad, oyster clear soup, and marquee black tea. In the face of this sumptuous lunch, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva and praise the goddess in his heart. If I were to eat outside, this meal would probably cost me 3 soli. Klein alternated between a silver knife, fork, and spoon as he ate contentedly. Just as he was about to finish the food on the table, Talon Dumont led a man in a heavy coat and half-top hat over. Detective Moriarty, this is the friend I mentioned, Mike Joseph. Mike, this is the famous detective, Mr. Sherlock Moriarty. Talon smiled as he introduced both parties. Nice to meet you. Mike took off his hat and bowed. He looked to be in his 30s. His eyebrows were relatively sparse. His skin was rather rough, and his pores were abnormally obvious. However, his facial features weren't bad. His blue eyes were especially charming, and with his beautiful mustache, he had a mature charm. Klein couldn't help but touch the stubble around his lips that had thickened. He got up and invited the man to sit down. He smiled and said, "Today's cream cheese lobster isn't bad. You can give it a try." "All right." Mike Joseph didn't decline. He took the tray, circled around, and took out a lot of food. He was in a hurry and hasn't had lunch yet, Talon explained on his friend's behalf with a smile as he placed a stack of newspapers on the dining table. "I can tell." Klein put down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and leisurely drank his black tea. He was very satisfied with the meal he had just had. At this moment, Mike Joseph walked back with 2 plates of food. He quickly ate a few mouthfuls to fill his stomach before looking up at Klein. "Detective Moriarty, have you heard about the recent serial murders? The ones who removed the organs?" Klein's heart stirred as he asked briefly. Talon nodded and sighed with emotion. Sure enough, every detective is paying attention to this serial murder case. Mike took out one of the newspapers and pushed it to Klein. "This is the latest report." Klein took it and saw that it was from the Daily Observer, where Mike worked. Their headline read, 11. Another lady had been killed. Civilau's yard is helpless. The headquarters of the Bakelin Police Department was on Civilau Street at the edge of Queens, so they were also nicknamed Civilau's Yard. 11. It's the 11th case? Klein resisted the urge to frown and continued reading in puzzlement. He found that it was indeed the same as the one he had encountered. The target was a woman wearing a gorgeous dress and had her organs removed by disembowelment. This was a case with obvious traces of devil worship. Civilau's Yard must have handed it over to the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hive mind teams. They have divination, spirit channeling, and all kinds of strange and effective beyonder means. Why haven't they solved the case and caught the criminal yet? That fellow has rich anti-detection abilities and destroyed the souls of the deceased? Or could it be that the souls of the deceased were taken away along with their organs, as required for a devil ritual? He can definitely interfere with divination. That's right. If a beyonder of the devil pathway doesn't have such abilities, how would they dare to commit serial murders? Klein thoughtfully said to Mike Joseph, "You want to do a private investigation? I'm sorry, but I can't take over. Without an invitation from the police, I can't take over. I have to maintain a good relationship with them." The so-called good relationship is the relationship of inviting me to the police station for tea. Klein lampooned himself. The real reason he refused was that it was easy to encounter official beyonders if he was involved in the investigation of the serial murders. Among them might be the Nighthawks of the Church of the Goddesses Bakelin Diocese. No, it's not an investigation. No, to be precise, it's not an investigation to find the murderer. I just want to complete my report, Mike Joseph explained after swallowing the prawn meat. "Report?" Klein asked leisurely as he put down the white porcelain teacup and clasped his hands together. Mike Joseph said, "Yes. If you buy the Daily Observer tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, you will see my in-depth report on this serial murder case. The most important part of it is to reveal the commonalities of the victims and remind similar groups of people to pay attention. Oh, what commonalities do they have? Klein asked curiously. Mike took a sip of his coffee and said, apart from being female and wearing colorful dresses, there's another very important commonality. I did an in-depth investigation of the victims' occupations and discovered something interesting. Some of them are maids, some are textile workers, some are tailors, and some are female teachers. On the surface, there's no overlap, but in fact, they were once street girls. Street girls? Female teachers? Klein asked in surprise. In the Kingdom of Rouen, teachers were part of the middle class. The lowest salary was £2 a week, which was enough for a lady to live a pretty good life. There was no need for her to be a street girl. Mike twitched the corner of his mouth and sighed. It was in the past. Before they found a job that could support themselves, they might have had a very difficult time. I previously did a survey. In Backlund, 1/6 of women between the ages of 15 to 55 are or have been street girls in the past. This is our country. All foreigners will be surprised when they come here. It's a very conservative country, a bustling metropolis, but it's filled with street girls. Note 1. This number is a little exaggerated. If it's true, it can only be said that reality is more exaggerated than fiction. This darn world. Klein clicked his tongue. After some thought, he deliberately said, the next question is, how did the murderer know that the victims were once street girls? They didn't have any labels on them, so you would need to do an in-depth investigation to discover it. As expected of a great detective. This might be a clue, Mike Joseph answered, unsurprised. No, if it's a beyonder of the devil pathway, then the standard he chooses might be those who appear to have fallen but haven't completely fallen. And they should have a keen intuition when it comes to corruption. They might even be able to directly see the corresponding deep color. Coupled with the colorful dress as a trigger, the target is basically locked onto. Klein answered himself inwardly before asking, what's wrong? He then asked, then, what else do you want to investigate? Mike nodded. In these 11 cases, 10 of the ladies were once street girls, but there's one who isn't. She's still a prostitute. Yes, it's the youngest, the 16-year-old Sieber. This seems very strange, very strange. I want to go to the Golden Rose, which is the place where she works, to do an in-depth investigation to see if I can discover anything. I'm worried that my inquiries will anger the people there, so I plan on getting you to protect me temporarily. You don't need to teach them a lesson. All you need to do is to protect me when I escape at the most critical moment. If nothing happens, I'll pay you £1. If there's a fight, I'll raise it to £5. What do you think? Klein smiled. I'll give you an answer after I wash my hands. He bowed politely and slowly walked to the bathroom. Then, he tossed a coin and received an affirmative answer. Chapter 273. Sherwood Borough, 19, Hope Street. This place was close to the Tussock River that passed through Bakeland. Pedestrians could see the slightly turbid but abnormally wide water through the gaps between the houses. The Daily Observer reporter, Mike Joseph, got off the carriage and pointed at the 3-story grayish-blue building in front of him. He said to Klein, who was wearing a black double-breasted frock coat, half-top hat, and gold-rimmed glasses, that's Golden Rose. It's the best legal brothel in Sherwood Borough and Bakeland Bridge. It opens at 3 in the afternoon every day and stays open until 2 in the morning. The best legal brothel in Sherwood Borough and Bakeland Bridge? That is to say, there are better ones in these 2 boroughs that aren't legal. Klein mumbled silently as he glanced at the building's entrance. There was a golden rose embedded in it, but it didn't have the so-called signboard. This shouldn't be considered a street girl, right? He replied casually. Of course, it's of a higher grade. Mike led Klein to the building with great familiarity and pushed open the door. The moment he entered, Klein smelled a slightly pungent mixed fragrance and heard a soothing but ambiguous melody. He instinctively surveyed the area and discovered that there were thugs in black coats and half-top hats standing on both sides of the entrance and in every corner of the hall. As a place that operated legally, these were clearly used to deal with drunkards and boorish men. There were all kinds of sofas and chairs around the Golden Hall. There was even a piano, and there was a dancing area in the middle. At this moment, ladies with blonde or brown hair, pale yellow or black dresses, and complicated, simple, or gorgeous dresses were sitting in different spots. Some of them were mature and charming, some shy and young, some youthful and alluring, and some rather beautiful. These ladies were either holding their cheeks as they enjoyed the melody, chatting and laughing with each other, quietly flipping through newspapers and magazines, or dancing with the men. Because it was only 3:30 in the afternoon, there were not many customers. At first glance, it looked more like a formal ball than a brothel. If it's after 8 p.m., you can see some interesting performances. If you fancy a lady, you can invite her to dance and ask her how much to the beautiful melody. If both parties can reach an agreement, you can go to one of the rooms on the second or third floor and have a wonderful time. As long as you're willing to spend money, you can sleep here for an entire night. Mike tilted his head left and right. Suddenly, he was no longer as calm and gentlemanly as before. He became slightly frivolous. He walked into the hall with a smile and approached a young girl who was at most 15 or 16 years old. Was he showing his true nature, or was this a professional performance? Klein was a little dumbfounded as he followed behind Mike Joseph. The victim, Siebel, was only 16 years old. Theoretically speaking, a girl of a similar age is more likely to be her friend and no more, Mike explained in a low voice. He immediately raised his slightly sparse eyebrows and resumed his normal voice. "Which lady have you taken a fancy to?" "I'm just your bodyguard," Klein replied according to normal logic. Mike nodded indiscernibly and suddenly smiled. "I'm not used to people watching when I do that kind of thing. I'll guard the door." Klein understood what Mike meant and assumed a strict and professional posture. Mike didn't say anything else. He came in front of the young girl, bent down, and extended his hand to invite her to dance. To become a prostitute at this age, Bakeland is really glamorous and dirty. There's actually a middle-aged gentleman with a good temperament visiting this place. His sideburns are all white. Klein lowered his hands and stood straight as he watched Mike and the young girl dance slowly in the middle. After a few minutes, Mike walked back and said to Klein with a slightly vexed expression, "Don't worry. It's too expensive." When the two of them got closer, he added in a low voice, "That girl knows Sibyl, but the boss here, Ms. Lopez, forbids them from communicating with others about this. Otherwise, they will be severely punished." Oh my God, that poor girl even shivered instinctively when she mentioned the punishment. I can imagine how terrifying it is. Klein sighed sympathetically, but helplessly. He suppressed his voice and asked, "So what do you plan to do?" "I don't want to cause trouble for those girls. I plan to go straight to Ms. Lopez." Mike patted Klein on the shoulder. "Protect me." Klein turned his body to the side and solemnly reminded him, "If you encounter a dangerous situation, you must listen to me. Do you understand? Listen to me." Okay. Mike raised his hands to his shoulders and nodded. As he spoke, he walked towards a single sofa in the corner. There sat a charming lady in a gorgeous dress with heavy makeup. If you don't want to give up after the dance and embarrass yourself in front of those girls, I suggest that you talk to Ms. Lopez first and figure out the price of different girls. Mike raised his voice. When the lady heard their conversation, she turned her head and looked over. She slowly stood up and smiled. "Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm Lopez. Do you have any girls you like?" "Yes." Mike suddenly sized her up and chuckled. "I admire you very much. I admire you very much, too. You act like you're at home in such a place." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. Lopez's expression froze for a second before she faked a smile and said, "Sorry, I'm not feeling well today." "I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well today. You should know that women will feel unwell every month." Seeing that he couldn't get Lopez to talk to him in the room, Mike fell silent for a few seconds before he suddenly turned serious. "Ms. Lopez, I'm a reporter. I want to ask you about Sibyl. This is my ID." Lopez's expression immediately darkened as she replied impatiently, "I've already told the police what I know. I've already told the police what I know. You should go to them. Sibyl was a homeless orphan. She was adopted by me. That night, she accepted a guest's invitation to spend the night at the guest house. She died on the way back in the morning. All right, please leave, or invite a lady to dance." As she spoke, Lopez waved her hand for the two thugs beside her to come over. Klein took a step forward and stood in front of Mike Joseph, protecting him as he returned to the hall. When the two thugs saw this, they didn't rashly chase them away. After taking a few steps, Klein lowered his voice and said, "She's lying. She's lying." "Oh." Mike turned his head in surprise. "When she speaks, her eyes are wandering. She doesn't dare to look at you directly, but she will secretly size you up. This means that she's lying and observing your reaction. In addition, her standing posture is very defensive, and she looks very anxious." Klein gave his analysis. Mike gaped and sighed after a few seconds. "You really are a great detective. Only when you have both sharp observation skills and outstanding reasoning skills can you discover these useful details. This is only because I activated my spirit vision and noticed that Lopez's emotional color isn't right. The rest are all excuses." Klein smiled and said, "Thank you for your compliment. Thank you for your compliment. We should go now." Mike Joseph turned back to look at Lopez and realized that she was walking towards the side door of the hall, as though she was going to her lounge. And the side door was in a corner. It was very quiet, and many people in the hall couldn't see what was happening there. There were also two thugs guarding it. "Perhaps we should follow Ma, M. Lopez, and observe her reaction. Perhaps her anxiety will make her do something." Mike suddenly turned his head to look at Klein. "Can you quickly finish off those two thugs?" "Sir, I'm only responsible for protecting you, and it's illegal," Klein replied with a smile. "I'll pay more. If there's a fight, it'll be a total of £5. If there's still a fight when we escape, it'll be £10. Mike Joseph gritted his teeth. "Deal." Klein extended his hand and shook the other party's hand. Following that, the two circled around, avoiding the two thugs from before, and quietly arrived near the side door. "Guests, please leave this place." One of the thugs stepped forward and stopped Klein and Mike Joseph. "Sorry, we'll immediately." Klein bowed politely and apologized. At that moment, his right fist suddenly punched out, landing heavily on the thug's abdomen. The thug instinctively covered his abdomen and bent his body into a bow. As for Klein, who had straightened up again, he raised his left palm and struck the back of the thug's head. "Pah!" The thug fell to the ground and fainted. His companion clearly hadn't expected such a situation. He watched in a daze, unable to react in time. Klein immediately slid over, covered his mouth with his right palm, and punched his abdomen with his left. Bam! The thug suddenly bent over and spat out the undigested food. Klein retracted his right hand in time and struck down vertically. At the same time, he supported the other party with his left hand, allowing the thug to slowly fall to the ground without a thud. After exchanging glances, Klein twisted the handle, pushed open the side door, and dashed in. Mike Joseph lowered his body and quickly followed. "Why are you so skilled? You're just a reporter." As Klein cursed inwardly, his footsteps were light but fast as he walked down the floor-covered corridor. Suddenly, they heard Lopez's voice. "Tell Capim not to send anyone over for the time being." "Capim? Send someone over?" Klein looked at Mike beside him and found that he was equally confused. At that moment, they heard Lopez's footsteps coming down the corridor again. "Let's go." Klein grabbed Mike and ran toward the entrance without looking back. In the process, he closed the side door and broke the lock so that the person inside wouldn't be able to come out for a while. Then, the two of them pretended as if nothing had happened and quickly walked through the hall. They approached the exit and left amidst the indistinct sounds of anger. When they reached the street outside, Mike heaved a sigh of relief and praised sincerely. "I've experienced many similar situations, but none as simple and easy as today. Thank you. I have to go back and find out who Capim is." As he spoke, he took out his wallet, took out a £5 note, and muttered, "But frankly, your price is really expensive. But frankly speaking, your price is really expensive. It's equivalent to half a week's salary. But you can claim it, can't you?" The corners of Klein's mouth curled up in response. Then he asked worriedly, "Aren't you afraid that Lopez will find your news agency based on your ID and call the police to arrest you?" "That's a fake ID." Mike Joseph spread his hands in a practiced manner. Klein could only express his deep admiration. After watching Mike get on the car and leave, He walked diagonally across the street and waited for the public carriage, paying close attention to see if anyone chased after him. At that moment, a rental carriage slowly drove over and stopped in front of him. A middle-aged man in a black coat walked out of the carriage and nodded at Klein. He had blue eyes, a thin face, and graying sideburns. It was the old gentleman Klein had seen at Golden Rose. He's not a customer of Golden Rose. Just like us. This realization suddenly flashed through Klein's mind. Hello, I'm Detective Eichinger Stanton, who is assisting the police in handling this case. Can we have a chat? The middle-aged man pointed at the carriage. Chapter 274. Detective? He's in the same line of work. However, for him to be able to assist the police department in handling such a serious case, it means that he's a truly famous detective. At the very least, he's very famous within Civilau's yard. Shouldn't the serial murders be handed over to the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or the machinery hive mind? The police department could just send out some assistance. Why would they need to hire a private detective? The 11 consecutive murders must have caused a sensation, and the Civilau's market was under a lot of pressure. Did they not want to wait in torment? Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind in an instant, but a smile appeared on his face. All right. He boarded the carriage hired by Eichinger Stanton and saw a capable, brown-haired young man inside. This is my assistant. Eichinger, whose face was thin and angular, introduced. Please sit. He did not close the door of the carriage, nor did he let the coachman drive the horses forward to show that he did not mean any harm. Klein deliberately sat down awkwardly and asked uneasily, Mr. Stanton, what would you like to talk to me about? Eichinger took out a dark-colored pipe and said, I want to know what you learned from following Ms. Lopez. What did you hear or discover? I'm also a detective. You should know that we have a confidentiality agreement in this line of work, Klein replied, pretending to be troubled. I'm asking you on behalf of Civilau's yard. This has nothing to do with the confidentiality agreement. Eichinger rubbed his pipe with his thumb. 1 pound, about 2 pounds. With a lesson from the previous Massault incident, coupled with the fact that there was no need to keep it a secret, Klein immediately replied without hesitation, sure. All right. Eichinger smiled and took out 2 one-pound notes from his pocket. Klein pretended to recall and calmly said, We only heard one sentence. M. Lopez tried to send a subordinate to tell Capim not to send anyone over for the time being. Capim? Eichinger nodded in realization. I see. You know Capim? Klein didn't hide his surprise. Eichinger handed the bill over and said with a faint smile, He's a controversial tycoon in Sherwood Borough. In Backlund, naive girls often go missing on secluded streets, and after a long period of time, they might be accidentally found in various legal or illegal brothels. A large number of rumors point to Capim, saying that he's a criminal leader whose hands are covered in blood and filth. But as there isn't enough evidence, he's still free to this day, and he knows quite a few important figures. If it's true, this guy should die 10,000 times. Klein nodded and sighed. This is Rouen. This is Bakeland. Mr. Stanton, it's time for me to leave. Thank you for your cooperation. Eichinger stood up politely to see him off. By the way, your combat skills are quite outstanding. Perhaps we will have the opportunity to work together in the future. How should I address you? Sherlock Moriarty. Klein answered concisely and got out of the carriage. After he boarded the public carriage that had just arrived, Eichinger Stanton got his assistant to close the door and instructed the coachman to go to Hillston Borough. Turning his head to look out the window, this middle-aged gentleman with white sideburns put away his dark pipe and took out a brass accessory from his pocket. He held it in his hand and slowly rubbed it. The brass accessory was a pocket-sized open book with a vertical eye in the middle. He wears very refined, gold-rimmed glasses, but he deliberately keeps a beard around his mouth, making him look vulgar and barbaric. This doesn't match the normal way of thinking. In this day and age, people who are willing to wear gold-rimmed glasses tend to care about their image, the image of knowledge and elegance. Perhaps he's deliberately hiding something. Of course, it's also possible that he's a gentleman with an unusual sense of beauty. Eichinger seemed to be muttering to himself, but at the same time, he seemed to be teaching his assistant. At that moment on the public carriage, Klein leaned against the wall and muttered silently, "There's something wrong with that Detective Eichinger Stanton. There's something wrong with that Detective Isengard Stanton. Ever since I activated my spirit vision, he's been maintaining the blue color of rational thought and indifference and the purple color of spirituality. There are very few other emotional colors that appear. For a normal person, unless they're focused on researching a difficult problem, it's very difficult to maintain such a state for too long. There will definitely be other emotional colors, and the only difference is how long they stay." Either Detective Eichinger Stanton is such a genius at observation and deduction, or he's a beyonder. The public carriage was split into 2 levels, and it carried more than 40 passengers as it headed towards the Bakelin Bridge area. Klein gradually reined in his thoughts and cast his gaze out the window, admiring the 2 to 3-story buildings across the street. Occasionally, he would see brown houses of 5 to 6 stories high, a sign of the latest trends in Bakelin and the most advanced construction technology in the kingdom. After changing carriages, Klein arrived at Iron Gate Street and got off the carriage opposite the Brave. Because it wasn't the busiest time in the bar, he saw Caspers sitting at the bar and drinking as soon as he walked in. The old man, with a brandy nose, asked for a glass of Landy Proof. He savored the fragrance of the malt and the burning sensation that stimulated his throat. He narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. Klein leaned over, knocked on the bar counter, and asked with a smile, "Is Merrick here?" At the same time, he put one hand in his pocket and held on to Aztec's copper whistle, using his spirituality to shield its negative effects. But before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a gaze sweeping over him, filled with a scrutinizing feeling. After he finished asking, his gaze moved away and seemed to be looking at Casper's. The old man with a huge scar on his face opened his eyes and saw that it was Klein. He said unhappily, "He didn't come. He didn't come yesterday either." "Didn't come?" Klein immediately heaved a sigh of relief and stopped using his spirituality to envelop Aztec's copper whistle. "When I mentioned Merrick just now, someone was looking at me. When I heard that I was asking about Merrick's whereabouts, the gaze shifted again. Someone is looking for Merrick." Klein resisted the urge to look back and analyze the abnormality in his mind. Combined with the question he had, he felt that he had a rough answer to the question. "I was puzzled last week. Why would Miss Bodyguard, who should be at Sequence 5, take on a 3-day protection mission that costs £1,000? It's not that the price is too low, but that someone of her level is already considered powerhouse. In the Church of the Goddess, she's enough to serve as a Nighthawk deacon or a diocese bishop. If she can also obtain the favor of a holy artifact, she can even compete for the seats of an archbishop or a high-ranking deacon. In the various secret organizations and intelligence agencies, Sequence 5 also means the person in charge of a large area, or the second or third person in that area. Even if she's a wild and unorganized beyonder, a powerhouse with such strength is enough to establish a small organization of their own, no matter how you look at it. Miss Bodyguard can enjoy the dedication of her subordinates. There's no need for her to take on the mission herself. Back then, I thought that the most likely scenario was to hire a Sequence 6 beyonder, a security guard who could hold out for a while against the powerhouses sent by Baker Land and create an opportunity for me. Who knew that Miss Bodyguard would be so terrifyingly strong? From what happened today, Miss Bodyguard and Merrick might be in the same situation as me. Their identities are sensitive, and they have to hide. Yes, their situation might even be worse. They have to constantly worry about being pursued. Man, to be able to pursue Miss Bodyguard, even if that organization doesn't have a high Sequence beyonder, they definitely have a holy artifact or multiple Sequence 5s, of course. This is just my guess. Perhaps it's because Merrick's identity as a beyonder has been exposed and he's been targeted by the machinery hive mind. Amidst his thoughts, Klein said regretfully, "Is that so? Is that so? I still want to play cards with him." Hearing these words that clearly didn't match the other party's style, Caspers became alert. He didn't observe his surroundings either. Instead, he chuckled and said, "I'll be organizing a card game tonight. Texas, do you want to join?" "No, I just want to play until dinner." "Sigh, I'd better go home." Klein sighed and left the Brave without even ordering a drink. He had originally planned on asking Caspers about the other Beyonder gatherings, but after this situation, he cautiously gave up on the idea. In fact, he could have gone to a relatively enclosed place like the card room to discuss the corresponding issues with Caspers. But to be safe, he decided to wait until next time. Klein wasn't in a hurry to go home either. Instead, he went to the one-bedroom apartment he rented in East Borough and did a divination above the gray fog to confirm that no one was following him. After relaxing, he arrived at Minsk Street before it was completely dark and found that the newspaper box was filled with the various newspapers he had subscribed to. I was in a hurry to go out today, so I didn't have the time to read it. At the Quelag Club, I had a good meal after practicing my marksmanship, took a nap, and was dragged by Talon to play a few games of tennis. My skills aren't good enough, but my physique can make up for it. Klein muttered silently, opened the door, entered the house, and turned on the gas valve. He took the newspapers, entered the living room, sat on the sofa, lit the wall lamp, and casually flipped through them. The first thing Klein browsed was the Bakelum Morning Post, and he flipped to the 5th page. He saw an advertisement for the Ernst firm's purchase of goods. The prices are 7 pence/liter of flour, 1 solely/pound of butter, 6 pence/pound of lard, 1 solely/pound of cream, 8 solely/pound of Marquis black tea. In other words, there will be a Beyonder gathering at the same place at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. The secret code to open the door is to knock 7 times hard and 1 time light. The interval is 6 long and 1 short in sequence. The 3 and 8 at the end are meaningless. Klein deciphered the content, leaned back on the sofa, and began to look forward to tomorrow night's gathering. He wanted to sell a portion of the formula to see if he could buy the corresponding ingredients or items. Chapter 275. Wednesday night, 7:55 p.m. The back alley of the Bravehearts Bar. Klein followed his memory and finally found the dimly lit house after circling around for a while. He had put on a certain disguise today. He was wearing a grayish-blue worker's uniform and a cap. His face was covered in a beard, so that no one would associate him with the guy who had previously bought the Black Snake item and gambled on his luck. It's best if I of wisdom and that fellow, the apothecary, don't recognize me. Otherwise, a newly advanced person who had become a Beyonder by luck would be able to produce several potion formulas in just a week. It's bound to be suspicious. Klein put his hands into his pockets and touched Aztec's copper whistle, ordinary tarot cards, and the replenished charms. His worker's uniform had also been specially modified by a tailor. There were many small pockets stuffed with small metal bottles, which contained herbal powder, extract essence, and other items. After taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, Klein took out the iron mask that could only cover the upper half of his face from the inside of his clothes and completed the initial disguise. Then, with the help of his clown powers, he controlled his expression and the minute movements of his body, changed his walking posture, and numbed his facial nerves in order to be clearly different from his past self. However, I don't know what eye of wisdom relies on to recognize people. This is all I can do. Sigh, if only I were already faceless. But if that were the case, there would be no need for me to participate in such low-end Beyonder gatherings. Klein stood outside and calmed himself down for a few seconds. He raised his right hand and knocked on the door. 7 hard knocks, 1 light, 6 long knocks, and 1 short one. Without much waiting, the small wooden board on the door was pulled open silently. An eye appeared behind it, scrutinizing the visitor. 2 or 3 seconds later, the door creaked open, and the attendant of Eye of Wisdom handed a hooded black robe to Klein. Klein maintained an expressionless state as he quickly put on the robe and pulled down the hood, allowing the shadows to cover his face. On the way to the activity room, he deliberately adopted an unaccustomed pace and tried his best to eliminate the awkwardness. In the dark and deep room, with only a single candle flickering gently, there were already quite a number of members of the gathering. Klein didn't choose a corner seat like before. Instead, he openly sat on a high stool near the center. In short, his outward appearance had to be different from the previous 2 times. And this was precisely the area where a clown's ability to reflect himself in his mind and gain initial control over himself. The living room was so quiet that it was almost frozen. Time passed. Finally, Eye of Wisdom looked at the clock on the wall and said in an aged voice, "That's not right. Let's begin. There's no need to wait for our late friend." Just as he said that, Klein immediately said in a hoarse voice, "I want to sell the potion formulas. Sequence 9 Bard and Sequence 8 Light, Suppliant of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. 220 pounds for the former and 450 pounds for the latter." This was the most suitable plan after some thought. Spectator and Telepathist involved the Church of Psychological Alchemy, a secret organization that was rather active in the kingdom of Rouen and Bakeland. If you were to take them out rashly, it might attract their attention. And the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun was blocked outside the kingdom of Rouen by the Church of the Lord of Storms. The corresponding Beyonders rarely appeared in Bakeland, and there was almost nothing they could do. It was a very safe choice. The potion of the seer pathway involved Klein himself, so he naturally didn't want to expose his characteristics. After experiencing and witnessing Beyonder battles so many times, he gradually came to a realization. Beneath the high-sequence Beyonders, Beyonders of different pathways had their own characteristics and were different. In other words, they each had their strengths and weaknesses. Furthermore, their strengths and weaknesses were very obvious. The strong were indeed strong, and the weak were rather weak. For example, the spectator pathway lacked the ability to engage in head-on combat. However, if one were to ignore them and unknowingly be led astray, then no matter how strong one's combat skills and Beyonder skills were, it was possible for one to die without even knowing why. A clear example was Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. He clearly had the mystical item, Creeping Hunger, and his overall combat strength had reached Sequence 5, but he still died a baffling death. Most of the credit was due to Azek's strength, but one couldn't ignore the role of a spectator. It was precisely because most Beyonder jobs below high-sequence Beyonders had distinct characteristics, but obvious weaknesses, such as weak bodies. Therefore, if one could conceal their strengths and figure out the enemy's situation ahead of time, and make effective arrangements to target their weaknesses, it wasn't impossible for the weak to defeat the strong. Under extreme circumstances, there was a very small chance of a Sequence 9 killing a Sequence 5. Of course, this example was a perfect hypothesis. In reality, it was almost impossible. A Sequence 5 was already considered a powerhouse, and the corresponding Beyonder powers had their own magical aspects. Strengths could effectively cover up weaknesses. It was very difficult for those below Sequence 6 to affect them. On the other hand, many Beyonders below high-sequence Beyonders were afraid of being besieged, even if their opponents were all below their own sequence. This was because once they were flustered and failed to attend to one thing, their weaknesses would become a fatal factor. These problems were also the reason why shepherds were ranked first below high-sequence Beyonders. They were too well-rounded. If their Beyonder powers were combined and matched well enough, they had almost no weaknesses. When I advance to Sequence 7, I'll have all sorts of magical Beyonder powers. Then, even if I encounter a Sequence 6, I'll be able to fight them head-on for a while. I might even have a chance of winning. If I encounter a Sequence 5, I'll also have a chance of escaping. Amidst his thoughts, Klein looked around, hoping that someone would speak. If Bard and Light Suppliant can't be sold, then I'll have to settle for the next best thing. I'll consider Spectator and Telepathist, as well as the knowledge of Beyonder characteristics, indestructibility, and conservation. I definitely can't sell the formulas of my own pathway, nor the Demonist pathway. That will cause many tragedies. Be an instigator or a witch, they're the type that have to actively do evil. Klein felt a little uneasy, but he remained expressionless as he waited. Actually, I can consider buying it. At this moment, the chubby apothecary laughed. I can take in another apprentice and give him these 2 formulas. I'll get him to specifically pray for my herbs to be illuminated. Perfect. How extravagant. His words broke the momentary silence in the room. In the corner, a man with his hood pulled down deliberately said in a sharp voice, "Perhaps I can give it to my child." At the very least, he'll be stronger than my sequence. Sequence 9,200 pounds. Sequence 8,400 pounds. If you agree, then it's a deal. To be able to fork out 600 pounds in one go, he's quite rich. That's enough to buy a house in Tingen. Klein pretended to think as he looked at the other members of the gathering to observe their reactions. Seeing that no one had the urge to raise the price, and that the other party's offer had reached his bottom line, Klein deliberated for a moment before saying, I have an additional request. You can't sell these two formulas at this gathering. Feel free to sell them anywhere else. The man said sharply, All right. Mr. Eye of Wisdom will bear witness. Klein didn't know how to prove that the formulas were real, but he didn't want to ask and expose the fact that he hadn't attended many gatherings. All he could do was silently pull up his robe, take out the two potion formulas that he had long written, and hand them to the attendant beside him. The attendant didn't walk to the corner, but to the sofa in the middle, and handed the folded paper to Eye of Wisdom. The old gentleman spread out the paper, but he didn't take a second look at it. He placed it on the small round table beside him. Following that, he took out a handkerchief, wiped his right palm, and took out a ring that looked like it was embedded with many fine diamonds from his pocket. The ring's design was complicated and exquisite. In the middle, there was a green gem that looked like an eye. Just looking at it from afar made Klein's head swell and his body feel uncomfortable. It was the same feeling he had when he saw the math test papers. Eye of Wisdom solemnly wore the ring on his right middle finger, then closed his eyes as if he was preparing something. Suddenly, the emerald on the ring emitted a brilliant gold, a gold that resembled sunlight. Eye of Wisdom quickly stretched out his right hand, allowing the gem to touch the potion formula that Klein had written. The golden beams became purer and purer, finally turning into a projection that resembled a seal. Real and effective, Eye of Wisdom announced in a deep voice. Then, he took off the ring, not daring to wear it for a second longer. That tone sounds very much like a notary. That ring is old Mr. Eye of Wisdom's best collection, sealed artifact 2-081. It simulated the powers of a notary. Klein looked at it thoughtfully. He was quite envious. After the notarization, the transaction was quickly completed, and Klein received a thick stack of cash, all of which were 10-pound notes. After counting them 3 times, he didn't fold them into his pocket. Instead, he held them in his palm and waited for the next opportunity to spend them. He planned to observe for a while and confirm that there were no items he needed before asking to buy them. At this moment, the rotund apothecary looked around. I brought some tranquilizers. Did he really bring it? I forgot about it. In order to be different from the past, Klein could only pretend that he wasn't there. After shouting a few times and seeing that no one responded, Apothecary muttered, That guy didn't come this time? Maybe he died somewhere. Thank you for your blessings. But it's a good thing that you didn't recognize me. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. The apothecary habitually requested to buy the spring of the elves' marrow crystals again, but he still didn't find anything. After he temporarily shut his mouth, a lady with her face covered by a hood and 2 boxes by her feet said, I have 2 weapons with beyonder effects. Is this the lady who sold me the runic steel sword? My spiritual intuition as a seer tells me that. She has 2 similar weapons? My spiritual intuition as a seer tells me that. She has 2 similar weapons? She's backed by a Beyonder Arms group, right? Maybe she has an artisan backing her, also known as a mechanic, a sequence 6 artisan of the savant pathway. Klein looked over in anticipation. He had promised to give Sun a Beyonder weapon worth 500 to 700 pounds that could effectively increase his combat strength. He didn't promise any specific type or characteristics. Therefore, as long as it was similar and could be used, he could buy it. After all, Sun wasn't picky. Chapter 276. The lady, whose face was covered by the shadow of her hood, surveyed the area and said, The 2 weapons this time are easy to carry around. One of them is the Whip of Slowness. It's an imitation of a certain mystical item. It can constantly create invisible bindings to affect your opponent bit by bit, gradually slowing down his movements. The longer the battle goes on, the more obvious its effects will be. It can be used for another 2 years. 450 pounds, or the barbarian potion formula. This whip sounds pretty good. It feels a little similar to the demoness of pleasure's spider silk powers. However, isn't it a little strange for little son to use a whip? Klein asked with a hoarse voice. What's the matter? Can such invisible bindings affect spirit body creatures? For example, wraiths. The lady slowly shook her head and said, no. Without waiting for anyone to ask, she continued her introduction. The second weapon is called Axe of Hurricane. It can increase the user's movement frequency and running speed. It also has a 15% chance of producing a paralyzing effect on the enemy. There's a 5% chance of creating a bolt of lightning. If it's used in a thunderstorm, the chances of lightning appearing can be increased to 50%. This was all done through experiments and concluded from a large amount of data. The effects of this weapon can be maintained for no more than a year. 520 pounds, or the barbarian potion formula. This is much better than the whip of slowness. If it wasn't for the fact that its beyonder effects only last for a year, it probably wouldn't be worth that much. Yes, according to Little Son's description and the scene I vaguely saw, there will be lightning streaking across the sky of the city of Silver and the surrounding area at any time. The high frequency is considered daytime, and the low frequency is considered nighttime. This is very close to a so-called thunderstorm environment. If it's really effective, then this Axe of Hurricane would be considered a true mystical item in Little Son's hands. Every strike has a 50% chance of producing lightning. It's definitely powerful. Even if that doesn't work, just based on the most basic beyonder effects of the Axe of Hurricane, it's a pretty good weapon. It suits Little Son's needs very well. As for the problem of only being able to use it for a year, that's even easier to resolve. After a year, with Little Son's digestion speed and the City of Silver's beyonder resources, as long as he can keep up with the potion formula, he would at least be a Sequence 6. When that happens, his weapon would definitely be upgraded. As his thoughts raced, he was basically certain that he wanted to buy the Axe of Hurricane. At this moment, Apothecary mumbled, "An axe is easy to carry around? I feel like I've heard a joke. I think it might be more suitable as a wrench. I say, why can't you sell some pistols with beyonder effects? I will try my best to collect similar items." The lady emphasized the word collect. Well, friends who are willing to buy one of these two weapons, please bid. Before Klein could say anything, he heard a man at the edge of the sofa say, Axe of Hurricane, 520 pounds. The lady waited for a few seconds before asking again, Is there anyone else who wants a bid? 530 pounds. Klein added 10 pounds. The man from before immediately replied, 550 pounds. This, Little Son, if he raises it to more than 600 pounds, I won't buy it. I'll change your whip. After deciding on a strategy, Klein shouted very calmly, I'm going to kill you. 560 pounds. He tried his best to show that no matter what the other party offered, he would add an additional 10 pounds. And the 600 pounds he had just earned was just enough to give the other party an invisible pressure. Upon hearing the latest offer, the man at the edge of the sofa fell silent for a few seconds before shrugging his shoulders. All right, it's yours. Phew. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Are there any other friends who would like to bid on the Axe of Hurricane? The lady, whose face was completely covered by shadows, asked again. The activity room was silent. Deal. The lady no longer hesitated and handed the box beside her right foot to the attendant who had approached. The attendant first let Eye of Wisdom appraise it before bringing it to Klein, cash in one hand and goods in the other. Putting away the remaining 4 10-pound notes, Klein opened the box and saw an axe that could be clipped to his back and clipped to his belt. It was iron black in color, thick and sturdy, with a sharp edge. In his spirit vision, there was an obvious aura color. It could be seen that the maker had used a lot of materials with spirituality. There were many symbols and magic labels on the surface of the axe. They were embedded inside, turning into patterns that resembled lightning and hurricanes. Klein reached out to touch it and felt a faint tingling sensation. He nodded and placed the box on his lap. It can be exchanged for the true roots and sap of the mist treant. My magicians, is only short of the spinal fluid of the dark-patterned Black Panther. I've earned quite a bit from my recent commissions. Together with my original savings and what I have left, I have a total of £209, 5 soldi, and 5 pence. The corresponding Beyonder ingredient of sequence 7 is worth £500 to £700. Heh, I still have to sell the formula or knowledge. I'll take some time out this week to visit Leopard and confirm the progress of his bicycle invention. Klein stopped bidding and watched quietly. Later on, someone bought the Whip of Slowness for £480. As for a Beyonder ingredient called the Heart of a Featherman, no one was interested in it due to its high asking price of £1,600, so the transaction failed. According to his knowledge of mysticism, Klein knew that this Beyonder ingredient was classified as a sequence 6. Some of the subsequent transactions were successful, while others failed. There were fewer in the former and more in the latter. After all, most of the Beyonders who came to the gathering had a clear goal. They wouldn't waste money and resources, unlike Klein, who would accept anything with Beyonder effects and decent weapons. I want to sell the potion formula. Sequence 9, Corpse Collector, £230. Towards the end, a man sitting quietly in a corner said in a deep voice, "Corpse Collector? I remember that this potion formula is only available in the Church of the Goddess, the Church of the God of Combat, and the Charismatic Order. Could this be a Nighthawk who came undercover, or a member of the Charismatic Order who is trying to resurrect death? Of course, it's not strange for a low-sequence formula to be leaked to the outside world. This isn't very confidential information. I remember old Neil mentioning that the Corpse Collector formula has a dried, black-spotted frog." Klein controlled his smile and looked ahead thoughtfully. He realized that the Corpse Collector potion formula was quickly sold. Sequence 9 potion formulas are easy to sell. Previously, there was a Sequence 8 Folk of Rage formula that failed to be sold several times. As for the light suppliant formula that I paired with the Sequence 9 Bard, it's relatively easy. That's right. If a typical Beyonder has money to spare, they would definitely search for Sequence 9 formulas to give their children and students more choices, allowing them to walk down a path that they're better at. Under this premise, if a Sequence 8 formula doesn't come with a basic Sequence 9, they can only wait for the corresponding Beyonder who is attempting to advance. And this might not happen even in a year or two. After all, the circle of Beyonders is very scattered, and most of them don't know the acting method. They still don't know the law of Beyonder characteristic indestructibility and conservation. Klein thought silently and didn't say a word. After another 15 or 16 minutes, seeing that the gathering was about to end, he asked tentatively, "Who has all the spinal fluid of a dark-patterned Black Panther?" Silence. No one in the living room spoke. Klein thought for a moment and added, "I'll give a reward that Beyonders can't refuse. For example, the law of Beyonder characteristics, indestructibility, and conservation. Unfortunately, I've already sworn to the goddess that I won't spread the acting method to others. I've already died once. I wonder if that oath has been rescinded." Klein forcefully retracted his wandering thoughts, but he still didn't hear anyone speak. "All right, next." He deliberately shrugged his shoulders, which he would not normally do. Apothecary coughed lightly. "I brought a lot of medicine. See if there's anything you want. They're not expensive. They're only a few pounds or even a few soldi." When the lady selling the Beyonder weapons heard this, she asked in puzzlement, "What's the matter? I want to know if the dangerous beasts in the sewers have been removed." Apothecary immediately chuckled. "You asked the right person." After saying that, he spread his hands. "I don't know either. I haven't been to the sewers since I got someone to inform the police." "Bro, you're asking for a beating. It must not have been easy for you to grow up so healthy." From the looks of it, choosing the apothecary profession was a very wise choice. Klein couldn't help but criticize inwardly in Mandarin. The lady took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and didn't say another word. When a strange medicine brought by the apothecary was almost sold out, Eye of Wisdom announced the end of the gathering. He arranged for Klein to be the fifth to leave through the secret passageway in the basement. From the looks of it, Eye of Wisdom didn't recognize me either. Klein took off his hooded robe in relief and threw it to the attendant. He walked out of the secret passageway and skillfully circled around. After confirming that there was no one following him, he took off his iron mask, left the secluded street, took the box containing the axe of Hurricane, and headed all the way to East Borough. East Borough's Black Palm Street. There were no gas lamps nearby, and it was like an abyss after dark. In a one-bedroom apartment in an apartment, Klein used a wall of spirituality to seal off the room. Then he summoned himself and brought the axe of Hurricane above the gray fog. If it were any heavier, I wouldn't be able to carry it even if I had Mr. Aztec's copper whistle to strengthen my spirit body. I'd have to use a sacrificial ritual. Klein mumbled and sent a thought to the illusory star corresponding to the sun. The world has already sacrificed the weapon to me. You can prepare for the bestowment ritual. City of Silver. Upon seeing the gray fog and hearing Mr. Fool's instructions, Derek Berg immediately sat up and busied himself with his preparations. Before the bestowment ritual, he silently took out his knight's sword and made a few vertical slashes to ease the anticipation in his heart. I wonder if it will be a straight sword, a broadsword, or a great sword. Derek subconsciously stopped his actions as he couldn't help but think. He subconsciously imagined himself using that powerful weapon. After a while, he saw the beyonder weapon that belonged to him during the ritual. It was an axe. Chapter 277. Honorable Mr. Fool, please inform Mr. World that I will gather the true roots and juice of the mistrant as soon as possible. After receiving Sun's response, Klein nodded indiscernibly and muttered to himself. It looks like he's quite satisfied with the weapon. Even without the environment bonus, Axe of Hurricane is still pretty good. He had already transmitted the characteristics and restrictions of the Beyonder weapon to Sun in a written form. He didn't directly describe it, because he didn't want to appear long-winded and maintain his image. After doing all of this, Klein didn't stay any longer. He immediately returned to the real world, changed his clothes, and left Black Palm Street. East Borough, Dharavi Street, in a cramped but lively tavern. Zio Dericha covered her nose and mouth as she squeezed her way in. To her, not only was this place filled with the fragrance of alcohol and the stench of sweat, but it was also easy for her to bump into people who were much taller than her. She had no choice but to face the person's armpit, and the rich smell was enough to make a normal person faint. After spending a lot of effort, and even using her powers as an arbiter, Zio finally squeezed her way to the bar counter and saw the person she was looking for. It was a young man in his 20s. His face was thin like a horse, and his eyebrows were messy and fierce. However, his facial features were relatively gentle. He was gulping down alcohol, and from time to time, he would chat loudly with the customers around him. "Williams, I have something to talk to you about." Zio rapped heavily on the wooden table of the bar counter. This crude action immediately attracted angry glares, but they quickly shrank back under the arbiter's stern gaze. "Oh, Zio, I haven't seen you in days. Let me think. It's been a week, no, at least 3 weeks. Do you want a drink?" "Half and half," the young man named Williams said in a drunken and surprised manner. Half and half was the most popular alcoholic beverage in East Borough. It was made from malt beer and fortified wine. As the two ingredients happened to be in similar proportions, it was nicknamed half and half. "Do you really want me to drink?" Zio pricked up her eyebrows. "No, he doesn't." The boss at the bar counter, who was wiping the glasses, hurriedly answered for Williams. He clearly remembered how lethal the girl opposite him was when she was drunk. She would use her fists to persuade the customers to quit drinking and throw them out one by one. Williams curled his lips and spread out his hands. "Tell me, why are you looking for me?" He was one of the sources in East Borough and had connections with many gangs. Zio frowned. "Williams, can't you just stop drinking? Save up your money and marry a nice girl. Every day, you can come home with hot water, delicious food, and warm greetings. You can share with her all the things you see, and she will tell you all the trivial things that happen at home. There will also be cute children kissing your cheeks and playing around you. Isn't this warmth good?" When she first arrived in Backlund, it was all thanks to Williams's help that she was able to quickly establish herself in East Borough. Therefore, she had always wished for him to lead a better life. "Warmth?" Williams sneered. "That's based on the money I bring home. I've seen through it a long time ago. If I can bring home 20 soli a week, then I'm sure that my family is warm, just like you described. But if I can't, Lord, the screams and insults of the women, the crying and shouting of the children will drive me crazy. My mother is a good example. Every time my old man comes home, it's accompanied by beating, cursing, and a ruckus. In that case, I might as well exchange my soli and pence for alcohol. No one cares how much I earn here. Everyone drinks and chats. The atmosphere is very, very good. If you miss women, there are still those cute street girls outside. They won't quarrel with you. The corners of Zio's mouth twitched. You're really a hopeless believer of the Lord of Storms. One day, you'll die of alcohol and some strange disease. At least I've already enjoyed it, Williams replied indifferently. I haven't worked for almost 3 days. I won't give you a discount. Zio didn't try to persuade him any further. She touched her messy blonde hair and handed over the portraits of Lenivus that Audrey had given her. Help me keep an eye on this person and find him as soon as possible. There are different images of him in here. Williams unfolded the paper in a drunken manner, glanced at it, and said, He looks too ordinary, and there are so many people in East Borough. There are people dying, leaving, coming, or becoming vagrants at any time. It's very difficult to find him. In short, help me keep an eye out. Inform me immediately if you find anyone similar. Zio took out a 5 soli note and handed it to him. This is for the alcohol. If you can find the person in the portrait, I'll, give you another 10 pounds. 10 pounds? Williams whistled. Zio, when did you become so generous? Or are you saying that this person is worth more? That's his bounty. 10 pounds for providing clues. Zio pretended to look around the tavern and replied, Don't forget about this. I'll come to you in a few days. She had already traveled nearly half of East Borough and issued this mission to the gang leaders and well-informed people she knew. She had paid a few pounds in advance. As long as one of them succeeds, I'll be able to earn it back a lot. Zio silently encouraged herself, covered her mouth and nose, and turned to walk out of the tavern. At this moment, the quarrel of some drunkards turned into a conflict, and the scene gradually turned chaotic. Zio glanced around helplessly and raised her voice. Stop! The imposing aura echoed in the tavern. The drunkards seemed to have met their nemesis as they hurriedly sat down again. Some even squatted down with their heads in their hands. Phew! I wonder when I'll be promoted to sheriff. Zio sighed in satisfaction and anticipation. On Wednesday morning, Klein went to the distant St. George Borough, which seemed to be in another city, to pay attention to his first investment. With his previous pointers and the inspiration from Roselle's manuscript, Leopard's progress on the bicycle project was very fast. He had already produced a rough prototype. This was very much in line with Klein's impression of a bicycle. After the test ride, Klein provided a few suggestions for improvement and indicated that he would pay for the second portion of the investment next week. He also hoped that he could bring in new investors as soon as possible so that the project could enter the factory stage as soon as possible. The only problem was that Leopard believed that he was the inventor and had the right to name the product. He wasn't satisfied with the term bicycle and planned on using the more common term bicycle. Klein didn't mind at all. At noon, after returning to 15 Minsk Street, before he could take off his hat, he heard a series of illusory pleas. Miss Justices? She gathered the information on the declining nobles so quickly. In thought, Klein prepared to enter the living room and head to the second floor. At that moment, he heard the doorbell ring again. He hurriedly turned around to open the door and saw the Sammers maid, Julienne, next door. Mr. Moriarty, Mrs. Sammer would like to invite you to a luncheon on Sunday. There will be many neighbors, the maid said as though she was reciting a script. After Klein returned last night, he had already handed the portable camera to Mrs. Sammer and exchanged a few words with her, but he didn't receive any notification about the luncheon. That's right. The magazines say that middle-class people don't mention it in person when they invite someone to a banquet. They usually send an attendant or maid to invite them. This is very much in line with Mrs. Sammer's style. Klein was puzzled at first, but he immediately understood and agreed to be on time on Sunday. Who wouldn't be happy when there was a free lunch? Besides, Mr. and Mrs. Sammer aren't people who are difficult to get along with, as long as you don't mind their flaunting, Klein added inwardly. After watching Julienne leave, he closed the door and walked to the staircase. On the way, he swept his gaze across the slightly messy living room, dining room, and kitchen. It's been a few days since I've done any cleaning. As a single man, it's already not bad that I can maintain this level of cleanliness. I have too many secrets, and I might even be attacked. It's not good to hire a maidservant to stay at home. Why don't I discuss it with Mrs. Sammer on Sunday and get her to send her maidservant over to clean twice a week? I'll pay her accordingly. Many tenants and landlords have similar agreements. Klein walked steadily as he entered the bedroom on the second floor and drew the curtains. After entering above the gray fog, he discovered that the prayer was indeed from Miss Justice. This noble lady sat on a piano stool, her hands pressed on the keys, but she didn't play. Instead, she softly recited the honorific name of the fool that doesn't belong to this era. I've gathered information on the fallen nobles and request to hold a sacrificial ritual. Please pass it to Mr. World. That's fast, as expected of a professional. Klein immediately gave a response. Audrey, who had just returned from meeting with the royal heraldic officials and experts in this area, completed the sacrificial ritual with some difficulty and threw the thick manuscript into the illusory door. I'll pass it to World. Klein indifferently cut off the connection. This time, he wasn't in a hurry to return to the real world. Instead, he flipped through the manuscript and found the corresponding part of the Pound family. The Pound family's Viscount title did come from the Battle of Violated Oaths. They were loyal supporters of the royal family, and they had considerable power in the army and their own fiefdom. However, 32 years ago, 2 heirs of this family successively died of a serious illness. At that time, the old Viscount could only bring a child from a side branch into his family. Not long after, the old Viscount passed away. As the child was young, under the temptation and instigation of his attendants, he changed his butler and became a foppish son. In just 7 or 8 years, he squandered most of his wealth and was demoted to a baron. Even the family's house in Bakeland was sold. In the next few years, his title was demoted again, becoming a baronet. Died of serious illness? I'm afraid even the corpses can't be found. They're all in the innermost room of the underground building, outside the bloody door. The old Viscount must have deliberately concealed this matter and didn't let the royal family, the military, or the church investigate. From the looks of it, the Pound family only discovered the underground building of the 4th epoch by chance more than 30 years ago. Perhaps the secret door to the basement was built by them, but there are more than 2 corpses in the innermost room. In ancient times, someone else entered and explored it? Yes, I have to talk to Baronet Pound in a way that won't expose my identity. Klein stopped his thoughts and looked at the last paragraph. He saw the content he wanted. Baronet Pound, currently renting at 29 Civilhouse Street, Empress Borough. Chapter 278. Civilhouse County was located in the western part of the Kingdom of Rouen, facing the Republic of Intis across the Hornaces mountain range. In Bakeland, there was a street named after it. It was located at the edge of Empress Borough, where the headquarters of the Capitol Police Department was located. Many people chose to settle down on this street for peace of mind, and Rafter Pound was one of them. In the street house numbered 29, the baronet was draped in cotton flannel pajamas as he stood in the warm living room. He stood by the closed window and stared diagonally across at Civilhouse Yard. He was in his early 40s, but his sideburns were already white. His eyes were puffy, and his wrinkles were obvious. His body seemed to exude the smell of alcohol at all times. Torn women's underwear was strewn on the floor behind Rafter, and across from it was a burning fireplace. The baronet raised the glass in his hand and drank the rest of the liquid in one gulp. Then he slowly walked to the door, wanting to return to his bedroom to sleep. As there were no pipes to transfer heat to the fireplace, he felt the bone-chilling late autumn chill the moment he left the living room. Damn it! Rafter Pound cursed softly, staggered to the bedroom door, and turned the knob. The bedroom was dark, with only a faint crimson glow spilling in. Rafter was about to close the door and fall onto the bed when his gaze suddenly froze. A figure was sitting quietly on a chair beside the curtains. The figure wore a grayish-blue shirt and pants and a dark cap. His entire body was hidden in the shadows. Sensing Baron Pound's gaze, the figure slowly raised his head and looked over. His face was covered in red, yellow, and white paint, like the funniest clown. Rafter was about to shout and turn around to escape, but he saw a revolver aimed at him and heard two deep and hoarse words. "I suggest you don't do anything unwise. If you cooperate, I won't hurt you, nor will I take away your belongings, if you still have any." Rafter Pound's expression changed a few times, and he obediently closed the bedroom door. Then he raised his hands and sat on the edge of the bed. What do you want me to do?" He hiccuped, his body trembling as he reminded her. "Civilau's yard is right across the street." "I know, but I think I'm closer to you than Civilau's yard." Klein, disguised as a clown, changed his voice and tone and warned, "And my purpose is just to ask you some questions." Before coming to Civilau's street, he had divined whether the trip would be dangerous in the mysterious space above the gray fog and received a very safe answer. "Problem?" Rafter's lips quivered as he smiled bitterly. "It's happening again. Will I never be able to escape this nightmare? Many people have come to ask." Klein followed up on his words. "No, not only do they ask. After my uncle, the respected old duke, passed away, too many things happened around me. The amiable old butler resigned for no reason. I have no idea where he went. Those attendants and maidservants changed without any warning. They became unfamiliar and cold. They were looking for something. Yes, looking for something. I wasn't even 10 years old back then. All I could do was watch, not daring to tell anyone. I was afraid that I would never wake up again." Rafter replied, on the verge of a breakdown. "Looking for what? Was it for the underground building or the Pound family's treasure? For example, the Beyonder characteristics and mystical items buried near the evil spirit? It's impossible for the royal family and the church to not notice it. The upper echelons definitely know about the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation and indestructibility. Since the Pound family has been destroyed, such items should have been taken back, right? Unless the old duke spent a huge price to buy additional Beyonder characteristics and mystical items of the same sequence, so as to hide the matter of the underground building." Klein listened calmly and had many guesses. He looked relaxed, but in fact, he could take action at any time. He asked, "How long did such days last?" I don't know. I'm surrounded by faces I don't know. How can I be sure that the remaining people aren't accomplices?" Heh. I pretended not to notice anything and trembled for several years. Then, under their enticement, I drank, played with women, gambled, smoked marijuana, and did all kinds of things that made me look like a good-for-nothing. Rafter Pound laughed somewhat nervously. They finally felt at ease and stopped watching me. When I even sold a house, few left. I don't know where they went. No, they must still be secretly monitoring me, preventing me from calling the police. Yes, preventing me from calling the police. This fellow has a mental illness. I don't know if he's telling the truth or not. The change in the color of his emotions is very logical. But what if he just feels that he has let down the old duke? So he imagines such a scene to find a reason for his depravity. After that, he constantly convinced himself to completely believe it. As a qualified keyboard warrior, Klein, who knew a little about everything, had seen similar cases in his previous life. He thought for 2 seconds. What do these people ask you? They asked me how the 2 children of the old duke died. They asked me if the old duke had any abnormal behavior in the past few years. I wasn't even 10 years old at the time. I didn't know anything at all. Rafter waved his arm and growled, unable to suppress his voice. "Calm down, please calm down." Klein pressed his left hand down and asked about other matters. He tried to confirm from various angles if Baronet Pound knew about the underground building. Time passed quickly as the questions and answers were exchanged. Klein said in a hoarse voice, "You really don't look like you know anything. I'm sorry to disturb you. It's time for me to leave." He stood up and bowed slightly in a very cultured manner. Almost at the same time, the collapse and excitement on Rafter Pound's face instantly disappeared. His light blue eyes became abnormally deep, as if he was scrutinizing something. Seeing that the intruder dressed as a clown was about to stand up straight again, he immediately returned to his previous performance: grief, madness, bitterness, and neuroticism. Right at this moment, a voice that was filled with a mysterious feeling suddenly resounded in his ears. Crimson. Klein injected his spirituality into the slumber charm and threw it at Rafter with his unarmed left hand. Amidst the fine burning sounds, a rich and intense tranquility spread out, enveloping the baronet. He couldn't help but close his eyes, causing his body to fall limply onto the bed. "I'm sorry. The question just now was only for comparison. There are still procedures such as dream infiltration and spirit channeling." Klein patted his pajamas, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed again. Following that, he used the dream charm and entered Rafter's dream like a nightmare. Amidst the gray, fragmented, and constantly flashing world, Klein walked beside Rafter with a clear and rational mind. He watched as he encountered blank, featureless attendants and maidservants, giving him an abnormally horrifying feeling. He watched as he would always turn his head to look back, and he would see an old face silently watching him. He watched as he curled up in a corner, trembling, and watched as he was slowly enveloped by shadows. This is very consistent with what he just described. Klein tried to guide him to figure out the whole story, but Baronet Pound seemed to have a very serious psychological trauma from those matters. Just a little stimulation would cause him to shout hysterically and run crazily in his dreams. This made it impossible for Klein to obtain any more information. Therefore, he left the dream and gave Rafter Pound another slumber charm. Then, he took out a mantha extract and other materials and prepared for the mediumship ritual. After responding to himself, Klein's spirituality passed through the storm of thoughts and saw the other party's illusory figure, an illusory figure based on a body of heart and mind. "What did the old Viscount say to you before he died?" Klein asked after some deliberation. Rafter Pound answered in a daze. "He asked me to maintain the family." "What else?" Klein deliberately asked in a certain tone. "What else?" Klein deliberately asked in an affirmative tone. "He asked me to remember the glory of my ancestors," Rafter replied blankly. Klein nodded slightly and asked, "What's the matter? What are those people looking for?" "I don't know." Rafter still gave the same answer. Klein continued to ask questions and compared them to before. He came to the conclusion that Baronet Pound wasn't lying and that what he had said was true enough. At this point, he didn't stay any longer. He penetrated the other party's storm of thoughts and allowed the spirituality that had spread out to return to his body. Right on the heels of that, Klein methodically cleaned up the scene. He took out Aztec's copper whistle and threw it a few times, using its level to interfere with any possible divination investigations. "Thank you very much for your cooperation, Mr. Baronet." After doing all of this, Klein, who was covered in clown paint, bowed once again. Then he turned around, opened the window, and jumped into the street, disappearing into the night. After a moment, Rafter Pound suddenly opened his eyes. Around his light blue eyes, there was a ring of ruptured capillaries. He suddenly sat up and stared at the open oriel window. After making a huge detour to East Borough, Klein washed off his disguise, changed into normal clothes, and returned to 15 Minsk Street in Sherwood Borough as if nothing had happened. He didn't rest, nor did he think about what to do with the underground building. Instead, he entered the world above the gray fog again. At the end of the long, ancient table, Klein slowly spread open his palm, revealing a few strands of brown hair. It was Rafter Pound's hair, the hair he had collected before entering the dream. There's still one last procedure. Divine confirmation above the gray fog. Klein silently muttered to himself. He conjured a pen and paper and wrote down the content he had previously considered. Rafter Pound's future. I want to see what will happen to you in the future to verify it with the past. Klein leaned back in his chair and silently recited the divination statement. Chapter 279. Rafter Pound's future. Klein held the baronet's hair, closed his eyes, and with the help of cogitation, he entered a deep sleep. In the gray world, he saw a narrow, irregular hole. Rafter Pound, with puffy eyes and white sideburns, propped himself up on his elbows, crawled forward like a reptile, and crawled out. Immediately after, the scene flashed, and he picked up a black iron badge from somewhere and wore it on his chest. The emblem was carved with a scepter and a hand tightly gripping the scepter. Tutor. Klein suddenly woke up from his dream and sat up straight. According to Miss Bodyguard introduction, the black iron badge was engraved with the royal coat of arms of the Fourth Epic's Tudor Empire. It was identical to what he had seen in the ancient building. Rafter Pound is definitely not as simple as he appeared. Klein rubbed his forehead and whispered to himself. As a seer, he had his own interpretation of the revelation he had just seen in the dream. On the one hand, he knew that it was something Rafter Pound would do in the future. On the other hand, he believed that it meant that Rafter Pound had a deep connection with the Tudor family. After the 3 tests of direct questioning, dream probing, and spirit channeling, Rafter Pound didn't expose any problems, nor did I notice anything abnormal. If I hadn't held back, I might have been fooled by him. Maybe he really doesn't know anything now, and he was just acting as he was. In the future, he would have encountered an opportunity to form a connection with the Tudor family. But it's more likely that he has already learned a lot of things from the old Viscount. Before he's confident, he deliberately fell into depravity and played the fool. And to be able to fool my dream and spirit channeling, it must be some kind of beyonder power at work. He probably wasn't acting back then, and he really fell into a muddle-headed state. Otherwise, he would have long exposed himself in front of me, who is very experienced. What kind of beyonder power could it be? What sequence is he? Or is he born with certain beyonder powers? As Klein thought about it, he felt that he had reached a dead end. He hurriedly pulled himself out of it, changed his angle, and silently muttered to himself. Rafter Pound has a deep connection with the Tudor family. Can I make a bold assumption that he is actually a descendant of the Tudor family? If his blood relationship with the old Viscount is real, then things will be interesting. The entire Pound family is a branch of the Tudor family that changed their name to escape pursuit. They established meritorious deeds, obtained titles, and returned to the center of power step by step. At the same time, they were secretly searching for the secret relics left by the Tudor Empire in Bakeland. After who knows how many years, they finally got something, so they bought the house that currently belonged to Miller Carter and built an exaggerated basement to explore the surrounding area. 30 to 40 years ago, they found the ruins and built a secret door that led to that place. However, in the process of exploring the ruins, an accident happened. The evil spirit didn't recognize the so-called descendants of the Tudor family at all. The 2 heirs of the old Viscount died in the innermost room one after another. Even the beyonder characteristics and mystical items couldn't be rescued. Although the old Viscount had spent a huge price to buy similar beyonder characteristics, making the deaths of the 2 heirs appear relatively normal, the consecutive deaths were still somewhat suspicious in the eyes of the royal family and the church. Therefore, after the old Viscount died, Rafter Pound deliberately exaggerated and distorted the secret investigations back then, frightening himself into having psychological problems. He began to indulge in alcohol, women, and gambling to avoid attention. This can explain something that puzzled me previously. A Viscount family was actually controlled by a mysterious person of unknown origins. Do they think the royal family and the church are blind? Even if they wanted to control them, they would use a gentler method that wouldn't be detected. For example, a sequence 6 faceless of my pathway. Even a child can detect the abnormality, much less the powerhouses of the royal family and the 3 churches. The only explanation for why they didn't know is that they were the ones who sent those people. Yes, back then, I guess that the Tudor family and the Tloen-Sostel family also controlled the Black Emperor pathway. Therefore, due to the need for acting, the dynasty they established would retain the style and characteristics of the Solomon Empire. This point seems to have been indirectly confirmed by Miss Bodyguard. Sequence 9 of the Black Emperor pathway is lawyer. It's a beyonder profession that's very good at using order. Rafter Pound's ability to deceive dreams and mediumship originates from this, or is it a step further? He fully cooperated with me, but in his dream and muddle-headed state, he still subconsciously used the loopholes in order to make the outcome develop in the direction he wanted. On careful thought, during the mediumship process, Rafter Pound really didn't seem to be lying. However, the truth was only a partial truth. Maintaining the family and remembering the glory can refer to the Pound family, but it can also refer to the Tudor family. Klein's train of thought became clearer bit by bit, and he had an overall judgment of the matter. From Rafter Pound's current attitude, it's unlikely that the evil spirit can escape without external help. Otherwise, this baronet would have long thought of a way to save himself. Regardless of whether the evil spirit comes looking for him, as long as it escapes the seal and creates a disaster, the underground ruins won't be able to hide from the royal family and the church. When that happens, Rafter will definitely be implicated. The collapse of the opposite room didn't affect the power that binds the evil spirit. This means that as long as the innermost room isn't directly destroyed, the evil spirit won't be able to escape. Yes, the plan is very clear. I'll buy some explosives from Casper's and collapse the entrance so that no one can enter. I'll bury the evil spirit underground forever. When I have enough strength, I can consider dealing with it and help the citizens of Bakeland completely eliminate this latent danger. I'll also obtain some valuable items in passing. However, what's the safest way to blow it up? I don't know anything. Perhaps Casper's knows an explosives expert? After all, he's a black market weapons merchant. Klein quickly finalized his plan and decided to find Casper's tomorrow evening. He wanted to resolve the matter of the underground ruins within a week. As for the true relationship between the Pound family and the Tudor family, as well as Rafter Pound's abnormality, he didn't want to delve into it. It's none of my business, Klein muttered as he quickly fell into the gray fog and returned to the real world. On Friday morning, Klein went out early as usual, pretending to be very busy. But in reality, he was once again at the Quelag Club, practicing shooting, reading the newspapers, and having a rather pleasant time. At tea time, he was about to leave after spending almost a day there, but he was surprised to see his former employer, Mary Gale, and his equestrian teacher, Talon Dumont, enter the club at the same time. Together with them were many gentlemen in double-breasted frocks and ladies in beautiful dresses and exquisite makeup. Among them was a reporter from the Daily Observer, Mike Joseph. Oh, Detective Moriarty, what a coincidence. Mike, who had a pair of charming eyes but rather rough skin, took the initiative to greet him. Klein smiled and replied, "Oh, Detective Moriarty, what a coincidence. Mr. Reporter, are you done with your investigative news?" "Yes, it's all thanks to your help. Let me introduce you. This is the famous detective, Mr. Sherlock Moriarty, a good friend of Talon's." Mike waved his arm and said. After exchanging greetings, Mike continued, I've roughly figured out who Capim is. I'll tell you in detail when I'm free. In short, I already have sufficient reason to believe that Sibber's death was a result of a copycat crime and not the work of the serial killer. Haha, tomorrow you'll see my investigative news in the newspapers. Just as I guessed, Klein replied with a smile. At this moment, Mike seemed to recall something and turned to Mary Gale. I'll arrange an interview with you about the air pollution situation in Bakeland and its solutions. However, you have to communicate with our newspaper's editor-in-chief in advance to finalize the layout and time. Mary's eyes lit up. All right, thank you so much. Mike, why didn't I think of such a good idea? Is this publicity for entering the kingdom's National Atmosphere Pollution Council? This reporter, Mike, is very experienced. Although the Daily Observer isn't one of the best newspapers, it still has quite a large circulation. Mary suddenly came here today because the members of the House of Commons who are members of this club are coming. A private club is really suitable for politics and business. Klein came to a realization and bade farewell. Before he became a faceless, he didn't want to get involved in such matters that were close to the upper echelons. In the evening, in an apartment in East Borough, after a busy day, Williams entered the cramped room he rented. He planned on changing into a coat, taking some cash, and heading to a tavern for a good drink. He would also settle his dinner there. In the dark and gloomy environment, he suddenly stopped putting on his coat. He saw a black shadow standing by the window, its face completely obscured by the shadow of a hood. "Who asked you to look for Lenivus?" the black shadow asked in a low and slow voice. Williams quickly put on his coat and gulped. "A friend of mine, a bounty hunter." Bounty hunters were adventurers whose main source of income was various bounties. In East Borough and Bakeland, there were quite a number of them. Why did she suddenly start looking for Lenivus? That's a bounty from a long time ago. The black shadow was very tall as it walked in front of Williams step by step. "I don't know. Maybe she's just trying to change the bounty." Williams took a very small step back. The black shadow pressed in a hoarse voice. "Who is she?" Williams immediately fell into a dilemma. After a few seconds, he replied with a trembling voice, Zio Dericha. Zio Dericha. I don't know where she lives." "Very good, very honest." The black shadow reached out and patted Williams's body. Without asking any further, he walked towards the door. Williams heaved a sigh of relief, believing that his rich experience in the underworld had helped him. Don't be stubborn when you shouldn't be. At that moment, he saw the black shadow snap his fingers. "Ha!" Williams's thoughts froze. His body instantly split into pieces and scattered in all directions, leaving the ground and walls covered in flesh and blood. Right on the heels of that, the black shadow broke the gas pipe. Amidst the sizzling sounds, he picked up the candle on Williams's table and rubbed the wick. The black shadow then left. A few minutes later, the candle suddenly lit up on its own. Boom! Chapter 280. After dinner, in the billiard room of the Bravehearts Bar, Klein wore a simple black coat that matched the style of the place and a dark-colored cap. Holding a glass of Southville beer, he closed the door behind him and walked to Casper's, who was bending over to test the ball. Before he could force a smile and greet him, Casper's had already stopped moving. He straightened his body and glanced at him. "Merrick isn't here. No extra parties of the kind you want. Other than weapons, I have nothing." Very familiar. Fortunately, my goal today is different. Klein twitched the corner of his mouth. "I'm here to buy weapons. Merrick isn't here again. It looks like this stronghold has been exposed and is being targeted by enemies, so they've decided to move. Then I won't be able to contact Miss Bodyguard. Also, the helper I plan to use to fool Miller Carter is Merrick S. Zombie. It's confidential, obedient, and not afraid of death. Yes, the premise is that its spirituality blocks the influence of Aztec's copper whistle." As he spoke, a series of thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. Casper's was a little surprised. He leaned against the queue suspiciously and rubbed his nose. "What weapon do you want to buy? Did he run out of bullets? You practice a lot." "No, I use extra bullets I bought at the Quelag Club for practice." Klein smiled. "I want to buy explosives, the kind widely used in mines." "What do you want?" Casper's blurted out, and his expression became solemn and serious. "I'm warning you, don't try to do anything big. I will not allow my customers to provoke Civilau's yard. Of course, you don't have to buy weapons from me. To be able to be a black market weapons dealer and survive to this day, it could be said that he's very law-abiding to a certain extent. At the very least, he wouldn't sell things to those crazy fellows." Klein habitually gave his evaluation from the standpoint of a nighthawk. At the same time, he said with a smile, "You seem to have misunderstood something. I don't want to blow up the door of a bank vault, nor do I plan on creating sensational news. I'm only helping someone demolish a building to facilitate the subsequent renovation." Then why didn't he find a proper construction company? Casper's did not let down his guard. "Ha, that's a secret room. He doesn't want outsiders to know about it." Klein then asked, "Do you know any reliable explosives experts? I'm not good at this kind of thing. I'm afraid that the whole house will collapse." When Casper's saw that the other party was still thinking about keeping the house intact, the doubts in his heart immediately dissipated. Just as he deliberated over his answer, an illusory and fleeting voice suddenly rang out in the room. "No need." A familiar feeling surfaced as Klein hurriedly turned his head and realized that Miss Bodyguard was already sitting on a chair in the corner at some point in time. She was still wearing a black Gothic regal dress and a small bonnet of the same color. Her face was as pale as ever, and her pale blonde hair and exquisite face accentuated each other's strengths. "Good evening, ma'am." Klein bowed slightly and bowed. "Good evening, ma'am, Sharon." Caspers did the same action. "So her name is Sharon." Klein thoughtfully waited for her to speak. Miss Bodyguard, who was addressed as Sharon, looked at Caspers and said, "Merrick will not come here again in the future. If you need anything from him, leave a message according to the third method we agreed upon." "All right, ma'am, Sharon." Caspers, an old man who had clearly seen the world, seemed to have an instinctive fear of Miss Bodyguard. Upon hearing this, Klein interrupted. "If, and I'm saying if, I want to find Merrick for help, how should I contact him?" "Find Caspers," Sharon answered very succinctly. "All right." Klein threw up his hands and grunted. "What did you mean when you said that you don't need an explosives expert?" Sharon's blue eyes didn't waver in the slightest. "That's me." "That's you? You're an explosives expert? Wait, aren't you a Beyonder with special powers of about Sequence 5? Why are you also an explosives expert?" Klein was taken aback for a moment, unsure of how to respond. In the end, he chose to believe in Miss Bodyguard. He deliberated and said, "I went to visit." Before he finished speaking, he swept his gaze at Caspers, indicating that the following topic wasn't suitable for an ordinary person like him. In terms of physique, a black market arms dealer is indeed considered an ordinary person. Klein silently added. Sharon turned to look at Caspers. "Prepare the explosives." £2. "He's out." "Yes, ma, I'm Sharon." Caspers swept a glance at Klein and limped out of the billiard room. He didn't forget to close the door behind him. Seeing Miss Bodyguard looking at him without saying a word, Klein felt like he was being watched by a female ghost. He hurriedly organized his words. He quickly organized his words and said, "I found out Baronet Pound's address and visited him in the middle of the night." After relaying Rafter Pound's words, Klein began to demonstrate his reasoning, working backwards from the results to the process of inference. "I think he lied about many things. It's impossible for a Viscount's family to be so easily controlled in secret. If even a child can discover the abnormality, how can the royal family and the church not notice it? After Rafter Pound's fall, he had many opportunities to interact with outsiders and other nobles. As long as he had a little courage, he could easily resolve the problem. So, I think he must be hiding something, and there's a high chance that it's related to the underground building. Judging from his condition, the evil spirit won't be able to escape for a long time, so I plan to use some explosives to destroy the entrance so that others won't have a chance to enter. I'm afraid that they'll release the evil spirit by mistake." "Yeah." Sharon didn't confirm Klein's idea, but she didn't deny it either. At this moment, Klein hesitated and asked, "I don't know anything about explosives, so I'm going to draw up a layout and ask an explosives expert to give me the location and weight of the explosives. If I need your help again, how much do I need to pay? If it's too expensive, it's better for me to find a general explosives expert. After all, it's only £50 for my job, while Miss Bodyguard costs £1,000 for 3 days. Klein had already made plans. "It's free." Sharon's answer was still in the style of omitting words whenever possible. "Free?" Klein was startled. According to his common sense, free things were the most expensive. Sharon sat there quietly for a few seconds before she gave a brief explanation. "After blowing up the entrance, I'm the only one who can go in and out. That in itself is what I hope to do. In other words, you plan to get rid of the evil spirit and harvest the items inside after you have enough confidence. Blowing up the exit is actually helping you eliminate any interference and possible covetous eyes. After all, Beyonders of other sequences are unable to pass through boulders and mud like spirit bodies. Yes, except for those of the apprentice pathway, but they don't know about the underground structure." Klein nodded in enlightenment. "Deal." After saying that, he hurriedly added, "Borrow a few subordinates from Merrick, subordinates who can keep their mouths shut. These are the helpers to show Miller Carter." "Okay." Sharon didn't refuse. Klein deliberately didn't mention the remuneration and smiled. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, then. We have to explore the surrounding terrain in advance. We can't let the explosion cause obvious damage." Sharon nodded slightly. Then, her figure gradually faded and disappeared. On Saturday morning, Zio Derrychild once again took a public carriage to East Borough to confirm if her commission had been successful. While waiting for the transfer, she suddenly had the urge to buy a newspaper to read. She took out a penny and bought a copy of the Bakelin Post from the newsboy beside her. She quickly flipped through it. Suddenly, her gaze froze because of a piece of news on the third page. Breaking news. At 7:10 last night, a serious explosion occurred in an apartment at 1 Duravi Street in East Borough. It's suspected to be caused by a gas leak. The explosion occurred in room 6 on the 3rd floor. The tenant died on the spot. There wasn't even a complete corpse left behind. By midnight, the explosion had killed 3 people and injured 16 others, 1 Duravi Street. Apartment 3-6. Isn't that where Williams rents? He's dead? Died from an explosion caused by a gas leak? No, that's definitely not the case. He wouldn't have the luxury of using gas, even if it was installed there. Could it be because of this that he just accepted my commission? But Lenevis is a wanted criminal. If he discovered that someone was looking for him, he could just change locations. There's no need to kill to keep the secret. That would easily expose the problem. The way this matter was handled is too strange and radical. It's like the work of a madman. He's clearly just a swindler. Poor Williams, I'll definitely avenge you. I'll definitely find out the truth. Zio looked at the public carriage in front of her sadly and solemnly. She didn't get on it. She knew that it would be very dangerous to go to East Borough now. She planned on immediately returning to tell Furs to move to the spare rental apartment. She would disguise herself and sneak into East Borough to ask people she knew. She would figure out the whole story and find traces left behind by the murderer. Sigh, there's indeed no danger in Miss Audrey's commission. I was the one who felt that a wanted swindler wouldn't retaliate fiercely as long as I don't block him and prevent him from escaping. I was careless. I was the one who caused William's death. Yes, I can't rule out the possibility that he's also gathering information about other matters and causing trouble. Zio closed her eyes, crossed the road, and walked to the waiting area across the street. At 10:14, Klein and Ms. Bodyguard Sharon confirmed the surface of the 4th Epic building and arrived outside the house at 8 William Street. Sharon had already disappeared. Miller Carter saw Detective Sherlock Moriarty in a grayish-blue worker's uniform and cap and his 3 silent, burly assistants. It's easier to explore, Klein explained. Miller Carter's gaze swept across the 3 assistants who looked like they were good at fighting and nodded in satisfaction. Your preparations were faster than I expected. Are there snake repellent experts among them? Yes, they're all very good at repelling snakes, Klein answered without hesitation. Chapter 281. In the deep and dark underground building, Klein circled the hall with a lantern in hand, carefully checking if there were any other entrances. Of course, he didn't dare enter the tunnel that led to the innermost room, and the snakes that had regrouped were once again blown away by the biting, cold wind. After receiving an affirmative answer, he took the initiative to retreat to the door and watched with the 3 zombies as Ms. Bodyguard Sharon placed explosives in different spots. She looks very professional, Klein sighed softly, and the 3 zombies undoubtedly didn't respond to him. However, there was a reason for this. He had been using his spirituality to shield himself from the negative effects of Aztec's copper whistle. Otherwise, he would have encountered an unusually enthusiastic agreement. He originally didn't plan on bringing this ancient and exquisite copper whistle, but considering that he had to be wary of the evil spirits, he had no choice but to sacrifice some spirituality. Miss Bodyguard. No, Miss Sharon really isn't bragging when she says that she's an explosives expert. She was originally in this line of work? Or could it be that a certain sequence in her beyonder pathway makes her good at such fields? According to the information I read when I was in the Nighthawks, there are roughly sequence 9 criminal, prisoner, warrior, and hunter, sequence 8 sheriff, and sequence 7 weapon master and knowledge keeper. The latter has a nickname called detective, and it belongs to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. I'm not sure about the rest. I wonder which pathway Miss Sharon is from. It doesn't look like it. She even showed the ability to command zombies this time. While Klein was making all sorts of random associations, Sharon completed the setup and lit the fuse. Lit? Hey, hey, hey. Why didn't you warn me? Why didn't you warn me? Only then did Klein snap back to his senses. He jumped in fright and hurriedly left the hall and entered the corridor outside. The three zombies followed behind him unhurriedly. It's safe here. Sharon suddenly appeared beside him. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "Will there be any dust coming down from here?" "Yes." Sharon gave an affirmative answer with one word. "That's good." As he spoke, Klein took another step back. The sound of the fuse burning reached his ears, making him a little annoyed. This emotion was not because he was afraid of the following explosion, but because there was one boot that had yet to touch the ground. "One," Sharon suddenly said. "Huh." Klein didn't understand what he meant. Rumble. The earth shook violently, and dust fell from above. Klein's ears were buzzing, and he couldn't hear anything else for a while. If he wasn't a clown, he would have lost his balance and fallen to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Distracted and unprepared, he coughed. He saw boulders and mud falling rapidly in front of him, blocking the entrance in an instant. Amidst the remaining tremors, Klein gripped the copper whistle that Mr. Aztec had given him and observed its reaction. Although he had divined ahead of time that there wouldn't be any danger on this trip, this place involved the human statues of 6 Orthodox deities. Even if it was a revelation he had received above the gray fog, he didn't dare to completely believe it. Furthermore, the interpretation itself could be wrong. Therefore, he cautiously used Aztec's copper whistle to determine if the evil spirit had escaped. The copper whistle's surface was cold but gentle. It didn't show any abnormal changes. Klein was completely at ease. He looked at the zombies beside him and confirmed one thing from their eyes. He was currently covered in dust. That's good. It matches the explanation I'm going to give to Mr. Miller Carter later. I didn't waste my effort in changing my clothes. He walked to the entrance and confirmed that it was completely blocked. Without causing a huge commotion, only the apprentice pathway and beyonders like Miss Sharon would be able to enter in the future. She eliminated many potential competitors. It's no wonder it's free. Klein stared at the rocks and soil as he sighed inwardly. Of course, I could do it too. I have a spiritual body. He smiled as he silently added in his heart, but his expression did not change. Done. Klein snapped his fingers exaggeratedly and led the 3 zombies back to the basement of the house in a hurry. Sharon had disappeared at some point. In the spacious basement, Miller Carter paced back and forth anxiously, looking at the secret door from time to time. When he saw Detective Moriarty and his assistants come out, he let out a long sigh of relief and asked anxiously, "What's wrong? What happened inside?" Klein deliberately panted. "That underground building is too old, and it hasn't been repaired for a long time. We were originally driving the snakes away, but our movements were a little too big, and it caused a violent collapse. The whole building collapsed. Luckily, we were close to the door and escaped in time. Holy Lord of Storms, that building is that dangerous?" Miller Carter clenched his fist and hit his left chest. "Yes, there are only a few well-preserved ancient buildings. The rest have collapsed in the long river of history," Klein replied. "I'll take you in to take a look and confirm the situation. Is there any more collapses?" Miller asked cautiously. "No, this side is more sturdy." Klein deliberately patted the dust off his body, coughed twice, and let his employer in. They stopped at the completely blocked entrance, and the walls near the hall had also collapsed. Behind them were rocks and soil. "You can use this part." He pointed to the corridor area. Miller was silent for a few seconds before sighing. "Thankfully, I didn't rashly send people in to explore, and instead found a professional like you. Otherwise, I would have to bear the burden of several lives. All right, this commission ends here. I'll give you the rest of the payment." As he spoke, Miller Carter had already taken out his wallet and counted it. He was somewhat embarrassed to find that there were only about 30 pounds in cash. "Fortunately, I still have other money. Otherwise, I'd have to make a trip to the bank," Miller muttered and looked up at Klein. "Do you mind accepting gold coins?" "No, I don't mind any form of money." Klein smiled. In the Ruan Kingdom, in addition to large banknotes, the gold pounds could also be gold coins. This was also a guarantee of the face value of the banknotes. However, in the 100 years since Roselle the Great, the people of the northern continent had become more and more accustomed to banknotes. There were even members of parliament who wanted copper pennies to have corresponding banknotes. In the true sense of the word, gold pounds were rarely circulated in the market. Only some old-fashioned gentlemen would attach a fixed box to the other end of their pocket watch chain and put some gold coins inside in case of accidents. This was both a way to feel at ease and a habit. Miller nodded and took out a shimmering box from a pocket along the golden watch chain on his clothes. Huh! He opened the box, took out 5 gold coins, and handed them to the detective in front of him, along with the banknotes he had counted earlier. Klein didn't avoid anything. After counting, he suddenly flicked a gold coin up and caught it with his open palm. "Thank you for your generosity." He glanced at the portrait and revealed a sincere smile. Then he pressed his hand to his chest and bowed to Miller Carter. Yes, if it were any other detective, even if they blew up the entrance and passageway, they would definitely have nightmares after returning. There would be strange noises in the house, and they would become mentally weak. They would feel like someone was staring at them at all times. This is the corruption of the evil spirit's aura, and it will take a long time for it to disappear. But we're different. Miss Sharon is like a female ghost to begin with. I'll be completely fine once I go above the gray fog. As for those 3 zombies, they're not even afraid of death. So what's there to be afraid of? Klein lampooned in a good mood. Then he bade farewell to Miller Carter and left the house. When he reached the street, the 3 living corpses didn't greet him and just walked in the other direction. Miss Sharon is gone. She really didn't pay the zombies. Klein smiled and raised his arm, waving at the backs of the 3 zombies. After that, he went home and changed into normal clothes before heading to the Quelag Club to practice shooting. After having dinner as a reward for the successful completion of the mission, Klein took a public carriage back to Mint Street. The gloomy and dim environment was illuminated by gas street lamps. With his cane in hand, he strolled leisurely along the street. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. It wasn't good, but it wasn't bad either. What's going on? Klein looked up and saw 2 police officers leading a police dog over. They seemed to be conducting an interrogation along the way. Interrogation? An interrogation with a police dog? Is this the impact of the serial murders? The smell of cloves and gooseberries left at the scene. So more police dogs were deployed? Klein couldn't help but silently criticize. The history of police dogs could be traced back to the time of Roselle, but there were not many of them. Considering that he had a lot of items on him, and considering the premonition he had just had, Klein decided to take a detour and go from the other side. But at that moment, the 2 police officers saw him and signaled for him to stop. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched as he waited in place with a smile on his face. Routine investigation. After approaching, one of the police officers showed his ID. Okay, before Klein could finish his sentence, the police dog suddenly roared and barked at him. This is the smell of gunpowder on my body? The smell of gunpowder from the afternoon practice? Klein was instantly enlightened. He looked at the vigilant expressions of the 2 officers and came up with a plan. He smiled and said, "That's right. It's like this. I picked up a revolver on the road, along with an armpit holster and bullets. I was about to hand it over to you." He slowly took out his revolver, raised his hands to his shoulders, and added with a serious smile. With a serious smile, he added, "Officer, I'm really not illegally holding a gun." A police officer was on high alert. Another police officer took the pistol and said solemnly. The other officer took the revolver and said solemnly, "You have to come back with us to the police station." Chapter 282. East Borough, in a corner. The drunk Jean faced the wall, took off his pants, and comfortably nourished the moss. After he was done with the problem, he suddenly felt someone pat him on the shoulder. Jean couldn't help but shiver a few times. He quickly pulled up his pants, half-turned, and saw a short boy in a canvas coat and cap. The boy raised his head, revealing a dirty but gentle and exquisite face. "Zio, why are you dressed up like this?" Jean blurted out in surprise. Zio raised her index finger and placed it in front of her lips, gesturing for him to keep quiet. Then she suppressed her voice and said, "I'll ask and you answer. I ask and you answer. Keep your voice down. Intimidated by her authority, Jean only had the thought of nodding. Among the guys Williams knows, who else died in the past 2 days? Zio asked in a deep voice. Zeon used his alcohol-numbed brain to carefully recall for a while. Gavin. Gavin was found drowned in the Tussock River this morning. He probably fell in last night. That poor guy doesn't know how to swim at all. He even likes to go to the river to get some fresh air after he's drunk. Zio's gaze suddenly turned sharp as she pressed without any hesitation. What's the matter? Without thinking, she pressed. Did Gavin accept Williams's commission to search for the wanted criminal, Lenevis? Of course, we all got this commission from Williams. Anyway, it's not a troublesome matter. We just need to show the portrait to everyone we know and let them pay attention to whether there are any similar fellows. That's all. Oh, Williams, he also said if there are any clues, he'll treat me to 3 days of alcohol and 3 days of meat. That poor guy actually died in a gas explosion. So I'm determined not to let the landlord install gas pipes. Ugh, that was a few months ago. I can only afford to stay in a cheap hotel now. Zeon rambled on. What area is Gavin in charge of? Did he mention anything to you? Zio turned her head to look to the side, pursed her lips, and stared at Jean's face. He usually goes near the eastbound dock in the dock area. He even met me yesterday evening. He said that he went to the Workers' Alliance Tavern there to spread the news of finding Lenevis. He also showed everyone Lenevis's portrait. Jean burped. There are many piers in Bakeland, most of which are included in the Quay district and are named docks. And then, did Gavin say what he's going to do next? Zio frowned in puzzlement and asked again. Of course it's to drink. He planned to have a good drink and then find a place to sleep. Oh, the poor thing must have had too much to drink and wanted to bathe in the river. He forgot he couldn't swim, and it's almost winter. Zeon sighed again. Gavin didn't find anything. All he did was go to the Workers' Alliance Tavern at the eastbound dock to distribute flyers in search of Lenevis, but he ended up getting killed. He even implicated Williams. The murderer's reaction can no longer be described as extreme. He's practically a lunatic. If I were Lenevis, the best and simplest choice would be to immediately change locations and avoid the search. Unless he's caught up in something and can't leave for a long time. But I'm not the only one looking for him. There are many bounty hunters as well. Even if he killed Williams, can he kill so many people? If he has the ability, he should wipe out the civilized yard that issued the wanted notice. Zio found it completely incomprehensible, just like how she found it difficult to accept Williams's death. In the end, she decided to first report the problem she had encountered to Miss Audrey. Then, she disguised herself and went to the Workers' Alliance Tavern at the eastbound dock. She didn't ask questions, but only observed to see if there were any suspicious people. Sherwood Borough, Rice Police Station. Once again, Klein was squeezed together with the thieves and drunkards on a long bench with a back. How unlucky. I actually encountered a police inspection, and I didn't manage to change my route in time. It's all that damn serial killer's fault. As Klein cursed a certain fellow, he thought about how he could hide the charms and the inexplicable herbal powder on his body to avoid the subsequent body search. He tried to put these things in a black glove and then find an opportunity to stuff them into a hidden spot in the police station. He would retrieve them when he left. At that moment, his eyes lit up. He saw the young lawyer, Jürgen Cooper, whose hair was neatly combed back and was dressed formally as if he was attending a banquet, walking over with a police officer. "You can leave after signing the papers," Jürgen said with his usual serious expression. "Is that all?" Klein asked in surprise. Jürgen nodded slightly. "Yes, they know you're a famous detective." "What kind of reason is that?" Klein didn't dare to ask further. He immediately got up and followed Jürgen, who was dressed in a black woolen frock coat. He unhurriedly signed the papers and left. The weather was different from the last time he was led out of the police station. There was no rain now, only thick clouds obscuring the crimson moon and stars. The streets were illuminated by the gas lamps on both sides. "Thank you so much. I've troubled you again." Klein took 2 quick steps and came to Jürgen's side. Jürgen turned his head to look at him without a smile. "You're welcome. This is my profession. £2. Klein sized him up seriously and smiled. All right. His wallet had recently been bulging, so he immediately took out 2 one-pound notes. Jurgen didn't stand on ceremony as he accepted the payment. If you're willing to establish a formal partnership, I'll only charge £1 every time you come to the police station. Of course, this doesn't include serious cases. You have to understand that a large portion of the fees I collect have to be handed over to the firm. You make it sound like I'll often be invited to the police station for tea in the future. Hooey, they don't give me tea at all, not even a cup of water. Before Klein could answer, he heard Jurgen add, for a private detective, going in and out of the police station is something that happens every once in a while. It's a professional trait. Yes, I know very well that every private detective has problems with illegal gun possession and trespassing into other people's homes. Well, I'm well aware that every private detective has problems with illegal gun possession and trespassing into other people's homes. The police couldn't find enough evidence to prove that you were illegally carrying a gun, and the explanation for the gunpowder reaction on your body was quite sufficient. The name of the Quelag Club was enough to convince them. Otherwise, you might have had to go to the magistrate's court. So, you're not a suspect, but a good citizen. A good citizen who voluntarily hands over a gun after picking it up doesn't need to be searched again. All right, but I lost a revolver and the corresponding bullets. That's several pounds, and there's also the lawyer's fees. Klein squeezed out a smile and said, I understand. I understand, Lawyer Jurgen. Let's establish a formal partnership. The corners of Jurgen's mouth twitched as he extended his hand with a very professional smile. It's a pleasure working with you. I sincerely hope to rarely see you at the police station. That's not for me to decide. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. Back at 15, Mint Street, Klein used a hot bath to calm himself down. But at that moment, he once again heard a series of illusory pleas, vaguely coming from a woman. Miss Justice, is there a clue about Lenevis this time? Klein suddenly bounced up from the bathtub, quickly dried himself, put on his clothes, and went above the gray fog. Looking at the constantly expanding and contracting crimson star, he spread out his spirituality and chose to listen. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Honorable Mr. Fool, there's been a problem with the investigation of Lenevis. For some reason, Justice, who was wearing a white coat, recounted the explosion on East Borough's Daravi Street and Gavin's drowning. As a telepathist who had already become a beginner, she didn't add her own guesses, so as not to affect Mr. Fool's judgment. After listening carefully, Klein frowned, feeling that the murderer's reaction was unimaginably extreme. This was different from Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings. As a swindler, Lenevis's professional instinct was to immediately move the moment he noticed any signs of trouble. He had no reason to pursue and kill the person who was looking for him. According to this standard, 80% of the bounty hunters in East Borough would die. That would cause a commotion, and the case would be taken over by the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or the machinery hive mind. The benefits Lenevis received from the ritual of praying to the true creator to descend a descendant made him crazy. This is very much in line with the true creator style. But the problem is that it's very difficult for a lunatic to hide himself, except for potential ones. Klein fell into deep thought and wasn't in a hurry to respond to Miss Justice. He had read the newspapers and knew about the explosion, so he used dream divination to recall the specific details. Following that, he wrote a new divination statement, clues to the Daravi Street explosion. As he recited it, he leaned back in his chair and entered the dream. He saw a 3-story grayish-blue apartment. On the 3rd floor of the apartment, there was a room that had lost its window and half of the wall had collapsed. It was covered in the remnants of the explosion. The scene quickly shattered, and Klein woke up. He tapped the edge of the long table with his fingers and muttered silently to himself. The clue is at the crime scene? This revelation might also mean that the murderer is still watching the crime scene and wants to deal with the person who came to investigate this matter. This way, he has a chance of finding the person who recently issued the bounty on Lenevis. I'll disguise myself and go around. I won't enter the crime scene, but I'll circle the surroundings to see if I can find the murderer. Even if he isn't Lenevis, He must have some sort of connection. I can use this to find Lenevis. But he must be hiding very well. How can I find him without attracting his attention? As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein looked at the all-black eye on the long bronze table. This was the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Nimblewright Master Rosago. In the real world, I can't use this item to control those strange threads because of the remnant mental corruption of the true creator. Exceeding a certain level of contact will bring about irreversible damage. But if it's only for a short period of time, I can still bear to use the threads to find a hidden person. It's just like how I used it to confirm if Miss Bodyguard had left. Klein narrowed his eyes, took off the spirit pendulum, and did a divination on the danger of this trip. The answer was yes, but the rotation wasn't large and the speed wasn't fast. Acceptable. Klein fell silent for a few seconds before returning to the real world. Then, he used the method of summoning himself to place the all-black eye into an iron cigar case and brought it back to his bedroom. After changing his clothes and pasting on his beard, Klein, who was fully prepared, stood in front of a dressing mirror and examined himself. The faint scholarly aura had been completely covered by his beard, and his brown eyes were like ancient pools of water, as if they were concealing and sealing something. Compared to the time in Tingen City, Klein almost couldn't recognize himself. He stretched out his fingers one by one and clenched them into fists. Facing the mirror, he said in a low and hoarse voice. He looked at the mirror and said in a low and hoarse voice, "Captain, this is the first step to revenge for you and me." Chapter 283. In the suburbs west of Northborough, in a 3-story house that was about to be abandoned. This place originally belonged to Bakelin Medical College, but the latter's main body had already moved to a better and more suitable place. Only a small number of teaching staff and students who failed to successfully graduate were left behind to guard the area. Audrey was wearing a white coat and a mask of the same color. Her moist blonde hair was coiled up and stuffed into a cold surgical cap. Her eyes darted around and looked at Furswall, who was similarly dressed. She had a nagging feeling that she had a special bearing, as though she was more suited for such attire than herself. It's the kind of bearing that can pick up a scalpel and cut open a patient's stomach at any time. Audrey didn't say a word as she followed Furs into the classroom in front of her. After receiving Zio's feedback from Furs, she was given a fright. This was because Mr. Fool had said that it was a simple mission. Considering that it was perhaps simple to Mr. Fool, Audrey took the opportunity to recite the honorific name while she was alone in her disguise. She prayed softly and reported everything that had happened. However, up to now, she hadn't received a response. After passing through the door and entering the room, Audrey instinctively looked around and realized that this wasn't an ordinary classroom. There were 4 skeletal specimens and 4 coffins made of glass. The coffins were filled with preservatives, and there were 4 pale-skinned, naked corpses soaking in them. At the top of the classroom, there was a transparent glass pillar. It was also filled with liquid, and floating in it was a male corpse in a black scholar's robe. The corpse's clothes clung tightly to his body, giving off an extremely heavy feeling. He didn't collapse, but instead floated vertically in the middle. It's like he drowned while he was alive, and not placed in after his death. Audrey made a preliminary judgment as a spectator. In addition, she saw that there were many people in white coats, white masks, and surgical caps sitting around the long tables in the room. They didn't say a word, just like the corpses and skeletons around them. Looking at the crimson moon and the gloomy night sky, Audrey couldn't help but tremble when she looked back at the scene in the classroom. It was an instinctive fear, but at the same time, she felt excited. This is the life a Beyonder should have. Audrey muttered silently as she followed Furs to a corner and sat down. After waiting for a while, the floating male corpse in the vertical glass pillar at the front of the classroom suddenly opened his eyes and let his voice travel through the obstacles. Let's start. East Borough, Daravi Street. Klein was wearing a dust-stained, grayish-blue worker's uniform and a cap. He walked on a dark street, where only a few gas lamps were still functioning. Some candlelight spilled down from the apartments on both sides of the street. This interweaved with the crimson moonlight that was struggling to penetrate the clouds, barely outlining the outlines of the pedestrians on the street. Klein encountered many passers-by in old and tattered clothes. Their expressions were numb and filled with despair. They were vagrants being chased away by the police. They had no place to sleep, so they could only walk aimlessly on the street. Occasionally, they would find an inconspicuous corner or park bench to rest for a while, but they would soon be chased away again. In the cold and gloomy night, Klein felt that they were more like zombies than the zombies he had seen before. The entire East Borough was more like the abyss than the mythical abyss. He took a deep breath, but his throat was agitated. He couldn't help but cough twice. He quickly reined in his thoughts and used the corner of his eye to observe the apartment at the end of the street. It was an apartment that had obvious explosion damage that had yet to be repaired. To monitor the crime scene, the best and most hidden place is the other apartment directly opposite it. The third, fourth, and rooftop all meet the requirements. Klein analyzed the situation with the knowledge he had learned from the Nighthawks. He didn't slow down during the entire process to prevent himself from being suspected. When he arrived at the end of the street, Klein smoothly passed by apartment number 1 and entered the building opposite the crime scene. He was no stranger to such places. The one-bedroom apartment he rented in East Borough was located in a similar apartment. Back in Tingen City, he, his brother, Banson, and his sister, Melissa, had also lived in a slightly higher-class apartment for a long time. This was not only a personal experience for Klein, but it also came from the memory fragments of the original Klein. Amidst his thoughts, Klein pulled down his cap, lowered his head, and unhurriedly walked up the creaking stairs to the 3rd floor. Due to his unfortunate encounter in the evening, he didn't have a revolver. He could only put one hand into his pocket and use his fingers to hold a few tarot cards. There was no light, and only a faint moonlight illuminated the corridor on the 3rd floor. Klein wasn't in a hurry to move forward. He carefully observed the layout. The one directly facing the crime scene is on the left, and the one with the best view should be the 3rd room from here. Klein began to carefully walk forward. After walking past 2 rooms, he put his right hand into his pocket and deftly opened the iron cigar case. In the blink of an eye, his fingers touched the all-black eye, and he immediately heard the ravings that tore at his mind and caused his brain to explode. At the same time, with the help of the corrupted item, Klein saw strange black lines. These thin lines floated in the air. Although there were certain intersections and some entanglement, he could still tell who they belonged to when he traced them back to their source. The corresponding figures were reflected in Klein's brain that was about to be cooked. There were men, women, and children sleeping on bunk beds, and several tenants lying on the floor. Apart from that, there was nothing special, nor were there any hidden characters. Klein hurriedly retracted his hand and didn't directly touch the all-black eye. Only then did the hallucinations in front of him and the auditory hallucinations in his ears slowly improve. He endured the pain and continued moving forward. After a slight relief, he immediately observed the other rooms. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything after searching the entire apartment where it was convenient to observe the crime scene. Huff! Huff! Klein shrank into a corner of the balcony, his hands on his knees as he panted violently. The corners of his eyes kept tearing up, and snot would flow out from his nose from time to time. It was as though he had a seizure. This was the result of frequent contact with the all-black eye in a short period of time. Even with Klein's resistance in this aspect, he wasn't completely immune to it. The only thing that satisfied him was that it was only stimulation and not corruption. Otherwise, he would have given up long ago and wouldn't have dared to try again. It would have directly led to madness. After resting for a while, Klein finally calmed down. He switched to another apartment that didn't have a good view, but he still didn't find anything. Could it be that my interpretation was wrong? The clue is at the crime scene? Klein returned to the street and sized up the apartment that had traces of an explosion from the corner of his eye in puzzlement. With the mentality of giving a try, he put his hand into his pocket again, opened it, and reached into the iron cigar case. He wanted to check if anyone was hiding in the apartment where the crime scene was located. With a hum, Klein's head felt like it had been smashed, and his body swayed a little. Like a drunkard, he staggered forward and looked at the apartment that had traces of an explosion. Because he was too far away, he couldn't see the black threads clearly, nor could he trace their origin. He could only barely distinguish where the threads were gathered, and such places indicated that there was someone there. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Klein quickly scanned the area and made a rough judgment. Suddenly, he discovered that there were black threads floating out from the crime scene on the third floor and merging into the air. Klein's pupils constricted as he confirmed it. Then he quickly retracted his hand and stopped touching the all-black eye. There was actually someone in the destroyed room. The murderer is crazy enough to wait for investigators at the scene? Isn't he afraid that there are official beyonders investigating this case in passing? I made a wrong judgment just now and didn't find him because my logic is completely different from a lunatic's as thoughts flashed through his mind. Klein slowly exhaled. He pretended that nothing had happened and circled around until he reached the entrance of the apartment. At this moment, his adverse reactions had all subsided. Controlling his facial expression and body language, Klein went to the third floor as if he was returning home. His footsteps were quick and heavy, stemming from fatigue. In a dark corridor, he immediately saw the room with no door and most of the walls had collapsed. Then, he casually walked in the direction of the public washroom. As he approached the room, he touched the all-black eye with his hand that had been in his pocket. It was the ravings that made one's brain split again, as well as all kinds of blurry illusions. From the corner of his eye, Klein saw black illusory threads spreading out from the crime scene. Tracing it back, he found a man who had completely blended into the shadows, and his aura was the same color. The man was very tall, nearly 2 meters tall. The corners of his mouth drooped slightly, making him look rather reclusive. His eyes were like those of a wild beast, cold and inconcealable ferocity. "It's not Lenivus." Klein retracted his finger and relaxed his tense body. On the surface, he appeared normal as he ignored the possible gazes. Without stopping, he walked to the end of the aisle and entered the public bathroom without alerting the man. The public washroom wasn't on the same side as the crime scene. He wiped his cold sweat and calmed down a little. Then, he jumped out of the window and skillfully climbed down. Then, he quickly left and didn't stay any longer. He knew that in a few minutes, the man would realize that the person who had gone to the washroom hadn't returned. He would then be alarmed and give chase. Therefore, he had to leave Daravi Street as soon as possible. It wasn't that Klein didn't want to return the way he came, but he didn't know which room he could go to. That would also expose the problem. The clown ran quickly, and after circling around, he entered the one-bedroom apartment he had rented in East Borough. He went above the gray fog and confirmed that there was no danger of being caught. That fellow should have a deep connection with Lenivus. Klein pondered for a moment, conjured the portrait of the man from before, and sent it to the crimson star that symbolized misjustice. Then, he said in a dignified and deep voice, Chapter 284. In the medical school building that was about to be abandoned, Audrey, who had ended the gathering and was leaving in a circle, was suddenly in a trance. She saw the familiar, thick gray fog and the blurry figure in the middle of the gray fog. This is a clue. Accompanying Mr. Fool's deep voice was a picturesque scene, and it was a colorful picture. A 2-meter-tall man in a black priest robe stood in the shadows. His light yellow hair was soft and slightly curly, and his dark brown eyes were cold but fierce. The corners of his mouth were slightly drooping, and he was as eccentric as a wolf. Clues? Clues to the East End Daravi Street bombing and Gavin's drowning? Was this the murderer? Audrey stared blankly for a moment before understanding dawned upon her. Mr. Fool has a clue just like that. He's really impressive. No, he's omnipotent. After sighing inwardly, she turned to look at Furs. Just as Furs took off her mask and surgical cap and sat in the carriage, she noticed Miss Audrey's strange gaze. She immediately asked in puzzlement, "Is there something on my face?" "No." Audrey retracted her gaze, sat down, and removed her disguise. Furs recalled the gathering from before and asked curiously, "What happened?" "Miss Audrey, why didn't you ask to buy the Spectator formula?" Only in this way can you establish a connection with psychological alchemy. She remembered that the generous Miss Audrey had remained silent for almost the entire time, listening most of the time. She had only sold some materials with spirituality and bought other varieties accordingly. Audrey smiled faintly. This is my first gathering in this circle. I think it's more important to observe and wait. I'm really looking forward to the potion formula, and I'm even more looking forward to the mystical items. But I tell myself that there's no need to rush. It's better to familiarize myself before taking action. This is also a professional habit of the spectator pathway. Furthermore, there aren't any beyonder ingredients like dark patterned Black Panther spinal fluid or spring of the L's marrow crystals that Mr. World wants. Audrey silently added. Furs looked at the girl who was not even 18 years old and suddenly felt that she was more mature than ever. She suddenly laughed at herself. If I had been like you back then, I wouldn't have wasted such a precious opportunity. Audrey smiled reservedly and replied, That's right. I'll ask some special friends tomorrow morning to see if they have any clues to the Dharavi Street explosion. You and Zio will wait for news at the usual spot. Okay. Furs nodded without any doubt. Klein didn't return to Minsk Street at night. Instead, he slept in a one-bedroom apartment on Black Palm Street in East Borough. He was afraid that the man in the black priest robe who was suspected to be the murderer had accomplices who were looking for him all over the street. Although the chances of encountering them weren't high, and he had disguised himself, making it unlikely for the other party to recognize him. Since the divination indicated that there was a certain possibility, he decided to be cautious and make do with sleeping in East Borough for the night. At dawn, he changed into another dark blue worker's uniform and put on a light brown cap. He left the room, walked down the stairs, and entered the street. At that moment, a pale yellow fog filled the surroundings. The figures coming and going were blurry, and the coldness of the morning seeped into his clothes. Klein lowered his head and hurried on his way, just like the people around him who had woken up early for work. As he walked, he saw a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s in front of him. He had white sideburns and was wearing a thick jacket. He was pacing on the spot, trembling as he took out a cigarette and an empty box of matches from his inner pocket. Just as he opened the matchbox, his right hand suddenly trembled. The wrinkled cigarette fell to the ground and rolled in front of Klein. Klein stopped in his tracks, picked it up, and handed it to her. Thank you. This is my old partner. I don't have many left." The middle-aged man thanked him sincerely and took the cigarette. His face was pale, and his beard looked like it hadn't been shaved in a long time. Exhaustion was revealed from the corners of his eyes. He sighed and added, "I haven't slept for another night. I don't know how many days I can last. I hope the Lord will bless me and allow me to enter the workhouse today." "He's a homeless person being chased away." Klein asked casually, "Why don't the king and ministers allow you to sleep in the park?" "Who knows? However, in such weather, it's very likely that you won't wake up again if you sleep outside. It's better during the day. You can find a warmer place. Sigh. This way, I won't have the time or the strength to look for work." The middle-aged man lit his cigarette and took a deep puff. His energy seemed to recover a little as a result. He walked alongside Klein, walking towards a place that seemed to be the end of the fog or its depths. Klein had no intention of exchanging pleasantries. He planned to speed up and shake him off, but at that moment he suddenly saw the middle-aged man bend down and pick up a black object from the ground. It seemed to be an apple core that had been nibbled clean. The middle-aged man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and stuffed the dirt-covered apple core into his mouth. He chewed on it before expertly eating it without leaving anything behind. Seeing Klein's surprised gaze, he wiped his mouth, shrugged, and smiled bitterly. "I haven't eaten for almost 3 days." This sentence struck Klein's heart, leaving him indescribably touched. He sighed silently and smiled. "Sorry, I didn't introduce myself just now. I'm a reporter. I'm doing a report on homeless people. Can I interview you? Let's go to the cafe up ahead." The middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment before he smiled. "No problem. It's much warmer inside than the streets. If you can stay a little longer after the interview, allowing me to sleep for half an hour, no, 15 minutes, that would be even better." Klein opened his mouth, but he was at a loss for an answer. He decided to silently lead his interviewee into the cheap cafe at the end of the street. The cafe's tables and chairs were rather greasy, and due to the walls and windows inside, there were many customers. The average temperature was indeed much higher than the streets. The middle-aged man scratched his throat to hide his squirming Adam's apple from the aroma. Klein gestured for him to sit down and went to the ordering counter. He ordered 2 large cups of tea, a plate of lamb stewed with tender peas, 2 loaves of bread, 2 pieces of toast, a serving of inferior butter, and a serving of artificial cream, for a total of 17. 5 pence. Eat up. You can only interview after you're full. After the food was served, Klein brought them back to his table. For me? The middle-aged man asked in anticipation and surprise. Other than a piece of toast and a cup of tea, everything else is yours, Klein replied with a smile. The middle-aged man wiped his eyes and choked with sobs. Why, you're really a kind-hearted person. Don't eat too quickly when you've been hungry for a long time, Klein exhorted. I know. I had an old buddy who died like this. The middle-aged man tried his best to slow down his pace of eating. From time to time, he would pick up the cup of tea and gulp down a mouthful. Klein simply finished his toast and watched quietly, waiting for the other party to finish eating. Phew, I haven't eaten so much in 3 months now, half a year. In the workhouse, the food was just enough. After a while, the middle-aged man put down his spoon. In front of him was an empty plate. Klein pretended to be a reporter and asked casually, "How did you become a tramp?" But a few years ago, a contagious disease took them away, and I was hospitalized for a long time. I lost my job, my wealth, and my family. From then on, I often couldn't find a job, rent a house, or eat. I could only wander around different streets and parks. This made me very weak, and it was even more difficult for me to find a job. The middle-aged man said with some reminiscence and sorrow in his numbness. He drank a mouthful of tea and sighed before speaking again. I can only wait for the opportunity to enter the workhouse, but as you know, every workhouse has a limit on the number of people. If I'm lucky and queue up in time, I can live a good life for a few days, recover some strength, and then find a temporary job. Yes, a temporary job. Soon, I'll be unemployed again and repeat the previous process. I don't know how long I can last like this. I was supposed to be a good worker. Klein thought for a moment and asked, "How many cigarettes do you have left?" "Not many." The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. "These are my last possessions, the only things I had left when I was chased out by the landlord. Heh, I can't bring them into the workhouse. I'll secretly hide them in the gaps of my clothes. Only when I'm in the most difficult situation will I take one out to smoke so that I have something to look forward to. I don't know how long I can last. Let me tell you, I was a good worker back then." Klein wasn't a professional reporter, so he didn't know what to ask. He turned his head to look out the window and saw faces filled with obvious hunger. Some were relatively awake. They were the residents of Eastborough. Some were numb and exhausted. They were vagrants. There wasn't a clear gap between the two. The former could easily become the latter, such as the gentleman in front of me. Klein turned around and found that the middle-aged man had fallen asleep, curled up in a chair. After a few minutes of silence, Klein went over to pat him awake and gave him a handful of copper pennies. "This is the interview fee." Okay. Thank you. The middle-aged man didn't snap back to his senses for a moment. When Klein walked to the door, he raised his voice and said, "I'll go to a cheap hotel to take a shower, have a good sleep, and then look for a job." At noon, Klein attended a banquet at the Sammers house. There were a total of 10 guests. There was apple juice with steak, roast chicken, fried fish, sausages, cream soup, many delicacies, 2 bottles of champagne, and a bottle of red wine. On the way back from the bathroom, he met Mrs. Stellan Sammer and thanked her profusely. It was a sumptuous lunch. "Thank you for your hospitality. It cost a total of £4, 8 soldi. The most expensive were the 3 bottles of wine, but they're all part of Luke's collection. He has a wine cabinet," the rather pretty Mrs. Stellan replied with a smile. Without waiting for Klein to speak, she said, "Just from the matter with Mary, you earned £10. If you can maintain such good luck, you'll soon be able to hold similar banquets. For people of our class, we have to invite friends once a month, as well as be invited by friends. Klein was already used to her style and politely complimented her. Yes, but I'll have to wait until I have a stable annual income of 400 pounds before I can be like you. Stellan immediately raised her chin and tried her best to make her smile appear faint. 430 pounds. You have to have 430 pounds. Dock area, East Balham Dock, Workers' Alliance Tavern. Zio wore boots that were much higher than usual and stuck on a thick beard to make herself look like a short man. She recalled the portrait she had seen from Miss Audrey, trying her best to imprint the man's appearance into her mind. If he was the one who killed Gavin, then it's very likely that he frequents this tavern. Zio ordered a cup of rye beer and a lunch. She curled up in a corner and ate slowly. From time to time, she would secretly look around in search of target. After a while, the tavern's door was pushed open again, and Zio reflexively looked over. Her pupils constricted to the size of needles, and she nearly turned into a stone statue. Chapter 285. Zio had been a bounty hunter for a very long time. There were many things that she didn't need to think about, and she could respond subconsciously. When she saw that the customer who came in was nearly 2 meters tall, she instinctively lowered her head and continued eating the pork sausage and French fries as though nothing had happened. Zio couldn't taste the food when it entered her mouth. She endured it for nearly a minute before she slowly looked up and pretended to casually survey the area. Soon, she saw the customer who had just entered sitting in front of the bar counter, waiting for his alcohol and lunch. Soft, slightly curly blonde hair, beast-like dark brown eyes, slightly drooping lips, a reclusive and ferocious temperament. Details reflected in Zio's eyes as they gradually overlapped with the image in her mind. It's him. It's the suspected murderer. Williams's murderer. Zio lowered her head once again and slowly stuffed the rest of the food into her mouth. A few minutes later, she placed the plate and glass on the bar counter. Then, she looked straight ahead and left the Workers' Alliance Tavern without looking back. As her boots were much higher, she had effectively concealed her most obvious features. When she was outside, Zio slowed down and found a secluded spot to observe the people entering and exiting the tavern. After waiting for a while, she finally found a familiar face. It was Burton, a technician who lived in Eastborough and worked at the East Balham Dock. This young man liked to give himself a cup of poor-quality rye beer in the afternoon. His salary could only afford such beer, and he couldn't drink it every day. Zio nimbly leaped over, patted Burton on the shoulder, and said in a suppressed voice, "Don't worry." She suppressed her voice and said, "It's me, Zio." Zio. Burton sized up the short man behind him and nearly failed to recognize him as the famous arbitrator Zio Deity from one of the streets in Eastborough. "I have something to ask you." Zio pointed to a corner beside her. Burton followed her in puzzlement and only came to a realization when he reached a secluded spot. "Are you doing a bounty mission?" He had heard that Zio was also a bounty hunter. "Yeah." Zio nodded perfunctorily and took out 5 pennies. She tossed them and said, "Do you know that very tall man in the tavern?" "You mean the one that's this tall, has light blonde hair, and is very fierce?" Burton gestured. "Yes." Zio immediately took out the folded portrait and unfurled it. "You have to confirm it completely. That's him. He's been coming to this tavern a lot for the past 2 or 3 months. I've never seen him before. He's very fierce and unreasonable. He's very good at fighting. It's best if you don't provoke him." Burton took a few careful glances at the portrait and sincerely advised, "Yes, when I saw that person just now, I felt like I had encountered a ferocious beast when I was young. It was very dangerous, and I wasn't his match. I had to immediately avoid him." Zio secretly exhaled and asked, "Do you know who he's in close contact with?" "I don't know. He's very unsociable and rarely speaks. No one even knows what his name is. We gave him a nickname, Giant." Board curled his lips and shook his head. Zio thought for a moment and asked, "Aside from the tavern, where else did you meet him?" "You can ask your friends the same question. Remember, they must be trustworthy friends." Burton thought for a moment. "When I go to the dock union to work, yes, at the dock union in East Balham Dock, I'll occasionally see him around." "Zio, why aren't you a member of the union? You're so fair And those guys not only charge us 5 solely a week, but when the other docks go on strike and we have to support our families, they'll even make us hand over half our salary. Lord, forget it. For a good life, we have to help each other. However, just as they organize a strike, they'll come to an agreement with the lawyers sent by the rich. Our situation hasn't improved at all. Stop. Zio pressed her right palm down. Apart from that, have you seen that giant anywhere else? No, my friends probably haven't either. After all, we often discuss him in private, Burton answered in a very certain tone. Zio didn't say anything else as she handed the 5 copper pence to him. I'll treat you to a drink. Don't tell anyone about what I just asked. It'll be very dangerous. Before she finished her sentence, she had already turned around and walked out of the corner, heading for the dock union in eastbound dock. About 10 minutes later, Zio saw the 2-story yellow building. She wore her canvas coat inside out, revealing the patches inside, instantly transforming herself from a short worker to a tramp. Looking at the few trams curled up at the corner of the street, Zio pinched her nose and went over to sit with them. Her gaze swept across the dock union from time to time when there were people coming in and out. As time ticked by, Zio endured the cold wind and the harsh environment as she persistently observed the situation at the dock union and the surrounding area. She clearly remembered Williams's insistence on drinking, and she also remembered how she felt when she saw the newspaper that day. This kind of mood made her more patient than usual. At this moment, 7 or 8 people came out of the dock union. They formed a group and headed for the coffee shop opposite to have lunch. Zio narrowed her eyes and carefully scanned every passerby to confirm their looks. There's no one suspicious. Zio prepared to retract her gaze and wait for the next batch. Creak! The coffee shop's door was pulled open, and the heat inside suddenly rushed out. A man couldn't help but take off his gold-rimmed glasses and wipe away the steam with his sleeve. Zio took a casual glance, and her gaze suddenly froze. Those eyes, the corners of his mouth, the image that always had a mocking smile on it. Lenivis? Zio turned her head abruptly, not daring to look again. The man from before had bronze skin and short, coarse hair. His face was angular, and he looked very different from the portrait. Only his eyes and the corners of his mouth gave her a sense of familiarity. The feeling that he was mocking everyone. Is it Lenivis? Could it be Lenivis? Zio buried her head and stared at the stone slabs by the street. At the Sammers house. After a sumptuous lunch, the host and guests gathered in the activity room to chat and agreed to play Texas together later. Some interesting rumors and funny stories echoed intermittently. Klein maintained his smile and interjected from time to time. He also saw the 2 children of the Sammers come in and out energetically. Beside him, Jürgen Cooper still had a serious expression as he occasionally provided legal advice for everyone's discussions. Klein smiled, turned his body slightly, and asked in a low voice, "Do you feel bored? Do you feel bored?" "No. Their topics are very interesting." Jürgen nodded seriously. Klein was stunned and blurted out another question. "Then why aren't you smiling?" Jürgen frowned slightly and looked at him in puzzlement. "Why should I smile?" The corner of Klein's mouth twitched, and he didn't know how to respond. He was about to make a joke about how the other party resembled his cat, Brody, who was always so serious, but he suddenly heard a series of illusory pleas. "Female. Miss Justice found useful information so quickly based on the clues I provided." Klein stood up and bowed slightly. "I'm going to the bathroom." After entering the bathroom, Klein locked the door, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. His judgment was very accurate. The pleas came from Miss Justice. Klein suddenly tensed up, half expectant and half solemn. He emanated his spirituality and listened to her words. After the customary honorific name, Justice truthfully described, "They found the clues you provided at the Workers' Alliance Tavern at the East Balham Dock in the dock area. The other party's nickname is Giant. After tracking the pattern of Giant's appearance, they found someone suspected to be Lenivis at the dock union in East Balham Dock, but they couldn't confirm it. They don't dare to come into contact with Lenivis for the time being, because Giant is very powerful and dangerous. They can only continue waiting for an opportunity. At the same time, They asked if they could inform the police department and collect the bounty after confirming that it's Lenivus. Lenivus has a very powerful and dangerous helper. Does he have any other helpers? Is there a faction backing him? Why would he kill someone so aggressively? Was he plotting in the dock union? A series of questions flashed through Klein's mind, making him feel that the matter was more complicated and shrouded in fog than he had expected. As for the last request, his answer was undoubtedly yes. He would even suggest that the other party directly inform the Church of the Evernight Goddess, because there was a possibility of a leak from the police department. Letting the Nighthawks of the Church of the Evernight Goddess kill Lenivus would also be a form of revenge. Klein silently muttered to himself. He had a strong urge to immediately confirm if the person was Lenivus, so as to prevent any variables from occurring if he waited too long. He took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and took off the spirit pendulum on his cuff. There's danger in going to the dock union to confirm Lenivus's matter. After closing his eyes and reciting it 7 times, Klein opened his eyes and looked at the topaz pendant. He realized that it was motionless and completely still. The divination failed? Klein immediately frowned. He changed his statement and the method of divination, but the result was still a failure. After some careful thought, he found 3 reasons. First, there was insufficient information to make a divination. Second, there was no Lenivus in the dock union, so it was difficult to make a divination. Third, Lenivus was like in Zangwill, having an item that could block divination. An item that can block divination. Did he gain something from the Son of God ritual? A bit of the true Creator's Godhood? Klein pondered for a few seconds and decided that no matter what, he had to go to the dock union. There are some things that have to be done even though I know it's dangerous. Those 2 ladies can secretly observe without being discovered. So, can I? I only need to meet Lenivus once to confirm it with divination. Of course, I can't be rash. I have to make preparations in advance. For example, I can send the all-black eye above the gray fog without bringing it with me to prevent the true Creator's mental corruption from resonating with his godhood. For example, I can elevate myself so that the giant won't be able to recognize me as the guy who passed by last night for my figure. For example, I can find a suitable and sufficient reason that won't arouse suspicion. Yes, I could pretend to be a reporter for an interview. I'll borrow Mike Joseph's fake reporter identification later.